not. It is not 93 million miles. You have no empirical proof for that distance.
Then what is the sun? How big is it?
Well,
no one
it's
knows,
obviously
bro.
not that big.
No,
It's local.
no one has ever figured out what the sun is. No one on Earth knows what the source of the sun's energy is, where it is, what size it is, what it's made of, its composition. Nobody knows any of these
What about
things.
fusion
Nobody knows.
reactions?
How do they know that?
No, they're not.
Nuclear fusion, perpetual nuclear fusion has not been physically demonstrated. It does not exist. We try to achieve it. We have multi-billion-dollar project, tokamak accelerator, and it's a failed project.
Yeah,
it's a total failure.
Yeah, the magnets weren't strong enough for it.
Yeah,
Have you
well,
heard of the? Sorry, you go.
I was just going to ask you this really quick. If I'm shining a flashlight at your eyes, are you going to be able to tell me what kind of batteries are inside of it, what kind of metal the flashlight's made out of?
Yeah, of course I will.
Yeah.
You can't do any of that, right? This is crazy. So how are they making all these claims about the sun and they know what it does on the inside?
Yeah.
All this other nonsense.
Sneff, I want to ask you, how many presuppositions did you have to make in order to get into orbit?
Well, myself?
Yeah, you're the one doing it, not me.
Yeah, it took me about 16.
16 presuppositions. Starting with no curvature measurement.
And I've never been to orbit.
Into all what? You're saying you're a sphere in space. Yeah, let's identify the sphere first, and we'll go from there. How's that sound?
Well, how the Earth is a sphere.
Seems
Yeah, so
redundant.
where's the official measurement of the curvature then?
Well,
you
if
could
he
either
had
Google
that,
it
he'd
and
already
get about
present it, wouldn't he?
8, I think it's 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, can you tell me where they identified that exact amount of drop and verified it by measurement?
They probably would have done it with the angles.
They probably would have. It's not an answer of how. I asked you how they did it. Where's the measurement? I need the empirical data of an actual direct measurement.
Well, I can't do it because I haven't done the experiment.
I didn't ask you to do it. I asked, where is the evidence that it was ever done?
History?
So you don't know. Okay. Concede that you don't know when the Earth was measured to be curved.
All right.
That's a concession. Thanks.
Yeah, you remember that last guy just came in and just started spewing answers. He didn't even know what they were, and then got corrected on, and then agreed with the corrected answer.
No, I didn't expect to be talking. I should just sit and listen to you guys. See what you have to say.
Well, you're here to have a conversation. Just be honest.
It is very important to be correct when you give an answer. That's what natural science is all about, and academic science. You know, everybody can look at the stars, the tiny lights in the stars, and make fortune telling. That's exactly like palm reading. It's wild speculation.
So you don't know of any time in history that Earth's curvature was measured from ancient times to right before the space age. Is that correct?
No, I do know of a time when it was.
Okay, tell us about it.
I can't remember the guy's name.
Long
you said
ago.
you knew. You said you knew. Bro, this is what we're talking about.
He knows of his story. He just doesn't remember his name.
So listen, this is what the purpose of this question is, man. We're not trying to I'm not trying to bash you, honestly. Listen, you don't know of a curvature of Earth. So what you have in your mind is secondhand information that we were all told here, every one of us, most of us here, we're all taught the same thing, that Earth is a ball. You just have a belief in your mind that Earth is a ball. No matter how bad you want it to be true, it is still only a belief in your mind. So that's only on curvature. So you don't have a sphere because you couldn't tell us when it was validated. So, what about axial rotation? Do you know when that was detected and the method used?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. So that's number 2. Curvature. You have no curvature, no rotation. And do you have a practical demonstration from anywhere, anytime, any source? A demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Of gas pressure without a container.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, there can't be a pressure if there's no container.
Thank you.
Oh.
That's what we're saying. Earth is a stationary, flat terrestrial plane that is contained. We have gas pressure.
Yeah.
Oh, that was epic.
And the funny thing, gas pressure in containers, it has gradient also.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So
In small containers, we have a very small gradient, but there is.
Yeah, I just want to wrap this up with a nice little bow. So the 3 questions, you had beliefs about all 3 of those 3 claims of actual curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space of its existence or being a place that anyone could travel to as a medium. So all 3 were only beliefs in your mind. You don't have any data to back up any of those 3 claims. So the next time you're trying to talk about what the sun is, you need to go back to the basis of you're making claims about things that are in the sky when you haven't identified what the ground is yet.
No, but could I go back to what my question was? My question was, how does the sun speed up and slow down?
We don't know.
With no external force.
Who knows what source? Nobody knows about the source.
Yeah, when you have spinning objects rotating, yeah, you have a radius, and if it has it has to circle above the world every 24 hours. In winter, its circular path is a wider diameter, and in summer, it's a smaller circle diameter. So, yeah, there has to be, whenever you reduce the radius, you will be increasing the RPM to match the tangential velocity. Simple.
Mm-hmm. Asking a question like why the sun moves in the sky is it's like asking why humans have thoughts or like unanswerable questions.
And the sun's rotation in the sky is actually a cyclical motion, cycle, repeating cycles. So it's not a simple thing, it just spins. No. This is a complex kind of motion, like a very complex mechanism. Do that. It's a clock.
Right.
Very precisely clock.
Mm-hmm.
We can tell that because it's obvious by the observations we make. But according to the observations we make, we cannot accept the story of Earth spinning around the sun without being able to detect motion when we have so many devices which measure motion in electric and magnetic fields. Just like we exist in such fields, we are governed by these electric and magnetic field. So every moving object every particle that moves, it's moving through a magnetic field, and that is measurable and detectable. When we sit in place in the electric field, when we don't move, yeah, we can detect that. We have such devices, co-magnetometers, uh, six-axis inertially suspended rubidium atoms devices, very, very complicated stuff. And they detect the slightest motions. But empirically, physically, we don't detect the Earth moving, except when, there is a shock wave like an earthquake, and then when people feel the Earth moving a little bit, they jump, they run out from their buildings and they shout earthquake.
Yeah.
So
I kind of wanted you to expand on just what your thoughts were on seasons and how they're explained on the globe. Being winter,
Go.
you're closer to the sun, and in summer, you're further away from the sun.
Well,
I'm not trying to say one thing's one way or another. I just want to know what you
Yeah.
think when hearing something like that.
Well, first time I heard it, I was thinking there was a load of rubbish. Because I agree with you guys, how could it be closer yet colder and further away yet hotter? So I agree with you guys on that
Well,
one.
that's the same thing that the sun is like, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sun's. I don't even know how they can have a difference between the air and the air, but whatever, or the gas and the gas. But the sun gets hotter the further away you get from its core, according to them. Like, I mean, if that's not there to confuse you and pervert reality, I don't know what it's for.
It's even worse than that, right? Because the moon is only, 200 degrees and negative 200 degrees, but it's 240,000 miles closer to the sun, and yet they're saying a small tilt's going to affect us by entire seasons, and the moon's is only going to get 200 degrees. Does that make sense?
Oh no, man.
Wouldn't the moon get exponentially hotter because it's way closer to the sun?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
also
in theory.
one small thing you mentioned previously, a little earlier, was about that sun is supposed to be a plasma. So then you would need to provide another demonstration of plasma burning in a vacuum. Thanks.
Well,
As well as,
I don't know
actually,
if
wait a
it's-
minute, aerodynamics in a vacuum, that's another one, and helicopters in a vacuum. We need all of that.
What helicopters were tested in a vacuum?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
never heard of
Do you
this.
have that?
All right, no,
No,
it's
I'm
even
asking
easier
you.
than that.
Do you have
No,
that
it's
information?
even Sonny. It's even easier than that. They have a picture of the blade not spinning in the air. You can see the shadow of the blade on the ground on this Mars picture. How's that possible? How's it possible you can see a full helicopter blade shadow on the ground as it's spinning?
Do you have a picture of that?
NASA has a picture of that.
I
They
want to
pass
see.
it off as proof. How's that possible?
I want to see the demonstration you mentioned, Snuffsef, of
Which
something working in
demonstration?
vacuum. A helicopter working in vacuum. I
Well, a
want to see
helicopter
that.
can't work in a vacuum because there's no force for it to. Well, there's
Oh,
nothing
okay,
for it to
okay.
push.
Okay, good. We're on the same.
So
page.
that picture I said makes a whole lot more sense then, right? If someone's trying to pass off a legit image of a helicopter's
But when did they put a helicopter in a vacuum?
I don't know. They put it on Mars, right? But it's
Right. With the very low air pressure.
yeah, so it couldn't fly at all. But I'm saying it's even worse than that because they try and pass off a real picture of this supposed helicopter on Mars, but you can see the blade in the shadow, not moving. Like if you understand if the blade's moving, you're not going to be able to see a well-defined shadow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they show a well-defined shadow on the surface of Mars from this helicopter.
Right. And where's that picture? Do
Uh,
you have it? Or
That'd be a great meme.
yeah.
So that's how they do it. The blades aren't moving at all. It's just floating. Floating above a crane in a big, huge studio. The observation with goggles. What's the independent variable? The goggles?
Here's one of them. In this image, they say it's hovering. And you can see the blades.
Oh my gosh.
You should not be able to see a blade.
It's fully cartoon. When I blow this thing up, so I have a big screen. Wow.
That wasn't from NASA, but it's credited towards NASA. So
What a joke.
the exact source wasn't NASA.
Full on cartoon. Outrageous. They can't do better CGI than that.
It's not that they can't, they don't need to.
Yeah, I guess they think. Yeah, I guess they feel like they don't need to. Yeah.
It's just a
People will-
mockery at that point.
People will believe anything.
You know,
Yep.
they will.
If they show it, then that's enough.
I'm sure if they really wanted to, they could perform the world's most believable CGI, but they don't need to do that.
No.
I mean, they really do not. You just need a blurry image and people will eat that shit up.
They're saving it for the really big shoe. The one coming up, the really, really big one. I think they'll probably do something like that.
You know, I did try to play devil's advocate on this helicopter blade swinging and rotating. The only thing I come up with would be like shutter speed, but it would have to rotate at different RPMs, so that wouldn't really work.
Yeah, but did you zoom into this image? Because I can zoom it way in with my TV, 36-inch screen. I've seen cartoons with better features. I mean, if you could see like landing gear that close up, I mean that well defined, then you should be able to see some kind of features. But no, it's just a black rectangle. The center part. It's only using like grayscale. It's oh my god. Please, people.
No, I'm waiting for this. I want them to accidentally debunk the radius or the claimed radius of Mars by accident. Just how ridiculous and funny that would be.
Is it me or is everybody so quiet? What happened to that
Found the
cold?
rotation speed. It's 2,400 rotations per minute on that rotor.
Wow.
And they took a still shot of the shadow.
Yeah, it's stupid. I was trying to do a inspection like on this image. See what I could find in here.
Mic check?
I hear you.
Okay, cool. So that cold guy left, or?
It just started speaking nonsense,
Oh,
saying stupid things.
yeah, I caught the last part where he said, well, yeah, videos aren't proof. It's funny, right? Because Globers, they want to cling onto their NASA and stuff they get from those agencies, right? And they want to cling onto it like it's reality. And then you show them actually images from Earth, right? Photographs, videos that they can do themselves. And no, that's fake, man. That's fake.
Yeah, that was the first thing you did. We showed him a picture of the mountain.
Exactly.
He goes, I don't know if this is real. It just says text on it. I said, fair. Anybody can take an image and throw text on it.
And then I posted the link from that website. Right?
It's too much work. Too much clicking. So apparently the helicopter works with Perseverance. So it sends a signal to Perseverance, which then sends the signal there.
What's on Perseverance that would be able to beam the signal that far, especially with quality?
There's a place called Devon Island.
Right. What was the RPM again that you said the blades were
2400
2400?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a shutter speed that can capture that without distortion. You'd almost have to use like a strobe light when it comes to photography. You'd have to use like a strobe, because I don't know if there's a shutter speed that would capture that. I'd have to look into it.
It's just ridiculous. And the blades would slow down though as it's descending, so you would have various RPM, so it doesn't even make any sense. Because I was thinking that too, just by chance. What if the shutter speed just happened to line up? But there's more than one image of it doing the exact same thing.
And do they have videos, or do they just string together snapshots?
I think there's a video. I saw Jaren bring this up. I just thought it was like a norm. I don't think a normie could fall for something like this. Being
I
able
feel
to
like
see
it
the
would have
shadow
to
of a
be.
helicopter.
I feel like it would have to be, if it was taking place, it would have to be a series of snapshots that they could put together as a video. Because sending a video file would be crazy from that distance.
If they can make a phone call on the moon, they can do anything, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to elaborate on the preposterousness.
Yeah, but
word.
light from a star can travel trillions of light years here. We can get signals from Mars. That's a cakewalk.
Yeah, I just posted 2 images, right? The bottom one was the stuff that they promised, right? You see the lander with the rocket, and then that thing getting dropped by the wires. And then we have the images we got from NASA, where they use like invisible rockets. Where's the exhaust coming from those nozzles? What's up with that?
Oh, the video is really poor.
Yeah, I just feel like if they were using either the helicopter or Perseverance to take these pictures, they would have to have sent something up there with a predetermined shutter speed for all their images. I don't think they would have the ability to control that. Now, I mean, obviously we're entertaining frickin' Narnia here, but I don't think they would have the ability to manually adjust shutter speeds and f-stops and stuff like that remotely.
Well, they took all these beautiful pictures from the moon without a viewfinder, right? So
yeah,
of course
NASA. On a
Yeah.
Hasselblad with film, actual film inside of it.
So of course NASA has a shutter speed, right? How could you question that?
I know. Think about that. And good afternoon, Roger. I meant to say hi. Yeah.
So,
think about how could they consistently communicate with devices, intricate different things, you know, and be able to communicate with them without a problem. But I could, if I was driving, I could just drive like maybe 60 miles, 80 miles to the east, and there's no cell phone coverage, and it's wide open space.
yeah.
So even just the photography, when you think about it. So I grew up, we had a dark room in my basement with a projector, and my my dad and I would develop film and make our own prints in the basement. So I worked a lot with old 35 millimeter cameras and not knowing what you're getting until you're developing those photos, and even going out and trying to be as controlled as possible and account for all the settings. You make so many mistakes. It's unreal. And the fact that they came back with such crystal clear color images, nonetheless, when I was having issues with just black and white, is
Well, it's worse than that. You know, they claim
astounding.
there's cosmological whatever garbage floating around that is introduced into the film and completely destroys it. And they say that passed through some of the film, but not all of it, and destroyed parts of it.
Right.
But, these ones came out pristine, right?
I guess if you don't know about it, it doesn't bother your film.
Even if you let's give them that they have the proper shielding from radiation on the lunar module. Once those cameras come out of that, film is so finicky, it's unreal. And the amount of radiation that would be penetrating those Hasselblads is through the roof. You'd have absolutely nothing. You'd have black reels.
It's NASA film. It can go positive and negative 200 degrees in a minute. It's not gonna affect the film. Condensation does not exist.
So
What's not gonna happen?
these Hasselblads were originals, right? Just painted a different color, right? And a special mount for the chest, but those were quote unquote original Hasselblads, right?
It's my understanding that there was no modification for shielding for radiation. I want to say I read it on Hasselblad's.
There isn't even
website.
there isn't even a viewfinder.
Yeah, Globies will tell you, well, they practiced, man. They practiced this, everything. They practiced it, so.
That's equivalent to shooting from the hip. Like 1,000-yard shot shooting from the hip and getting it right on target every single time.
Without having to line up your scope prior to any of that.
Right, that's why I say shooting from the hip. Like literally just drawing your weapon, shooting from the hip, and hitting something at 1,000 yards consistently.
It's like the James Bond with those chicks shooting. They had like a machine gun from their breast.
Yeah, to be fair, I went through these pictures from Apollo 11 to 17, and there are a few where you can say, well, yeah, that's out of focus or moved or whatever, and they have the quote unquote orange juice film where they claim there was orange juice over that went over the canister, something like that. So
I never heard that. That's funny.
Mm-hmm. Orange, right? Orange is 33 in gematria, right? It had to be orange.
Wow.
So yeah, they had to make a couple mistakes. They had to put in a couple mistakes there. But the amount that they have that are so crystal clear and so perfectly lined up, the odds of that are ridiculous when you're basically shooting from the hip.
Wasn't there... go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say they had to adjust manually on the device for contrast and literally every single what we take for granted on an iPhone.
Yeah, but they practiced, man. They practiced. It was.
Yeah. So how did they protect all that equipment from the dust and wind out there in the desert? Because that dune buggy is peeling out in the sand. How's that happening?
Yeah, when you read the transcripts, they tell like this dust is everywhere, but not in Hasselblads.
It's everywhere but where you would expect it to be, which would be all over the camera lenses and the feet of the lander from the blast crater.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so easy to pick apart now, you know?
It was strong enough to blow all the dust off, but wasn't strong enough to leave a crater, see?
Uh-huh.
That's all.
Interesting.
Do you ever show someone a lem but not tell them what it is? Say, hey, what's this? Or how well does this look like it's made? Or how much do you think this costs?
The funny thing is, they probably look at it, have no idea what it is, but then would still claim that we went to the moon and they know for sure.
I know.
Only after you tell them that what it is. But if you say, hey, you know, how much would you pay for this? How much does this thing look like it's worth?
A lot of them wouldn't believe. A lot of them wouldn't believe you. Like if you didn't say anything, and said, "Could you tell me what this is?"
Yeah, I do that with Chicago and the World's Fair. I say, hey, where's this? I'll give you $20. You tell me what continent it's in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they never say America.
Yeah, that's amazing. All that stuff they tore down, because I've been down there by the lake, by what is it called, Navy Field, and the big, huge museums with trains and freaking locomotives and submarines and all kinds of stuff sitting out.
And when you think about the amount of cities that had World's Fairs back then, there must have been crews of hundreds of thousands of people that literally just traveled from city to city, creating entire cities and tearing them down over and over and over and over and over again.
Think about that. I know. Isn't that wild?
Like how do you feed those people? How do you house those people? Where are they taking their dumps? Like, even the logistics of setting up a music festival is insane. And they're like multiplying that by 1,000, saying this is how many people were working on this all at once.
Yeah, that's
right.
one of my favorite topics. Like the dirt roads, mud all over the place. People pull with full wagons. Like the best they had was flatbed, horse-drawn, trucks and things like that. But they have ceilings of these marble buildings that are 10 times, 30 times higher than human stature.
I like to talk about the dirt excavation. How do you excavate that much dirt? And where are you putting it? And how are you transporting all this dirt?
Yeah.
No, that's just insane.
Good question.
Well, it took them like how many months for
Well, they said
WTC?
no, so this is the crazy part. They say the official narrative is completely planned and built within 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Planned.
Yeah.
I can't.
Usually takes
No one can plan that at all in 2
Mhm.
years.
How many months did it take to excavate World Trade Center? A few months?
12 weeks or 16 weeks, something like that.
Right. And that was 24/7 trucks going off and on, right?
Yeah.
So
They
did
had
they have
really
trucks?
good horses.
Oh,
really good
horses.
horses.
Yeah, the horses.
You wouldn't believe the kind of horse and wagon they had.
Like the ones with 2 horses, right? Can carry more.
Some had 4 horses.
Oh
Or 6
my
horses.
Think about that.
Yeah, maybe 6 horses.
Might be 4 times the dirt you can pull.
Right.
But that's about all they could do, So I don't know, I was doing the stone laying work. Because that stuff had to be precise. Because if you're off even a very small amount at the bottom, that will increase exponentially as it goes higher up. You'll have a crooked building if you don't get it right.
And they did all that, and one of them was a swamp.
Yes, actually in St. Louis too, the St. Louis World Fair, that's another one. That's another one like that.
Yeah,
St. Louis and Chicago both, like wild. If you see this place that they built, wow.
the waterways too, like
Yeah.
that's even more ridiculous.
Yeah.
In St. Louis, one building does remain from that, and it's the St. Louis Art Museum now.
Yeah, they always pick 1 or 2 and they leave it up.
I've probably been all around there, but I haven't been there since I was a kid many, many years ago, so I just
I moved away from there about 16, 17 years ago.
I have my
spent a lot of time
memories. I have my memories only, but I remember when they were like halfway through building the arch as a kid.
So my wife's grandfather was a glazier, and he installed the windows in the top of the arch.
Wow. Small world, huh?
Yeah. But the grounds from the World's Fair still kind of exist. They call it Forest Park, and in front of the art museum, there's a huge hill where they used to have cascading waterfalls and stuff like that. But it's just a grass hill now where everybody sleds in the winter time when it gets snow.
Yeah, that's right. It's beautiful. How far is the art museum from the opera? Isn't there a coliseum? There's a coliseum. My father used to take us there all the time and see all these different plays, all these stupid plays, South Pacific, like Oklahoma, like. Anyway,
I'm not sure. I know that there's the Fox Theater in St. Louis, which is extremely ornate and beautiful if you ever look at pictures of the inside of the Fox Theater in St. Louis. I'm not sure about the opera. There's an outdoor theater. I can't remember what it's called.
Opera. Yeah, outdoor theater. That's the one. Yeah, that's where it's a big coliseum. But
I think they might call it the Muni.
Interesting. Yeah.
I'll have to look.
I used to go play in the creek. I used to go play with the tadpoles and get muddy, and my dad would be pissed. Right in there, right in that area.
So we have Monkey 444 joining us. Welcome, Monkey.
Sorry to get so far off topic.
That's no problem. No,
good discussion.
It was a great topic.
Yeah, about our hometown kind of like situation.
But now there's, maybe Monkey has some questions. Wants to ask about the flat Earth, maybe?
I mean, I could come up with questions.
He's speaking to another monkey.
Two monkeys.
I know. I mean, my.
See, I think they always have questions. I think no matter what, they have a question. It's just whether or not they want to ask it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe you find something that goes against your beliefs, right? And then you have to engage it and put effort in it to think about it. And some people just don't want to. They want to believe, right? Go back into the matrix. But we have Nick. Nick, you're unmuted. Welcome, Nick. You have control of your mic. What's up, Nick? I see you flashing, but... Nick? Your mic is open, but we can't hear you. Maybe probably something wrong.
I feel like he's been hanging around for days.
Yeah, he was here yesterday, right? So maybe he got a bit of the that's going around, right? The conversations and what Globers say and what evidence they bring, which is none, right? Only stories. Yeah, look at that Mars rover, man. Look at it. Yeah, they showed me on TV. Looks legit, man. Robot on Mars.
That one looks way better than the other one. I'll take that over a helicopter.
Yeah, I like was it the Spirit rover? It has allegedly, right? It has solar panels, and you have these dust storms and whatever on Mars, they claim, right? So the solar panels they get dusty. They show this on the rover pictures, and then suddenly they're clean. Amazing.
Yeah, Volvo's got those like self-wiping front headlights.
Well, yeah,
same deal.
Well, they call it the cleaning event. The cleaning event, and the cleaning event.
What's that?
You haven't heard of the cleaning event?
No.
Okay, let me pull it up because it's.
That must be a strong windstorm that leaves no dust, right?
When did that happen on your car? So a cleaning event is a phenomenon whereby dust is removed from solar panels in context of exploration and science rovers on Mars, right? Science rovers, supposedly by action of wind. The term cleaning event is used on several NASA web pages. Cleaning events, it get better. It gets better, man. So cleaning events were discovered in 2004 when several times power levels increased by 5%. In contrast to the expectation, they would decrease.
There's no way.
Well, I think they took it out that the source was unknown, because I bet you I read that.
I didn't think they'd be that dumb to actually say this.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. I missed that part. So the nature of the cleaning event is not known, but the assumption is that wind blows the dust off the panels, or it could be a guy with a brush, right? So there you go, guys. Cleaning event brought to you by NASA.
Dude, I don't even know why I wash my car with a mitt anymore. I'm gonna get the leaf blower out.
Right.
Who needs a mitt? I don't need to make contact with what I'm cleaning.
What do you guys think about Australians?
Who asked? Nick. What's up, Nick? Australians were awesome people, man. We have lots of Australians here. Yeah, very nice, friendly. They are very passionate about what's happening in their country now. So people that come here. So, but what about Australians, Nick?
I don't think Nick said it.
Oh, who said it?
Toj?
We can go back to the live stream and check out. That's not a problem.
Oh, he left.
Yeah. Yeah. Toj, something.
The cleaning event.
My apologies, Nick. I thought it was you. But your mic is still open, Nick. So if you have any questions, right? We want to defend the cleaning event, right? Brought by you by NASA. And that's why they now say it has a power source with it, right? Because now they don't have to make up this shit. It has an own power source, so no need for solar panels.
See, I just like how they word it. Cleaning events were discovered in 2004. How do people buy this? I want to see someone defend this.
In 2004, just in time.
Yeah, it's these gems, right?
So wait, what are they trying to say about this? Like,
well, obviously dust comes onto the solar panel, so that would screw up the whole operation, right? Because then the rover dies. But apparently they discovered the cleaning event where the solar panels get cleaned, and then the rover can continue.
What about Voyager?
Yeah, but what cleans them?
Sorry,
the cleaning event, bro.
It's just an event.
Well, you're overlooking part of it too, because they discovered the cleaning event. I mean, they didn't know, which means they sent something up there knowing it would get dusty and dirty and had no way to clean it. But thank God they had the cleaning event that they didn't know about, that they discovered.
What about Voyager? It was launched in 1977.
Oh, I get it now. Oh, that's good.
It's so stupid.
A cleaning event.
Mm-hmm.
I love this.
You know, when I have a car wash, I'm just gonna say I got a cleaning event.
Yeah. When I go
Then-
to the dentist
Those are
once
some
a
of the
year.
those are some of the newer advents of this whole thing. Is the cleaning
then-
event and the magic speed.
It's better than that. I'm gonna say I got a cleaning event. I'm gonna bust out the leaf blower. I want to be out there for hours washing my car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the cause is unknown, right? They assume it's wind. So let me assume it's a guy with a brush.
Yep. Maybe it's little miniature guys. I don't know. Up there with little brooms and stuff.
Like Oompa Loompas.
Yeah, they shipped a batch of Oompa Loompas. Was hiding in the rover.
Call it dust lifting winds.
Dust lifting winds. So wait, they didn't try to say gravity had anything to like the gravity's lower, so the dust during certain parts of the day floated off while the other dust.
And how did the Oompa Loompas stay on the magic speed?
Oh man, this is so good. But still, you're gonna find globies and anti-flat earthers defending it to the death.
Yeah,
I want to
love
go in
those.
Gem Panda's server right now and say, "Hey, what's this?"
Mm-hmm.
What's this?
Hey,
that would be a good starter.
Yeah, so
Hey guys,
I
real
think,
quick, what's this?
I think what a glober would say, but that's just being the glober now, is that the atmosphere doesn't hold enough water to make it like stick or something.
I was
And then
thinking
it can
that
be
too. Friction.
So that would be that the wind can take it off more easily. That's a glober answer. That is the glober answer. But the cause is unknown, so right.
Well, okay, so what about the moon dust? Is that comparable at all in there? That
Add
stuck
that-
to everything.
Add that to the stack of presuppositions that are piling
So
up.
how much space dust is on Mars? How much moon dust is on Mars? We need to know these things.
Wait, but the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, they will say. So
oh yeah, oh no.
Oh right, I forgot about that. New
Maybe
development.
maybe Mars is too now.
Right. Next step. just shifting the globe post, right?
Mm-hmm.
Next step.
I bet they're going to go
Maybe
to that.
it's expanding so slow that since 1969, like after 4.54 billion years, like maybe it's just now reaching the moon.
Well, they said the atmosphere leaks. Maybe just leaks real slow. We just don't really
it's
notice
moving.
it's building out. Right?
Yeah, 1969 when we were there, it was a vacuum, right? But now it's in Earth's atmosphere.
Mars next.
Yeah.
Get on the train out to Mars. Now it's in the atmosphere. Yeah. And they're going to say, guess what? We ran into a wall out there.
So one of your farts could just now be hitting the moon.
That's as far as we can go.
Supposedly by the action of wind is how.
The action of wind in the vacuum of space, people.
Yeah, this is the cleaning event, right? That was the cleaning event. The cleaning event is supposedly by wind.
Does that only apply on planetoids? Supposed planetoids?
Wait, what's the difference between a planet and a planetoid?
I don't know. I'm just making a joke. Planets.
Oh, okay. Got it. Well, it might as well be a thing that they believe.
The wandering lights that they're saying people are landing on.
I think the difference is the spelling.
Yeah. Yep.
That cleaning event just sounds like Santa Claus.
I already see Oompa Loompas on strike, trying to get better wages.
We are the music makers and the dreamers of dreams. Move along, children. Move along. Pay no attention to the cleaning event.
Yeah, and they tell you it was overnight, right? So it was night in Mars, and then the cleaning event happened. Nobody saw anything. Just let's assume it was the wind, right?
What evidence are they using of this? Like that something that had been cleaned? What are they trying to say?
They have a
It's
before and
actually
after
cleaning all
picture.
their equipment. What's the point? Because
well, what about So what about the time in between? Right, it's got all this equipment on it, senses weather, sends information back. They have this huge event, the cleaning event that comes in. They don't record anything. They just take a before and after
that's
picture.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So it was overnight. They tell you it was overnight.
So they're saying they couldn't.
So their sensors were asleep.
So every time this happens, it's at night. That's convenient.
You guys, you ready for the answer for the planetoid?
Wait, so
ahead
are they
and
saying
look
the
it up.
cleaning event only happens at night?
So when several times power levels increased by 5% overnight.
At night. What?
That is what it says. But Hank, go ahead. What would the baller say?
Yeah, the planetoid is an object that could be in between Mars and Jupiter, right? That place where all the asteroids are. And it could be so big that it's like a planet, but like an asteroid. So it's like the planet and asteroid mixed together. And I'm going to go ahead and go from my memory. So this is something I learned a while back. If it's not like a perfect sphere, they don't really consider it a planet. So they consider it like a planetoid because it hasn't amassed enough mass, gathered enough mass to get that perfect spherical shape that we like to see. So they call those planetoids also things.
Wow, thanks for all that. Yeah.
Oh my God, this guy in the YouTube chat. Gosh, I hope they're listening. I said, where's the cleaning event that clears the dust off the cars that have been sitting in my parking lot for over a year? and this guy goes, how do you think leaf blowers work? So I said, by a human turning on and using a leaf blower.
Duh.
Oh my God. Oh no.
You know how you ever driven a car on gravel and let it sit there and seen the buildup over months and months?
Yeah.
And then you remembered there's cleaning events. All I gotta do is turn on my leaf blower. All this will all come right off.
No wonder the Oompa Loompas are on strike. Gotta work all night.
All night.
Yeah, we can laugh, but the sad part is that people just eat it up. Yeah, sure, man. Pfft, why not? Cleaning event on Mars. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, what else could it be than the official story? There's no other options, guys.
You just got to go along with the official story. You guys.
Why would they lie?
Why wouldn't you agree with the official story?
So I'm thinking if they claim that there's obviously less atmosphere and moisture up there, wouldn't the electrostatics or the static electricity be through the roof? Wouldn't that be sticking things to these rovers and whatnot? And it would be much harder to loosen that from an electrostatic charge attraction from wind than if it was just sitting there like in an atmosphere.
Especially if it's finer material.
Like how
Just
strong
the
do they think the winds are?
Yeah, just the
Some of them said dust
electrostatics. Yeah, the electrostatics itself make things things stick to it. All that dust, yeah. Fine particulate matter. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's say you give them that. It happened at night. Don't they still have equipment to measure how fast this wind is moving?
Mm-hmm.
Where's that information? They're still speculating about that. They still don't even know it's that.
Yeah, so I don't get what they're even trying to say it is or what it does. They haven't told us anything.
I saw a movie about the cleaning event. It was called Gone with the Wind.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. Was really funny. I love that.
That has a couple of connotations. Hey Nick, what you listening to, bro? Anything good? Hey Nick. Nick. Hi, Mike. Okay, I'm just gonna have to meet. Okay, someone beat me to it. Must be a Roger.
Probably AFK.
Gone with the Wind 2, The Mars Chronicles.
I know. Think of the stories you could write. It's hilarious.
I love it.
I never knew space would be so freaking funny. Oh my gosh.
Well, it's either you take it seriously or you laugh at it. So when I was a kid, or, a little over a decade ago, I was like, yeah, aliens, heck yeah. And I was taking it seriously, right? I can't wait. And now I'm just laughing at it. So it's either you take it seriously or you laugh at it.
Right.
I find it hilarious that they always come up for an answer and people just believe the answer regardless of how preposterous it is.
Right. First try. They come. Yeah. The first thing they come up with to tell people, they buy it right away. Yeah, and they can change their mind 100 times in a year, and it'd be this. And yeah, oh yeah.
You can tell right away when someone's not using when they don't have any common sense. When they're denying their senses, that's a first indication.
Yep. God, I popped on just at the right time when you guys were talking about that too. Very good.
Is the cleaning event every evening or just certain evenings? Is there a cyclical nature to the cleaning event?
Yeah, when they measure, there's too much dust on the rover. It happens to be a cleaning event. Every time. It's coincidence.
Every time. It makes it look really good every time.
It never gets too dirty because there's always a cleaning event. Comes by at the right time.
Well, and there's always footprints next to the thing after a cleaning event. Look, given by these photos. I mean, these photos. Are you kidding? There's footprints all over the place. So how are we supposed to believe that it's a natural event if there's footprints everywhere? Oh, because those footprints last forever. Wait, so that dust doesn't get blown around and the footprints stay, but the dust on the panels gets cleaned off by the event. Got it. Oh, it's so bad.
those are tracks, not footprints. But maybe the Oompa
No,
Loompas.
look.
Maybe the Oompa Loompas on Mars have track feet. I don't know.
Yeah, well, no, it's not tracks. Look, it's clear footprints. And then they kind of mussed them up to make it look like tracks. It's like boot prints, big boot prints. You see them? But either way, yeah, boot prints or not, I do want to know how those tracks, whatever they are, didn't get blown around with the cleaning event wind. And it's only like a couple feet away.
The Oompa Loompas are courteous and use the rake that's provided for the sand trap. Okay.
Yeah, is that like a muddy footprints or something? Is there moisture up there? What's going on with that? Didn't blow away though.
No, no.
Weird.
It just so the cleaning event only focuses on man-made objects placed on Mars.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It's evolution. You wouldn't get it.
Well,
yeah.
Using the word sense kind of loosely.
Mars appears orange. Oompa Loompas are orange. Ergo, Oompa Loompas on Mars.
Yep.
Might as well.
Dude, if I were allowed in the real world to use Glober logic to do two things in my life, it would either go really well or really poorly.
So I checked it. So the spirit is, it worked for 5 years, from 2004 till 2010. And then you have the curiosity, and if I'm not mistaken, that one is still roaming around. 10 years now.
What's been going on for 10 years?
The Curiosity rover.
Oh, got it. 10 years, huh? And it's just flawless. It's just been working the whole time. No worries there.
There were cats on Mars until Curiosity arrived.
Who let the rats out?
Well, why would you need to repair it? It's in space. Space things don't need to be repaired.
They just work perfectly.
They just work the best ever. You know, things on Earth need maintenance and such, but things we send to Mars, boy, that's the best stuff we could ever hope to make.
And the
no maintenance required.
The things they sent out into space, the mechanical parts are on the outside.
Mechanical devices only degrade within Earth's atmosphere. It's science.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, it has to do with oxygen levels. See, there's not enough oxygen on Mars for it to affect anything.
Friction's totally different on Mars.
Yeah, gravity too. You know, the effects of bending space-time is different.
Oh yeah. There are a lot of things going on here, guys, and we're being disrespectful to the official narrative by even questioning it, okay? So I don't know, we might want to change the subject, okay?
So how could you ever question the cleaning event? I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
right?
Well, see, the cleaning event happened twice a week when I was living with my family, because we had a cleaning lady, and she would come perform the event in our house. I wonder what the cleaning lady looks like on Mars.
Natalie Portman.
What about her?
Yeah.
I think that's what they all look like.
So pretty, but a man? I don't want to see that.
She was
So
in
the
Mars Attacks.
The Pathfinder.
Oh, right.
What's going on with the Pathfinder? It's been supposedly they put it on Mars in 1997. What's up with that one? The cleaning event happened on that one too.
We don't have a story about that one just yet.
I
Are they
think they
still-
said it only happened to the other ones within a certain crater, but not those ones.
Are they still communicating with Pathfinder? Let me look at that.
Anybody who's owned a Pathfinder knows that shit's broke down by now.
Yeah, 97 Pathfinder. Get out of here.
Still think Oompa Loompas is the most plausible.
I mean, that is such a quality cleaning event, man. I just keep looking at the cleaned off solar panels, and they are gorgeous, absolutely spotless. After that, of such a chaotic natural event.
Why haven't they driven these things to the freaking face on Mars or the pyramid or whatever they're saying was up there back in those days?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. What? Why haven't we put like I'd put
Pyramid
like
on Mars?
I'd put like a group of cameras watching that face, just to see what happens if anything happens there.
Yeah, why can't they do that? What's up with that?
Oh,
They
because
already
it
sent-
was CGI. That's
They
why
already
we
they
can't
sent a
go
whole
there.
bunch of crap up there already, billions and billions of dollars, okay? Right? And then they don't bring back any information, except like rodents on Mars and stuff like that.
No,
Bring back something interesting. So then they have to do it all over again, send a bunch of junk up there again.
I've heard a rebuttal. So
Ridiculous.
what we think about this? They said you're well, I don't know, stopping humanity from traveling to space. You're preventing humanity from traveling amongst the solar system. That's why our beliefs are dangerous. Because we're preventing it.
No, I don't get it.
But that's like when you say this to someone.
Okay.
This is the kind of rebuttal I've gotten for not going along with it.
I've heard that here before, actually. I heard someone on here say that. You guys are stopping us.
Yeah, you're stopping us from
Stopping?
going.
Yeah, you guys
to-
are preventing us from living out our dreams.
Yeah.
Wait a second. I'm not stopping any criminal organization from taking people's money. I don't have the power to do that. Okay, and if there are any listening, I'm not trying to. Jeez, okay, let me live my life.
The only thing you're stopping is their imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and that is offensive to someone who lives there all day.
Yep.
And we can't forget about the helicopter that went up there. Did the helicopter land and then like they brought it back somehow, or is it still up there?
I don't know.
The big question is, what do they pay the Oompa Loompas for the cleaning event?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
They
You
need
see
to
that the helicopter came back all by itself. You see, the propeller is so powerful, it could propel itself from Mars through the vacuum of space all the way back here to Earth.
without turning.
Let's see if I can get a
Science,
response to this.
science. Don't you understand? It's science, everybody.
That's all you got to do if you don't understand something. Just call it science and, do a couple weird rituals and it comes true. Wait a second, I have a question. Did they launch something back from Mars? They've launched stuff from Mars to here, right?
I thought they said they sent like a probe, picked up some dirt, took some pictures of it or analyzed it somehow, and then sent the data back.
Oh, okay. So they haven't tried to say that they've successfully launched something in an atmosphere they've never tested, right? They haven't gone that far just yet.
Not to the best of my knowledge of their stories.
Yeah, see, I'm just trying to keep it straight because it's well, it's sloppy. Their story's sloppy, so it's difficult to keep up with. Okay, yeah, RP2ification said only images. Okay, yeah, and that's what I thought too, just images and data.
Hey, Glat Flow,
Yes, sir.
have you guys conversed with Monkey 444?
I have not just yet.
Shall he converse with us?
Oh, yeah. What's up, Monkey? Is that a two-headed dog in your picture? Or is that two dogs? Looks like two
Peter
dogs.
Gabriel's Shock the Monkey was a good 80s song.
Shock the monkey. Alrighty, Mr. Monkey, you are ready to talk. All you gotta do is unmute yourself and say hi.
Maybe he knows something about the cleaning event on Mars that we haven't covered already.
Yeah. Monkey, if you know anything about how events on Mars clean dust off of objects, let us know.
Looks like you don't want to talk. Sorry to interrupt. Y'all continue.
Oh, there's no interruption. I don't think we're just kind of spitballing to see how this story could work in reality. Any of these stories.
I'm slightly noticing a positive trend in this little microcosm server here of society. We're getting more honest people and less trolls and anti-flat earthers. Let's hope that trend continues.
It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before the prisoners in the cave realize they're prisoners in a cave.
So, do you guys think that if the people on the television started, admitting that the Earth is flat and, this news on the flat Earth and all that, and just never use the word planet ever again, do you think that the people over at Gem Panda's server would still be like, oh, no, it's a globe. It doesn't matter what the television says. It's a globe.
That's a good question. I wonder.
No, they would immediately accept the television.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I think it'd be a 50-50 split.
I believe there would be a percentage that would fight because they're just strictly anti-flat Earth. That's their whole drive. Like, I don't think they care. They're just anti-flat Earthers.
Right. They don't care either way about the shape of the Earth. They get personal satisfaction by feigning intelligence amongst us.
Even if globe believers become 1%, they'll be that 1% in the corner clutching their globe. They're not going to give it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, unfortunately, it's kind of like one of those violent things. Like when you back a dog up into the corner, you're just trying to feed it or something, right? Or like it has something in its paw, and you want to try to remove it, but it couldn't be more violent and aggressive towards you when all you're trying to do is help it.
Yeah, I think they'd probably go back and find their old TiVos and then just play news programs and television programs from before people were admitting it's flat,
Oh, yeah.
Hey, flat friends.
Hey, girl.
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's good. How are you guys?
Excellent Carrie Underwood cover, I want to tell you.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, thank you.
Did a great job. You need to record it. You need to record it now, though.
Yes, I will one day. My procrastination is off the roof at the moment.
That's all right.
And you and Whitsett smoke poor McClown and Carissa. I felt sorry for Carissa, but y'all go ahead.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that poor girl. She did. She gave it a valiant effort. She did. She gave it a very valiant effort. She tried very hard. And to be honest, also, McToon was letting her, he wasn't like taking the reins from her, or interrupting her. He was letting her speak. So that was good,
Yeah. Yeah. It was just really fun. We had a lot of fun, a lot of laughs.
Yeah, McToon was letting her speak because he just allowed her to dig her own grave and he didn't want to jump in it.
I know.
Yep.
Well, and she was getting sassy in there. I was like, okay, well, you don't need to be upset.
Yeah. You had to call her out on the expiration of the joke.
Yeah.
It was apparent that Carissa did about 10 minutes of research on the subject, or maybe they.
Yes. Yes.
We were getting. She's been called for her dunce cap fitting. Actually, I think she's late.
Well, at least she was able to educate us on the definition of air. So we all learned something.
I'm surprised you guys didn't already know that. And
Yeah.
Thank God for her.
I would be definitely down to debate her again, 1v1. I feel like pretty much every topic we'll strongly disagree with, so maybe it'll be fun.
Yeah, you guys are a perfect team. It's really great to see you guys in action out there, man. Awesome. Really is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it was better than just, not to say that, watching Whitsett destroy people is not one of the best things, because it is one of the best things, but then to have you both like power couple in it, oh man, it was perfect.
Oh.
Thank you.
What's the definition of air? Gas that's around you?
Yeah, well, what's the definition of is, man?
That's so funny.
Well, they wanted the definition of air, so you could say that it's gases, but then wanted to say that the air does not adhere to the laws of gas pressure.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, atmospheric pressure and gas pressure is different. I'm like, well, what's atmospheric pressure made up of? He said pressure. I said, what kind? And he didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Bro, you guys had him backed into corners so many times, and he shut down.
I know. I was watching back and I asked him, like, how did you know the difference between causation and correlation for this observation of the eclipse? And he didn't even say anything. And I'm like, dang it, why did I just let him slide away? Like I should have gone after him. But oh well.
His face was just getting so red. Ugh, felt so bad.
Yeah.
I mean, kinda.
So, Austin, I was talking with a well-known meme maker who was sending some super chats after the debate. And he's like, bro, Austin just needs to have a beat behind him when he answers any question because he just fires that off like it's a straight rap song. I'm like, I'll pass that along to him.
Nice. Jim Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah, he makes fire memes, bro.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, that's what I wouldn't mind being able to slowly, coherently make the point, but they interrupt so much, that it's like, all right, well, I'm just going to fit it in 15 seconds to interrupt that. It's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like I always get backed into a corner where I just have to start. Also did not know it was going to be McToon. I probably would have said, no, make it someone else. We didn't even know.
How'd you not know that?
Because Kyle and I were talking, and we were like, "Yeah, I think it'd be cool if we did a debate." So I reached out to James. I was like, "You want to set up a debate with me and a girl named Kai, 2v2?" And I said, "Preferably, of course, another guy and girl." He said, "Okay, I know Carissa will do it, and I just have to find the guy." And I was like, "Okay." And he knows I don't like McToon, so I just kind of didn't even think it would be him or Skeptic or Fight the Tight Shirt. He knows I don't like those people. But sure enough, the day before, someone's like, "So you're debating McToon?" I'm like, "What?" So it is what it is. I mean, there's no point in debating that guy, in my opinion. But what are you gonna do? I didn't know.
That's awesome. So you hadn't even really been preparing to debate McToon, and you destroyed him anyway. I love it.
Yeah, we made our presentation literally 30 minutes before this debate.
Yeah, I sent y'all a couple memes on that one.
Yeah, because you were hitting up the text chat for some of the memes that you were putting into it.
Yeah.
And they didn't present anything. What's so funny is the Globers are always getting the chat or the comments and say, "I can predict what's going to happen. The flat earthers, the flurfs will bring no positive evidence." It's like the whole thing was positive evidence. Once we falsified that they can't prove the curve, we showed you observations. That's positive evidence, right? But she just talks like a mental midget, and then he shows spherical excess, assuming spherical trigonometry, repetitively saying there's no assumption here. And that was their whole thing. That was their whole presentation. And it's like, if you read the comments, you would have thought we got destroyed or something. And it was quite the opposite.
Well, the lemmings still make up the majority, unfortunately.
Yeah. Dude, Carissa is like the poster girl for Cogdis and appeal to consensus.
Yes. We use our senses, and our senses tell us we live on a ball. Okay.
If she makes it condescending enough, people will believe it, right?
The funniest part to me, there's two parts. It's where he's like, "It was proven in Eddington, 1915." I'm like, "Oh yeah, how do you prove space time bends and warps, bro?" And then he says, "An eclipse." And both Kai and I in unison go, wow.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, wow.
And then she's talking to Carissa later, and Carissa just keeps interrupting, and she's like, "What are you talking about?" And Kai imitates her, goes, "What are you talking about?" It's so funny, dude. So we agree. We're just gonna try to chill, and like they're gonna try to get us mad. That's what they want to do, and so like let's just laugh. If they keep interrupting, just leave it up to the audience to see that clearly they're interrupting, and just like have a good time, you know.
Totally.
Yeah. Because like a lot of people, they won't even be able to really keep up with the technicality of the debate. But if some of it's just like a personality contest, honestly, for like a lot of like newbies that have no idea about the debate. Like part of it is literally just like who seems more like chill, and if your side can just play it off cool, make jokes. Maybe they'll be like, "Hey, these people don't seem like they're on drugs or anything. Like, I'll check out Flat Earth."
I love how they I think it was Carissa was describing how density works in place of gravity, and then you guys started to kind of call her on that, and then she said, "Well, no, but it is gravity, but it's density." It's like, okay,
Yes.
alrighty, yeah, keep talking, honey, keep talking, go right ahead.
Yeah, see, with like the horizon's just an apparent location. Like, yeah, Carissa, that's our argument.
Right.
And that's the big problem, and that's what I was trying to tell her at the very end. Like, a lot of the time, you're just not aware of the claims of the globe model. Once you learn them, like the horizon is a physical location in the globe model. You're like, oh, that's stupid. Because most people realize that the horizon is just apparent. So.
Yep.
Yeah. She's cool though. I mean, I don't have any bad feelings against her. Maybe we can get her in ladies' night.
She's not anywhere close to cool, dude. Did you hear her talking about the jab? She's like, yeah, of course I did. I believe in science. Like,
She did say that a couple times. Do you believe in gravity?
Yeah, she was asking it like, "Do you believe in the color? You don't believe in the color yellow? Oh my god."
Yeah. Yeah.
One thing you can say positive about McToon after the debate is that he didn't take the jab. You know what I'm saying? That's the only positive thing. He said that he used a word that means
ambivalent.
Yeah, meaning like I have mixed
Doesn't care.
feelings.
Oh yeah.
Like he doesn't really know. He's not sure about it. He has mixed feelings. So he didn't take it. He just knows that most of the people that watch him did. So he's never going to say that he's against it. He's just going to keep this this position of ambiguity, right? Like if he took it, he'd be the first one to be like, "Oh man, it's science."
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you could say when it comes down to a life or death situation, he just doesn't trust the science.
Yeah, there you go. His true colors are shown. And dude, he spiraled so hard after that. He's tagged me in like 2 Facebook posts, like just bashing me, and then he posted on his channel, Austin Witsit Gets It debunking the Black Swan 1,000 times, and he puts me where I'm like, I think it's the ranty debate where I'm like, you didn't even account for a fraction at all in this, where you guys always talk about it. We know that there's atmospheric conditions at play. That's what it is whenever you're looking through the atmosphere. And he loops it over and over and over 1,000 times for an hour and 20 minutes. He's put that out since the debate. So he's like freaking out, like trying to damage control.
But correct me if I'm wrong, even if you use their standard refraction model, it still does not comport to the image.
No, it extends it to 1.32 instead of 1.22. It's not even close.
So what is his argument about refraction being applied to that image?
Yeah, well, what he will say is, well, that's just standard. This is extreme refraction, and it's a coefficient of 2 or more, which is infinite refraction, which means you could see something from all the way around the globe, literally all the way back to you, is a coefficient of 2 or more. So, yeah, I don't know. He's just dumb.
So does he have a data set for this refraction that we can use as a guide to prove whether it is or is not correct? I mean, like, what is he using for extreme refraction? You can just plug in whatever numbers you want to make the picture comport to it, right?
Yeah. Literally, what you do is you just come up with a rate, right? So, like the rate that light would have to quote unquote bend around the ball. In that instant, it's extremely far. It's basically like it has to bend at the rate of infinite refraction, right? And you just come up with that rate, and then you would just try to come up with some type of mathematical equation to explain how that rate was attained. But they don't even typically do that much. They just say the rate. And actually, 99% of them don't even say that. They just say the word over and over. So, like, because they know that once you get into the specifics of it, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, so it's almost like the equivalency of putting on a camera lens or on binoculars the setting where it just says infinite for zoom.
Yeah.
Meaning the focal length is quote unquote infinite.
Yep. Coefficient of 2 or more. Because I debated McToon right when the Black Swan came out. And I woke up from a nap and walked over there and that's what he said. This appears to be a coefficient of 2 or more. I'm like, what? That's infinite refraction, bro. That's like if you shine a flashlight forward, it'll come and hit you in the butt.
So is it refraction is why we can't see the curvature, but we know it's there?
Yes, according to him.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I'm trying to distill it into one sentence so I can just destroy people with that one sentence.
Yeah, that's what I do. I've yet to meet a Glober that will ever answer, like, because it sounds so bad. You're like, so we never see the actual curvature of the Earth, then, right? And he's like, there's always modification. So we never see the actual curvature of the Earth, then, right? You just keep on saying it.
We never see the unmodified.
But so does that mean we never see the actual, And then he'll say, he said, we never see the actual anything.
Yeah, actually anything. Oh my god. Wow, so science doesn't even prove anything? Whoa, this just turned into a way different conversation, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, when people say science doesn't prove things, you say, okay, so then we can't scientifically prove the globe, right? Like, they're just little questions that just destroy them.
Yeah.
We don't actually see a unicorn, but those exist too, right?
Yeah, and they said that was a straw man. I'm like, no. She said repetitively to Kai. She's like, well, just because we don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And so I'm like, okay, I've never seen Superman, but that doesn't mean he doesn't exist. And they spiral. They're like, straw man. No, dude, that's what she just said.
Did they also try to use the example of you don't actually see the location of the fish through water? Didn't they try to do that as well?
Yeah, or a pencil in water, yeah.
Yeah, which that's two totally different mediums. That's when you're looking through the atmosphere, you only have one medium. It's not two totally different mediums. Not saying that refraction can't exist within the atmosphere, but it's completely different than equating it to atmosphere and water, like straight
Exactly.
water.
That's what you want to hone in on, right? That's Snell's law. It's about the change of perception from two media, like two different medium. So you got air and water. That's what refraction is. You really can't have the actual phenomena of refraction in the atmosphere. And if you want to get technical, right? That's why I use a differential equation of Snell's law, because it's a singular medium. That's why even Andrew Thomas Young says, well, there is no actual horizontal boundary, meaning there is not a boundary of two different medium that it switches through. So we just kind of have to breeze past that. And then we have to invoke a light ray, even though it's not real. So like, what's his name? QE did a really good presentation on refraction recently. He explains that. But that's the simplest thing. Or yeah, it's not analogous. That's a change of two mediums, and the air is one medium. And they'll say, well, there's different densities in the medium. Like, okay, it's one medium. There's not a horizontal hard boundary of medium.
Yeah, because doesn't Snell's law, it relies on the angle of incidence to that hard, fast medium change, right?
Correct. The presentation is really good. It's kind of long. It's 2 hours. I was there. It's really good though. Like it's simple stuff. To use terrestrial refraction, they invoke the R value, 7/6R. You can't do that. That's in contention. It's not. It's a category error. The Earth isn't expanding in size, right? So if you use the R value to come up with your equation, that's literally a non sequitur. That's what's in contention. In addition, it only extends to 1.32, so it'd have to be a way bigger number than 7/6. 6R. It'd have to be a way bigger number. So those are two basic problems, and then you have the idea of refraction not having two medium in general, right? So these are the three primary things that just destroy their argument of refraction. They'll never acknowledge it. Like McToon can acknowledge it either. I'm like, so is the actual radiation? And he's like, no, and they act like we're dumb. Like I don't understand what he's doing. Yeah, you're coming up with the supposed rate light bends based on just fluctuating the R value for intents and purposes. So it's just theoretical. It has nothing to do with reality. You know what I'm saying? It's just really bad. The globe is so far beyond dead. It's pretty insane.
And also, Austin, they can never provide an example of the horizon being moved by refraction, as far as I know, correct? Like you were saying, the difference between the ground and the air.
Well, no, yeah, like refraction is always a phenomenon relative to the horizon, and the horizon.
Right, not the horizon itself. Right, that's what I'm saying.
Correct.
It's just stupid. They're stupid.
Yeah, I notice a lot of Globers are hung up on the whole math is reality. If the equation works, it means it's true. Like they care not for the values that are input into it and what those represent. Just as long as the equation works, then it's true. Happens a lot.
Hey, make sure you wear your NASA t-shirt when you get your 5th booster shot. That had me dying. And then when that super chat asked for McToon to define the 4th dimension, and he just said, get educated.
Yes.
We don't have time for a relativity lecture.
Yes.
That was so embarrassing for him.
That was that was Jim Bob's.
Yep. Which was so funny, right? He's like, it's not space and time, it's just space time. It's literally space and time. And you have a grid system that you use to try to map it out. That's where you get your dimensions. Right? So you have space, the idea of dimensions, right? But space itself is the idea of emptiness, of privation, what the dimensions are of. So it is literally space and time combined. So I know a bunch of flat earthers kind of back down when they say that. No, it literally is. I read it. That's what it is. It's about. That's why they say space is a vacuum, because the lights have to be so far away because they don't change, and the only way the lights can be that far away is if they're in a vacuum, and they still are too far away. So it's like, don't back down from them. No, it's space and time, two concepts. And that's literally what the theory of relativity is. You can read it.
Yeah, it perfectly follows a reification fallacy, 100%.
Can light travel through a vacuum?
Yes.
Actually, it can. Yeah, you can shoot a laser through a vacuum chamber, and it actually seems to work a little more efficiently. That's why they came up with the idea of "quote unquote" quantum foam or quantum energy, because they can't acknowledge the background medium. People call it the ether. I now call it the Hashemayim, the unseen existences. But yeah, I mean, there is a medium there because the laser goes through the vacuum chamber. You don't see it till it gets to the other side.
Still, though, I guess the divergent rays from the sun are kind of suspicious in regards to the globe model. You know, like, is it really 93 million miles away? And then when the light hits the atmosphere, then it, spreads out like that, like it's close.
Parallel, bro. Always.
Yeah, like the thing with that is, like, they say it's just a perception, right? But if you have, it's like perspective. But if you had parallel rays coming in on the Earth equally distributed, you would have parallel rays all over the sky. If it was just perception relative to an obstruction in the atmosphere, right, you'd have equally distributed parallel rays across the whole sky. So you would get the divergent ray illusion all over the sky, but we only see them converging onto the actual position of the sun, or the apparent position of the sun, right? So that's why it doesn't work. It's dumb. The whole globe Earth model is dumb, bro. It's actually dumb. I've never had anyone ever answer that question, by the way. I've never had a glober answer the question. Wouldn't there be evenly distributed divergent rays, right? Because there's parallel rays all across the whole sky. They'll just say no. What their objectively would be. They'll never explain it. It's an unanswerable question. Just like, how can you attribute physical properties to conceptual abstractions? Space-time is a concept. So how can it have physical properties? You'll never get a legitimate answer back to that. You'll never get a legitimate answer back to, well, if we never see the curvature of the Earth in actuality, how do we know it's there? You'll never get an answer to that. All right, so just hit them from the jump, like with the unanswerable questions. The debate is far beyond over.
Well, there's kiddos in the YouTube chat that still think that there's a debate going on.
Yeah, but they typically just spam ad-homs.
Yeah, that's all they're doing. So, someone in there just said, Witsit is great, but his electrostatic gravity is a load of horse shit. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. That may be a flat earther, but it's like, whatever. No one can debate me on that either. So, if all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, and it affects directionality, then how can you say that any phenomena of acceleration isn't related to electrostatics? You literally cannot. All molecular attractive forces are electrostatic. And I bring it up to just destroy the globe. That's why I get frustrated when the flat earthers get mad about it. I'm like, dude, this isn't arguing against you. Like, helium goes up. Yeah, I know. Electrostatics is super, super weak. That's why it destroys the globe. It destroys the globe because it's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. And it does not prevent gas from dispersing omnidirectional because its elastic velocity is so much stronger, right? So it's like, this is actually just a nail in the coffin, but no one will ever debate that either. No one will ever be able to debate that. It isn't debatable. Like, I don't just run around just saying things. I've been pretty tactical about it. There is no answer. If everything that exists is electrostatic and you can't isolate and control that variable and remove it, you can never prove gravity. And you can also, on the same token for the flat earthers, you can never say that you know that the only thing at play is density if also electrostatics is there. You don't have to say that's the cause, right? You have to acknowledge it's a variable. If you don't, you're wrong. Like, I'm sorry. It is just objectively there. And then when we take the approach of, well, a real scientific experiment, scientific method, right? You need a naturally occurring observable phenomena. That's what you have with lightning and bumblebees and beetles and spiders. Those are naturally occurring electrostatic phenomena affecting directionality. You can use a Van de Graaff generator to make things go up and down by manipulating electrostatics. The Earth's electrostatic, its electrostatic potential constantly fluctuates, right? And you can never control or exclude that variable. It's just objective. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think solar cycles have an impact on that electrostatic action?
Probably.
There are, yeah.
Yeah.
I've read a lot of Wall Thornhill stuff on the electric dipole gravity model. Who did you get like most of your knowledge from? on this specific topic? Because I'm really interested in digging into it.
I gathered a lot of different stuff from. You have to take the good and leave the bad, right? But
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I know walls and the globe.
Ken Willer isn't bad, and then it'll take you back to the fatherheads of electrical field theory. So you have like Steinmetz. Steinmetz does a pretty good job breaking it down. Even Tesla does a good job breaking it down. Oliver Heaviside. So it's like before they flooded science down with pseudoscience, the fatherheads of electrical field theory, right? And it's really specifically dielectrics. I say electrostatics because everyone knows what that is. They're interchangeable though. Now dielectrics has a misinterpretation, but I would say not everyone's up for going and reading Oliver Heaviside, but like Ken Willard does a pretty good job, honestly. A lot of people don't like him, and he's wrong about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. Not everyone's right about everything. Like, no person has the entire picture perfectly. Like, you gotta, like you said, take the good, leave the bad. Figure it out yourself.
Exactly.
Well,
he calls it incoherent. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just gonna say he recently did that moon experiment, didn't he? And he actually came to the conclusion that the moonlight was cold.
Yep. Yeah, he measured the temperature of the moonlight relative to the shadow.
Have you watched Eric Dollard's lectures on the history and theory of electricity and anti-relativity?
Yes, Eric Dollar is also a good person to look into.
Yeah, I love his lectures.
Like, this is like, if you're going to just listen to flat earthers, you're screwed, right? So, like, just go listen to the aspects that are relevant to what you're learning right then, right? Like Dollard and Ken Willer, they're not flat earthers, but that doesn't mean that they don't know how dielectrics work.
Yeah, definitely. And like you can just tell, like the people who start getting into the electromagnetic aspects of nature and whatnot, they often have a very hard time getting funding for research. Like just how they're treated shows how desperate they are to keep this under wraps and prevent people from knowing about it.
Yeah, they say they're looking for the unified theory of everything, right? Because the theory of relativity is off by 95% dark matter, dark energy. It doesn't work at all on the quantum scale. So they're just still looking for the quote-unquote unified theory of everything. It's right in front of everyone. It's just electrics. Everything's electric. It's so simple. There is a unified theory of everything. Everything is intrinsically electrostatic. Everything. And technically magnetic, just not coherently magnetic, right? Which people think that magnetism is just coherent magnetism, but it's not. Your wood table is magnetic technically, right? Because magnetism is the dielectric field. If it's not coherent, then it's just not powerful. You're not going to know it. But that is the unifying theory: is that everything is electrostatic, electric, dielectric, whatever. Gotta be specific, right? Because electrical technically is like the hybrid of magnetism and dielectricity.
Yeah, and this also, like, studying how human physiology is influenced by these electromagnetic fields and Earth's resonance, like, that alone proves that we cannot leave. We can't go to the moon if our heart, our brain... they did military studies, I think back in the 50s. They put people in a bunker and filtered out the Schumann resonance. I think it's like 7.2 something hertz. And when they filtered it out, people instantaneously lost their alpha brainwave state. They became incredibly fatigued. They couldn't think. They got super sick. They started hallucinating. So, like, how did they survive that on the moon?
Dude, that's a very good point. And actually, that's why if you really re-examine what's going on right now with all of these injections and with all the new radiation and what that's going on, right? Let's just say that. It's pretty crazy. I think they might literally create a matrix, right? So, like, Tesla has a quote. Alpha waves in the human brain are between 6 and 8 hertz. The wave frequency of the human cavity resonates between 6 and 8 hertz. All biological systems operate in the same frequency range. The human brain's alpha waves function in this range, and the electrical resonance of the earth is between 6 and 8 hertz. Thus, our entire biological system, the brain and the earth itself, work on the same frequencies. If we can control that resonant system electronically, we can directly control the entire mental system of humankind. That's Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, Rudolf Steiner had some quotes about that too. He did some interviews like back in the early 1900s, late 1800s when they were putting up power lines, and people were talking about how it disconnected them from their spirituality. It severed them from God. It seems like that's the purpose, trapping people in the material. No more
I was watching that.
Wow.
I watched that
I would.
CNN special you put up. Wasn't that you that put up that CNN special about
Yeah.
different? Yeah.
Yeah, they did like a 30-minute piece on it in 1985 about how they could put voices in your head and manipulate your consciousness, all kinds of stuff.
God help us.
I think that is the purpose. Like, I got this paper. We can't say the bad word because this is live stream, but I got a paper from Luxembourg that confirms that magnetic phenomenon.
Yeah, like this is why just making sure that you're humble and just like be honest with the creator because he's real is so important, right? Because like that's what protects you, right? It's not like you're not helpless. That's what they want you to think. And I would say that if your spirit is slowly corroding and you're sinking into depravity and you don't humble yourself with the creator, then maybe you are vulnerable, yeah. Right, but you're not if that's not the case. And your electromagnetic aura, which is literal, when people say you have an aura, they're literally accurate, which is why I told you to stay 6 feet away, et cetera, et cetera. Right, it's much stronger whenever you have this spiritual clarity. Right. So.
Yeah, have you heard of the Heart Math Institute? They have a bunch of stuff on like the heart torus field interactions and emotions and how people communicate through it.
I have not.
You got a link?
Yeah, look up a Heart Math Institute. They got a bunch of research on it. It's really cool.
It's so crazy to realize how little you know about your own self.
We're very, very powerful, man. That's why it takes so much to try to trap people. It takes like 18 months of propaganda and fear and manipulative frequencies from the TV and removing social interaction. Like we're super, super powerful, bro. Literally powerful, right? Like we actually emit
6 foot distance.
Yeah, because that's the typical average of an electromagnetic aura of a human. Of like a radius.
It can get a lot bigger too. Like the Heart Math Institute showed that like feelings of fear make it smaller, like 2 to 4 feet, but feelings of love can make it go hundreds of feet.
Yep, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's like they can't really mess with you if you're in the right frequency, right? Like it really comes down to just like being a good person. Even though Yeshua said no man is good, you know what I'm saying, right? Like having pure intention and being right with the creator and being humble and caring about others. Not living in fear, like they can't.
Yeah, just love and simple.
Sounds really simple.
You would think so.
18 months to flatten the curve.
Yeah, man, it's gonna go way longer.
Yeah, the electrophysiology stuff. It just everything they're doing and trying to recommend that you do is so antithetical to what's healthy and what keeps you happy. Like covering your face so you can't see facial expressions. Like what 90% of communication is through nonverbal cues, and then keeping people apart so their heart field isn't interacting. It's so obviously malicious.
Yeah, and this is actually why I do what I do right now. And this is on like I love to reach adults. That's cool, but it's really because of the children. But see, the children are so much more dangerous to their plans because they live in these frequencies naturally, right? Like they're trusting. They're much more empathetic. They have a lot more empathy. They have a lot more love, right? So they're super powerful. Children are super, super powerful. So that's why they're now torturing them, scaring them, masking them up. Like, how does a child learn how to read? You can't see the teacher pronouncing the words, right? They're being tortured because they want to. They really need to hit those frequencies. So you get the parents pass it down to the children. The children live if you can get the children to live in a state of fear without comprehending it, you can lower their ability to combat the system. That's why I'm standing up around the U.S. It's for the children. It's not for the psychopathic adult that wants to run around about murdering babies. I don't care about. I do care, I guess, right? But only those that want to hear. I'm much more concerned with the children. I know that they know that they're very powerful, and this is why if you read to not get too specific because it's morbid, but if you read their books, they're very, very like hyper specific about abusing children and under certain ages because they know the power that's there.
Yeah, I read an interesting paper on adrenochrome from the 1960s. It's kind of a weird theory, but they did an experiment with a human subject, and when they gave him adrenochrome, he described his perception of time changing. So perhaps that's another aspect to it. Like, you know how adrenaline makes time slow down? Like if you get in a car accident, you feel like time slowed down. It's kind of that same effect. So if they're abusing kids to acquire that, perhaps they're perceiving time slower as a result, which helps them be more successful or whatever else. Like it's giving them control over the perception of time, essentially.
Right. Which is a trip, bro. That's such a trip.
Mind-blowing and terrifying.
Because like there's that movie, what is it? It's about the like really special pill this guy, Limitless, right? And what it just slows everything down for him. That's what Limitless does. Like when he reads, he just learns languages super fast, and like all of a sudden everything slows down. He's able to like read all the way through the page because time is slowing down. It's like in plain sight. They're showing you, like exactly how they go about it. I don't know, and it's really morbid, but I just know they know the powers in the children, and that's why actually Yah straight up tells us to be childlike. And, you know, like not regarding like knowledge and wisdom and stuff. You attain positive things as you get older, but like spiritually, like children, it's for a reason. It's because you're powerful, bro. It's like that's why I've finally gotten to the point in my life where I literally don't fear things. People are like, you're at the White House, I thought a sniper was going to get you. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I go toe to toe with the Secret Service and they have to leave. It's fine. And now I don't have any worries and everything is fine. And I'm like as happy as I've ever been, bro, because I know they can't mess with me.
Yeah, you can't be fearful. I know when people first start getting into conspiratorial stuff, like the initial reaction is fear and initial denial because they don't want it to be true. But after a certain point, you kind of become desensitized to it, and then it becomes like a sort of righteousness. Like you want to be on the good side. You don't want to be spreading any of that negativity, and you want to be righteous and trying to wake people up to it.
Yeah, and try and find that line where you can make sure you allow people to heed a warning or like get the message out it needs to be, but not where it has this undertone of so much fear porn, because then you're actually feeding the beast, right? It's like, and they trap truthers into it a lot. I have to always try to watch myself even, right? Because it's like, wow, are they really going to rush this down to ages 5 and up? Which they are, by the way. They definitely are. That's a positive. Mark my word, it's going down to 5 years old. And so, but like, you can't let the fear overcome you, bro, because that's when you're weak. And that's why I just say, like, just get right with the creator, man. And it doesn't have anything to do with religion, bro. Religion sucks. In fact, modern religion is used to scare you, scare you into obedience, right? There's only be like, just talk to the creator, bro. Like he's your homie, not like, dear, I'm writing a letter. I'm trying to get accepted into school. It's like, just be real. Before you say what you say, he knows. But there is a real personal creator that made everything for you. He loves you, and he just wants you to be really powerful. Yeah, and that's actually what Yeshua was saying. He's like, bro, you're super powerful, Mike. How long I got to be with you before you realize how powerful you are? You're not understanding. Like, if just a small percentage of us figured this out, then they would never have a chance to pull this stuff off. And that's why when I go to Flattoberfest, I love it. It's coming up at the end of October because there's so many people on that same wavelength, even though waves don't have links in our things. There, right? It's so powerful. There's just 500 people there, and it feels like that room could take down the whole system. This is why they don't want us in that frequency together, because just a small percentage is so much stronger. You have like 300 million people in this like 2-foot radius of electromagnetic aura, but you have 10 million people with the 100-foot radius of electromagnetic aura power that they have, right? It's like we still win. So I just try to stay positive and make sure people realize what they have. And sometimes you have to break through the intellectual barriers with them, which is why conversations like this is so good to say to other people. Like, I Googled that. I'm going to keep it pulled up and look at the Heart Institute thing you told me, Heart Math Institute, right? Because if you can break through their intellectual barriers where it's like, no, look, like there's a resonance field in the earth and it operates within the same frequencies as your body and your brain. and here's literally how your heart works. Here's literally effects of these emotions on your literal aura that you have, and you can show them like science. It'll just kind of get their stupid little carnal mind out of the way, right? And then maybe they'll start to realize the power they have. This whole entire thing's about taking your power away. That's why it's all around fear. All of it. It's all about fear. Fear, 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 fear. Be in fear, be in fear. Because you're basically really dumb when you're scared. And this is no disrespect to women either, of course, because I love them and I think that they're much better at things than men. But women are more emotionally inclined, you know what I'm saying? And that's why, like, in a really, really emotionally stressful situation, sometimes they'll just make like erratic decisions, even though they think it's in their best interest, right? It's like, and men do it too. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, like, that's why they are actually more inclined to their power, because they're more empathic and intuitive, and they are closer to their emotional understanding. And at the same time, sometimes it overrides the logic. And if they can get you scared, dude, then you're just dumb. And in no way saying women are dumb. You see what I'm saying? Like, if they can get you scared, then you make irrational decisions. And so that's why they're scaring everyone. They're scaring everyone with the actual air. You can't escape the air, bro. There's nowhere you can go that there's not air. So they've given this omnipresent threat to put you in a state of fear. And that's why you now see people like, I'm sick because you didn't get your jab. And it's like, oh, I need another one. But mine is working. That's why I need to keep getting them. It's gotten to just okay. The mainstream narrative is so illogical now. That's how you know how scared everyone is. That's kind of what I'm trying to say, right? If you want to know how scared everyone is, look at how illogical what they tell us to believe is.
Yeah, I mean, all of virology is inverted. I don't know how much, if you've dug into like the germ theory versus terrain theory and how virology started and how they quote unquote proved causality with the use of excessive adjuvants in conjunction with the quote unquote viruses, which are just exosomes and extracellular vesicles. Like, the evidence for viral causality of disease is so laughable. It's mind blowing how many people have just got sucked into it. And I think the purpose of it was to just create fear. Like, instead of it being the people at the top making your environment super toxic, pumping DDT in the atmosphere and all kinds of other toxins around you that do make you sick, they wanted to gaslight you and go, oh no, it's your fellow human. They're carrying this little microscopic particle that on its own can make you sick. Even though they're all around you, your gut is full of quote unquote pathogens. You're made of all types of like viroproteins, supposedly. So it just, the logic of causality, the evidence for causality, it's all just to make you fearful of your fellow people and make you want to stay away from it.
That's a positive that came out of this, right? Tons of truthers looked into that, and like virology is pseudoscience. But the reason they did it is really simple, right? It creates an existential threat, right? Like there's an exterior threat to you. That's a totally different ball game. So
And it's a
that
gaslight
way you
too.
look at them.
Like, it just straight up gaslights, because you can look at look at polio. If you look at the DDT rates with polio, it's perfect correlation. There's evidence for DDT being a nervous system paralent. Like, for every pandemic, there is a better explanation that is an environmental toxin than the viral component itself. Every single pandemic, like the past century, you can look into every single one of them. Like the Spanish flu, that correlated with us putting radio waves up in radar and power lines, and then you can see these pandemics popping up every time something new is added to our environment. Something perhaps like wireless technology, electric fields, and all the toxins they love to pump in.
They
That's a
also
good point.
started to push
It
meningitis
reminds me.
vaccine.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good, man. Go.
I was saying at the same time as the Spanish flu ordeal, they also pushed meningitis vaccines. And they gave them to a bunch of people that were across seas in a war. And they're like, okay, they all started getting sick because they kept them in super poor conditions and gave them that shot. And then they're like, oh, they're coming back over here, they'll get you sick. So then they got the American public to take it. And many studies will show that it appears that it's those people that were really getting sick, and it was those that didn't take it that were taking care of the other ones. Right, so you have like the introduction of radiation, and you have that meningitis injection at the same time. That is really why that happened. Of course, the numbers are also drastically inflated. You can look at newspaper articles from back then, and the number's like 200,000. You go Google it right now; it's going to say millions and millions and millions and millions of people. So it was on the third page of newspapers back then. It wasn't even like a headline story.
Yeah, it's
What you were talking about. What you were talking about earlier, both of you guys now, reminds me of what Reagan said to the UN. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Exactly. Existential threats are people's logical kryptonite.
Yep.
Yeah, with the jabs too. I think part of the reason there's a bio-initiative report. I don't know if you've read through that. It's like this big review on the effects of EMF and radio frequencies and electric fields and whatnot. But I think one of the main purposes of all these jabs that we've had throughout history is to continually increase the heavy metal load that we have, and we know those heavy metals can interact with the electromagnetic environment. So they're you're getting fucked from every vector essentially, and it's just driving you to fear, driving you to have reduced consciousness, reduced perception. And I'm sure I know you mentioned this before, and I know we can't get too much into it because this is live stream, but the nanoparticle aspect and the way that they're delivered and what they're combined with other adjuvants, you can't see it as anything else other than malicious with malice and forethought. It's the only way you can look at it when you look at the mechanisms of how it's delivered, how it's absorbed, where it goes.
It's just, again, though, you can look at everything two ways, right? So you look at the positive that they're hitting us from all angles: food, water, radiation, environmental toxins, and still, if in the proper state of mind, certainly spiritually, you can't be messed with because of your electromagnetic aura. So, like, they really can't. The power of humans is way too powerful as long as you actually obtain it and keep it in the right frequency. It doesn't matter how many angles they attack you. They have to do all that just to like get the people that are brainwashed, right? So it's like there's a positive or a negative angle of all of it, and they want you to view the negative in fear, and then you're weak.
Yep, definitely. Strength of mind. I put another link in the chat, Project Bazaar. I have some PDFs too from the Soviet Union on how they were able to control people's behavior and like perception of time, their sleep rhythm, and all kinds of stuff with radio waves and various frequencies. So when they tell you, like in the modern day, that there's no evidence that radiation or EMF or anything is harmful, if you actually read the insert of if you buy a cell phone and you read the insert on the inside of it, it says keep it away from your body at all times. 8 inches away from your body at all times. Like no equivocation on it, just straight up, don't put it close to your body. And you have all the bioinitiative report studies that clearly show it's heavily impactful on brainwave states. And yeah, so that's why it's more important. You don't want to be fearful of it. You want to understand it and then use the power of God within you to make sure you're not falling to that fear, and which makes you more susceptible to it too. Like just living in fear, that tanks your immune system by itself. So it's all about strength of mind. That's why you should pray, meditate, do what you got to do. Yeah, here's the other one. I'll put it in chat for you. Hang on.
Nope. I think Kyle needs to use her phone. Nice conversation though, guys. And if you have anything that's cool like that, bro, if you want to shoot me a DM, that would be dope. And I'll catch up with y'all on the flip side, like a coin toss.
See
Cool,
y'all,
brother. Hey, thanks for all your work, brother. Really appreciate that, both of you guys.
Of course, bro. Much love.
God, I love those two.
Yeah, Austin's about as big brained as it gets.
For real. He needs to do a few more raps too, man.
Anyone want these Soviet papers on
Sure.
how they manipulate behavior with these human fields?
Yeah, great, man. Send them my way or just post them in the chat.
Mic check.
Checks out
Hey.
good.
Did I just turn up to dead air, or what happened?
No, Witsit and Kai were here for a little while. So they were having a conversation with some of us.
Local celebrities, Witsit and Kai.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. So yeah, this is the it's Soviet D-class stuff. Gets into psychological phenomena and psychological weapons. Use of microwave and frequencies to induce hypnotic states.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I've read some of those. Yeah, I've checked that out, a little bit of that myself.
What do you guys think about the sleep experiment stuff?
Elaborate.
Hang on. It's like a German. It was like they gave people a bunch of meth and then had them stay up for like a while in the same room together. Hold on a sec.
Doesn't sound like a good idea.
German
They
sleep
were
study.
They were calling that a study back then.
Yeah.
Is that like how an orca studies a seal?
Orcas study seals?
Yeah, as they do the vivisection.
I don't know where.
Okay, so this is called the Russian sleep
Is
experiment.
that too subtle?
I don't know where this just went to. I'm lost. I like what we're talking about. You guys were talking about frequencies and things like that. That's very.
I have everything on that. I have like hundreds of documents on the subject. A lot of the Soviet D-class docs from it, early military stuff, the bunker studies that they did, the Bioinitiative report, which is like 2,000 pages of evidence review on its effects on physiology and
What I do is I go out into the woods and I sit down on a tarp.
grounding. Well, you want to make sure you're touching the earth. Like your skin should touch the earth so you get the free electrons from it.
Yeah, but I've been. I imagine that what I'm doing is I'm practicing with like listening and becoming aware of my surroundings or something. I've always wondered that about. This might sound kind of weird. Like before, I guess I would have to call myself a globe believer, but I used to believe that my spirit or something went out into mechanical devices that I was like connected to, and that I had some kind of effect on them. Now, I mean, I know that sounds a little far out, but what we were talking about earlier about your aura expanding out from us, right?
Yeah, that's in the Heart Math Institute studies.
I know. Yep.
It's definitive too. Like they've replicated these results a bunch of times. Like when people experience the positive human emotions, the love, kindness, like those kind of things, their field magnifies tremendously. And to switch an entire group of people, I don't remember how many people it was in total. I think it was like 200 something people in a room, and the 1% of the group, if they emit enough love and kindness and their field gets big enough, they can change the rest of the group with them. So it's not just like everyone has to think the same way. All it takes is like 1% to be awake and loving and kind, and it can shift everything else. That's why, I mean, with the lockdown measures, that's why I want to keep everyone away from each other and to foment fear, because all it takes is just 1% of the world population to wake up and flip that, and things change. There's also the GCP DOT. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's like the Global Consciousness Project or something, where they measure random number generators and the influence of events on it.
Right. Yeah, I have heard of that. Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool. Obviously,
I was going to say I learned about. Oh wait a minute, what were we talking about? I just had a brain fart. Oh, the heart math. Yeah, I learned about the heart math like more than 20 years ago when I was in massage therapy school. I learned about. I was reading books like the Body Mind book and all those kind of things. Yeah, so.
Yeah, this has been described for however many years. Like this has been well known. Like it's a metaphysical concept in terms of like the description of it, supposed shape of it. It's a very, very interesting topic to dig into. I'm gonna put as many of these docs in the chat as I can. I don't want to spam too much, but I'll try to put the good ones if you guys want to dig through it.
Oh man, you can post whatever you want, dude. It's not spamming if it's vital.
Oh, okay. There's another book by Robert Becker called The Body Electric that goes through all the electrophysiology and how they took I think it was a tadpole, and what they did is they exposed it to a dual magnetic field with like south and south on each side. So like two magnets, one at the top, one at the bottom. And when they grew the tadpole in that environment, it grew two heads. Like it didn't have legs, it just had a head on both sides, so that you can even influence the propagation and development of species by changing the directionality of the field when that species is growing, or when that whatever subject is growing. So it makes you look at the current environment we live in with a lot more scrutiny when you understand how it influences the development of children and everything else and life in general. Let me find the Becker book. It's quite long and it gets pretty complicated towards the end of it when he starts getting into some of the mechanistic action, but it's still it'll prove to you, like if you read that book, you'll know with 100% certainty there's no way we went to the moon. Just absolutely no way any life form could survive outside Earth's magnetic field. You can't do it.
Yeah, because if we're connected to the life stuff that gives life here on Earth, then we can't leave. You can't leave that.
Yeah, our heart is governed, like our whole circadian rhythm, our brain waves, it's our genetic expression, it's all governed by the magnetic field so if you leave that, which the moon is 120 something thousand miles away, 126,000, I think is what they say. That is far beyond any sort of Earth resonance or magnetic field.
No way, bro. That just means that the atmosphere extends all the way out there, bro.
Yeah, I think they did come out and say that too. They said that.
Yeah, well, they said, okay, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, which one is it? You can't have it both ways.
Exactly.
Either the moon's in our atmosphere, or the moon's, 150 plus thousand miles away. One or the other, guys.
Yeah, they also said that Earth is covered with a plasma shield of killer electrons. The plasma is like 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. How do we get stuff through that to go deep into space, supposedly? Like, how does any electronic survive that far out and away? Like, there's no logic behind any of it. It's just believe.
Oh, wait, that's a question that Witsit should add to his questions. Is the moon in Earth's atmosphere?
Oh, yeah.
I just thought of that.
Which account should I ping? He said he wanted me to send him stuff. Should I ping his Witsit account or Mrs. Witsit?
No, just right-click on his name here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you didn't.
I DM'd him. I still don't know if he's using another account because his Witsit account wasn't very active when I looked at it.
Probably DM him here. I would say, yeah.
Because I want to dump a ton of shit on all this electromagnetic physiology stuff. I think it would definitely help the argument against us going to the moon. Like, just explaining the physiology aspects, like, it proves unequivocally we cannot go outside of Earth's magnetic field.
Okay, the things I was thinking about when you guys were having a conversation are coming back. So, the Schumann resonance. That's right. Have you guys heard that the Schumann resonance has actually increased?
Yeah, I've been watching it for like 3 years. It has
Is it like up to 20 now or something?
Oh, it is like multiple orders of magnitude higher, and it started at the very beginning of 2020. Pre-2020, it was well average, and then the second this BS pandemic started, the Schumann resonance spiked, and it's been consistent.
So if any of you felt this increase in energy? Because I sure the hell have, man.
Yep.
I have to admit, I felt it.
Yeah, like there have been days where I was like, man, I feel off, and I go check the Schumann resonance, and like.
So do you think they're trying to change it? You think they're trying to change it?
Yes, most definitely. I think they're geoengineering the environment to try and manipulate the magnetic field, because they say it's dropped by like 50%. Like the strength of it has dropped by like 50% since the 1950s. So I think they're trying to artificially do something to maintain it or manipulate it, and then by manipulating the magnetic field of the Earth, you're manipulating all life within it.
Yeah,
as well.
ridiculous. These people are trying to be gods. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, Bill Gates wants to block the sun. He wants to spray sulfuric acid and metals up there to block it.
They don't care. This philosophy is much more important to any of human life. They don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about anybody else but their little sick dream. Yeah, it's a lie.
Hey, Sonny, just in case there's somebody out there listening that doesn't know what the Schumann resonance is, somebody give a brief description.
Yeah, that's the frequency that they say has been measured is the Earth's frequency, and it's very closely aligned with human beings' actual frequency, base frequency. Which is about what? From 5... I just looked it up. 5.83 to 7.23 or something like that.
If you're tampering with that, you are altering the way your brain functions.
Yes.
The brain waves. It directly affects.
Here we go. I'm pulling up some information on it. It's supposed to be in the spectrum of ELF, extremely low frequency. Let's see here. Well, this is just wiki, but around 7.83 hertz. No, here, I'll just put the wiki in there.
Yeah, we know what makes the alpha brainwave state. I mean, the military has done studies on this back in the 50s. When you put people in a bunker underground and filter out the Schumann resonance, they instantaneously lose their mind. They start hallucinating. They get extremely fatigued. Their heart rhythm dysregulates. Your consciousness is not independent of the environment. It is through our environment, which is the Earth and its magnetic field.
Yep.
So what did they see? If they did go to the moon, like, did they all hallucinate when they were up there? Have you guys seen the press conference for the Apollo 11? Have any of you watched that?
Yes,
It
exactly.
is so fucking weird.
That's glaring.
Their dog or something. They look so depressed.
I know. It was like someone shot their dog and forced them to get up there and talk.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna either bust out crying or start yelling or have some kind of freaking physical convulsions or something. I don't know. Really weird looks.
Yeah, I mean, they're all Freemasons too, so.
They could hardly even look at each other too. That's what's bizarre about it.
Yeah, and they're fidgety, super fidgety the entire time.
Whether they saw stars or not. And the guy that was orbiting said he saw stars, and Neil gives him like a nudge. Come on,
So, what do you think Capricorn 1 was trying to tell everybody? Like, don't fuck with them. Or this is what'll happen.
Yeah, you could definitely say that wasn't three guys that just did something that no man had ever done before. Come on.
Yep, and so happy and cheerful about it.
That's what I keep saying. Resistance is not futile, but to fight back, that is futile.
Too bad we don't have a GIF about that. Sorry, I'm sorry, guys.
No problem.
Yep, I go outside. I love being able to ride anywhere I want to go. Go outside even at night. Such a beautiful sky last night, and like, I guess people are afraid of being outside. So like, it's amazing. I get to enjoy it.
Yeah, I live out in a rural area. I got dirt roads around me, a bunch of trees.
That's nice.
Could not live in the city. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult.
The nearest cell phone tower from me is like 1.92 miles away. I have a GQ EMF meter, and I have absolutely none sitting around me. A completely pristine EMF-free environment. If you live in a city, you should get out as soon as possible before shit hits the fan.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna have to.
There won't be
I've
any
been saying
life
the same thing,
outside
my friend.
cities.
I left California over a year and a half ago due to all this.
I know a lot of people who left California and said they started sleeping better as soon as they left because it just showered in radiation.
Yeah, that's okay now. You can still retreat in the wild and stuff outside the cities, but in 10 or 20 years, you can kiss bye-bye.
Yeah, probably.
Life outside the city. They will ban it.
No, I don't think that here. People are freaking bunkered in, bro, for years.
Yeah, just look at now how easy it is to travel today.
Yeah, a lot of the things we take for granted now, man. A lot
they
of things
even
we take
tested.
for granted.
Locking down cities. Yeah, they wouldn't let you go out or out of your city.
So get ready, sheep.
Yeah.
For them to tell you when it's okay to go outside.
Exactly. When the alarm sounds, everybody inside. The future is coming.
They'll have to fight me. That's the whole problem.
Oh, it's kind of funny when Trump was running and talking about the wall. I remember a lot of jokes about by the time that wall is built, they're going to be using it to keep people in instead. Yeah. That's starting to look more and more true, isn't it?
Keep people in. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, real quick, I want to give a shout out, big ol' super respectful shout out to the new shift of truffle pigs that just entered the YouTube chat. Looks like the early evening shift is showing up, and we love you guys so much. Thank you for doing so much of our work for us.
Truffle pigs. That's interesting.
And love
Those guys
truffles.
know what they are doing.
Pigs only find truffles on the flat forest floor.
Right.
Yeah.
Pigs finding truffles on a ball? What the?
Well, at the mountain too, they find also mountain forests.
Yeah, they need to keep putting their globe arguments out there in the chat. That only helps us appreciate it.
Well, yeah. If they were even arguments, it's not even. They aren't even arguments. They don't even hold up to be that. But yeah, you're right.
They're the only ones with an argument. They're arguing with themselves.
Hey, Sonny, can I still call you Roger? Sometimes.
What'd you say?
Sonny, can I still call you Roger sometimes?
Yeah, no, I don't mind at all. I respect Roger greatly, so
Yeah.
that's fine with me.
Yeah, I respect both of you. Yeah,
Because
but
I don't think I sound anything like Roger.
No, we
I
don't
know.
sound.
Yeah, you don't. But you see, when I
Sometimes.
don't hear one of you one day, and next day I hear one of you, I can't distinguish which one of you is. I don't know why that happens.
Yeah, that's okay. It's just we all have idiosyncrasies, right?
Yeah, but now I'm getting better. I remember that you're singing and all that. Yeah. So Roger, you have to start singing too.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
I can't sing now.
I
That
bet
would
you
be
do.
very, very painful for you guys.
I bet you have a wonderful voice.
Oh
No, I
no.
know. Really, I know. I know.
I know you're all about that karaoke, Roger.
Maybe when I'm drunk, but
Well, you're a great DJ nonetheless, and yeah.
Yes. Amen.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
God. I'm going home. I'm looking at the sky, night sky. It's so dark. So many stars. I'm walking like a fool looking up at the stars.
Man, this is way off topic, but the last hour or two, I've been looking up some old fishing lures that I have. I have a small fortune in freaking old ass lures. I never
Wow, that's
knew I had them. Couple $100 so far.
When I look at the stars, sometimes I have the impression like it's moving, and I'm focusing then at that star, but it's still. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I actually
Something
was
with
able
the
to perceive.
perspective.
I was actually able to perceive the moon moving couple of weeks
Oh
ago.
yes, yeah.
Because
I
there's buildings nearby, so I
Yeah.
can use the buildings as a gauge of how far. And when it
Yeah,
was close,
yeah.
and I'm like, wow, I could actually see it like inching along. But it's a really
Moving. Yeah,
strange kind of motion, though. I have
yeah.
to admit.
It's clockwork. Yeah,
Yeah, incredibly precise.
yeah.
How could something be that precise and be haphazard at the same time? It's not possible.
Right.
Well,
Let me
yeah,
see
I
if I
remember
can
the last time I saw an explosion turn into a really well organized series of parts.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, doesn't work.
Let me see if I can explain this a little bit better. Because everybody knows that the moon goes from the east to the west, right? However, during the first light of the new moon, you'll see it in the western sky, not the eastern sky. And you'll see the last light, the last crescent of the moon before it turns to new in the east.
Yeah.
Like everybody, like before I got into a big debacle about it over by not being able to explain it properly, I guess, with Helio. Because as it's gaining light, it moves from the east to the west, even though like the position where you can start to see it. You know what I mean? Even
How
though
do
it's
Globers
transiting the other
explain
way.
that? How do the Globies explain that?
They have no explanation.
Yeah. They just ignore it. They will act like they didn't heard you and move on. Change the subject, maybe to something terrestrial like refraction or yeah, or water. Yeah.
Yeah, I just posted a little image that plotted out all the data that was found. September 16th, 2016 at 2045 AEST. The moon was spotted in these different places, impossible on a globe.
Wow.
I don't think I'd ever be able to see a 1% sliver moon. It's gonna set
We got
at
so many nails in this globe coffin, we're hammering them on top of each other at this point.
Yep.
Yes, you are fake Burning Man.
Yeah, that was hilarious with Burning Man. A numpty clip of its own right there.
I know, he thinks satcoms are something special. Dipshit. It's just ham radio repeater. You moron.
But he never showed a curvature measure.
You can access it on a Baofeng. You can listen to it on a Baofeng. How is that possible with a handheld walkie-talkie? I thought you needed a special dipole, huh?
By the
And
way,
apparently,
guys,
bring it to us
Go
from
ahead.
the paper.
apparently, Brazilians in the jungle or in the rainforest, whatever you want to call it, the Amazon, that are like doing the logging and the illegal mining, they're using the satcoms to communicate with each other. How are they able to find the position of it, huh? It's just a radio repeater. And it was issued by the Navy, not the Marines.
Have any of you guys watched Witsit's debate with Skeptic Dank on McToon's channel? Anyone seen that? I'm like halfway through. It's like 2 hours and 50 minutes.
When was that?
It was on April 30th, 2021. I can link it. It is embarrassing. Skeptic Dank is so dumb. And you can see Austin's face. He can't take it anymore. Like halfway through, he's done. Do you guys have like a favorite debate that you think I should listen to? Like your favorite flat earth debate, the ones that get heated or fun?
Well, we like the new jokes about globies.
The super chats and the one that had Carissa, was like Carissa and McToon, they were so funny. The super chat that said, "Make sure to wear your NASA t-shirt when you get your 5th booster shot." Oh God.
It's just good to search and see how much is it that you don't know. That's the fun part of life. When you understand that this thing is valuable, then yeah, I think for the Globers, for example, it is upsetting for them to be addressed a question and it will upset them not to provide an answer to it. To say that, well, I don't know, we don't have an answer. Mankind doesn't know. They don't want to say that. They are 100% certain, sure that mankind has all the answers possible. And I literally read this like scientific magazines and stuff, like saying that, hey, there's nothing left to discover, officially. But those claims are meant to cripple you, to obstruct you, tie you down, bound you to the heatsink. you know. I don't mind being a slave, having a chain on my neck, but that chain, I don't want it tied to anything. I am the one pulling the chain after me. Yeah. There has to be something when we look at the sky. We must see also what is below the ground. Like two opposing mirrors.
Wow, I just got a notification that scared the shit out of me. It was loud.
I have a video about melting satellites.
Yeah, I mean, they're usually made out of materials that melts at 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, wait, what does aluminum melt at? Is it 800 or 600?
No, aluminum's like 2100 or something like that, I'm pretty sure.
That's a lot lower than you think. It's aluminum oxide melts at a higher temperature. But I know they're using like Alcoa, like special alloys and shit. And then like that gold foil that they put up there, that shit's super thin. Yeah, 27. So it was Celsius. No, the melting point of aluminum is 1220 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, 1220.
933.47 degrees Kelvin and 660.32 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, I think I was going like titanium is at 3200 or something
That's
like that.
The 2700 is the boiling point Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I'm talking about metal melting points. It's one of the first videos I ever made. Excuse the rough nature of the video. I just went to their sources, find out what did they say the temperatures are out there. Then I went to the metallurgy sites, what the melting points of these metals are. They debunked themselves. They debunked themselves just like everything else they ever said.
Yeah, titanium is 1660.
Celsius?
Just like steel. Yeah.
What's
just
that
like
in
steel.
what's that in Fahrenheit? Do you know? Never mind. I can find it, man.
Yeah, that's hard one. But you can have depends like which grade. Grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grade 5 is a titanium alloy, which is one of the hardest.
I just wrap
strongest.
them up. I just wrap them up in the highest temperature they say is up there into a nice big ball of molten metals.
Yeah.
Flying
And,
around.
Yeah. Uh, there are some military grade titanium alloys which are with cobalt, if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, those have a much higher melting point, like 200, 2,700, 3,000 almost Celsius.
Yeah, 3,000 Fahrenheit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Titanium. So everything below that is just melted.
Yeah.
Completely molten. Nothing. So no plastics, no rubbers, no silicone.
No,
Nothing
no,
can
not
withstand any of
not
those
a
temperatures.
chance. No,
No window seals, portal seals, whatever they have. Any kind of
no
fittings that go
glass.
through.
No, no,
Any
no,
kind of
no.
fittings that go through the hull,
Yeah,
like nothing like that. The hull itself,
yeah,
all melted.
yeah.
Everything inside. Bye
The
bye.
only thing you can use is special ceramics or uh, tungsten. You know, yeah, wolfram.
Yeah, tungsten is the most refractory of all materials.
Yeah, 3,600 Celsius, and that is extremely high temperature. Like,
Yeah, and that's Celsius, right?
yeah, Celsius. Yeah.
So the best globe evidence I've seen today so far. Are you guys ready? It's somebody saying Earth is not flat and you guys are delusional. So
Yeah, good evidence.
there you go. Pack it up, guys.
Hey, great argument. Good one. We never heard that one before.
Yeah. Wow.
That's a first.
I'm glad
Thanks
I
for the
never.
memo.
You can
ever
blame.
said.
There's a character in the YouTube chat named Flat Brain Society that just tried to use that as globe evidence. The Earth is not flat, and you guys are delusional. Oh boy. Well, we'll go ahead and take that to heart, and yeah. Sorry, I interrupted to say that. I just thought you guys might find that amusing.
Since you put it that way, go ahead and close the server down. It's over, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, we're done, guys. That was it right there. It's the evidence we've been waiting for.
I just looked out the window from my vantage point up here. There is no curving away from anywhere. Everything just keeps on going out down the street.
No, that's just the fact that your eyes are able to be tricked by magic and refraction. So, yeah.
So, yeah, those people down there are a mirage.
Yeah, refraction bending light is the definition.
But it appears that they're walking perfectly outward on a plane surface.
These globies are funny and sad at the same time, aren't they?
Oh, Trelity.
How does someone get a gold without having an earth roll? I don't get it.
They
You're
had
also a space criminal, a valued space criminal. Who gave him these roles? Dr. One Up. Oh yeah, I remember you, bro. Yeah. That's cool. Whatever.
I think it was in the 60s they had one of these national anthems that would air across like all television sets before the broadcasting companies would go offline. And if you were to get a thing of that video and slow it down frame by frame, you will see all the subliminal messages that are hidden inside of it. And it's pretty much exactly the same GIF that you posted. Buy everything, do not question authority, believe in your God government.
Mama government.
Does Michael Crackhead's son have anything to say?
I think his mic's broken.
Still a broken mic?
I don't know.
I'd like to know what kind of device is that. Could you type in what type of device has the broken mic into the text? Thanks.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what, this mic I'm using right now is part of a $20 headset, and it's the most it's the most money I've spent on this endeavor so far.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
sounds really good.
It's headphones and a microphone for $20.
Yeah, I had one like that too, but it didn't sound it didn't sound good, and the sound coming out of the headphones was poor. Like it wasn't loud enough for me to hear.
Sorry, I'm laughing at trualities. Go ahead. Sorry.
You go ahead. No problem.
I was just laughing at what Truality posted in the voice text. That's all. But I can't. Well, I mean, I can say it online, I guess, if I wanted to. But everybody check the voice text. The shit's hilarious. I love it.
The ISS is on the bottom of a pool. What do you think you are, an aquamarine? Scuba assistance? Are you kidding me?
Hey, if temperature, like this, the complicated rock girl, she said that space is millions of degrees, but it's not hot, like you can't feel it. So you know how we measure things on Earth, how we get the temperature, right? So how would we measure something where nothing is propagated? How would one get to the conclusion that space is millions of degrees if you actually can't measure the medium because the medium is empty or something? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
How do they know that?
Exactly.
Math.
They can't, like, there's no way for them to know most of the things they talk about. That's why they skip right by it. They skip right by the sphericity, first of all. Then they're already up in space and freaking 15 seconds flat.
Yeah, I like this one. Gravity works because Earth is a globe. Earth is a globe because of gravity. Gravity works because Earth is a globe. Oh boy.
I know. That's funny. That's like a couple of conversations.
You know what I
where
mean?
like, yeah, they start. Wait a minute. That's what I said the other day. No chanting allowed on the server. We're not because the guy kept doing it, and he was confused. All right. Yeah.
Well, I
Interesting.
just
though.
want to know, which one is it? Is it the Earth is a globe because of gravity, or is it gravity works because Earth is a globe?
You'll never get an answer to that question either.
Fuck.
They'll
I need to
never-
know.
they'll
I need
never
to
answer.
have at least one solid, straight, direct answer to any of these questions
That's just
before
that.
I take another one of them seriously. I have to have at least one answer to one of them, right?
Yeah. And meanwhile, we're waiting. We'll just keep adding to the list of things that they absolutely cannot answer.
Yep.
It's in the hundreds now.
It's more than that. It's every single postulation ever made.
Yeah, it's
by the
probably
globe side.
thousands and thousands ad infinitum, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Globers will think up all kinds of stories. Blah blah blah. Earth is a globe because I fried my pancakes this morning.
See, if we were wrong, guys, you'd be in here telling us about it. Bottom line.
Fairy tale globe stories.
Because they cannot explain gravity. They cannot explain gas pressure without a container. They cannot explain how we see too far.
Yeah, or how no curvature is measured in nature ever.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just one, please, just one piece of direct evidence for Earth curvature. It's a big world, right? You'd think that there'd be at least one, like, confirmed, solid measurement.
Or on the reverse side of that, show us a ball that measures no curvature in any direction. That's all.
Right,
That's all.
right.
Let's show that.
If it's a ball, you know what? Let me beg the question real quick. If it's a really, 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 really big ball, still, where's the fucking curvature? It's got to be a pretty big ball.
I mean, how many degrees of sight do you need to have a picture of before you start seeing the arc of the horizon? Because yes, it's supposed to be arced if it's curved. It's not just curved in the direction that's flowing away from you. Geniuses.
Yep. There's
No curve,
several
no
different.
globe.
There's several different axes that we can, be thinking about things. At least
And it's,
three.
let's say it's a trapezoid with rounded edges. We'd still at some point get to see those edges somewhere, wouldn't we? Even if we're living on the flat top of the trapezoid.
Especially if we're trying to fly over it. Ah.
Well, the YouTube chat did try to answer the question, and Lethargic's answer is about as good as his name. It's rather lethargic. He says, gravity is a valid reason to think the Earth is a glove, given its effect.
Glove.
The globe does not explain gravity.
It's a glove now.
Wow.
Like a knit glove? Okay.
If the glove don't fit, you must acquit.
That's
right, still
man.
another definition of gravity. That still doesn't explain what gravity is. Sorry, bud. Lethargic. You lose. Take your L.
He has too many already. His L's are overflowing.
At least he chose his name appropriately, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
Lethargy is a symptom of fluoride poisoning.
He needs to add an L at the end of it.
Lethargal. Lethargical.
Lethargical and Mr. Hyde? I don't know.
It provides a good example, though, because there's many of them that think it's all they need to say gravity. It's over with.
Dr. Lethargy and Mr. Hyde.
There you go. Okay, lethargic. Oh, great. So, do you believe in gravity?
Can't wait to hear the answer.
It's a yes or no question. Yes, I can't wait.
We're on the
That's
edge
like,
of
do you
their
believe in
seats.
magic?
Bunch of people on the edge of their seats here.
Shh! Don't give them anything, Joshua. Let them fall down the stairs on their own. If you push someone down the stairs, then they didn't do it on their own, did they?
The crowd is in a hush.
They did if nobody witnessed me pushing them.
I can neither confirm nor deny that I am right there with you.
When I'm drunk, you don't notice him. He only comes out when I drink my gin.
Hey, so lethargic said yes. I will assume that means yes. He or she believes in gravity. Okay, lethargic. Please type into the YouTube chat for all of us to see why you believe in gravity. Please, thank you.
His science daddy religion told him it was true.
No, because then they'll just flip it and be like, "Well, you guys believe in a sky magician, a sky guy."
That's why I said it, because they always just try to resort to that.
Yeah.
Their feeble minds.
Not the sky, outside of time and existence. Try again, numpties. I mean, you have to remember these globers, they're just rocks.
That's very true. You know, you got to give them credit for even knowing a language at all. You start there.
And what do we do with rocks? We walk over them and drive over them, right? That's what pavement's all about.
Hey, yep, I agree. Okay, so an update from Lethargic in the YouTube chat. So I asked you, you said yes, you believe in gravity, so I asked you why. And then you ask a question about objects falling different densities in a vacuum, this, that, and the other. So a question isn't an answer. Those are two different things, lethargic. So let's try again. Okay, this time, perhaps, if you want to continue the conversation, provide an answer, because that's what happens after a question is asked. You don't ask another question. And maybe later we can teach you kind of how a conversation works. But if you feel like you understand it, we'll try it one more time. Why do you believe in gravity? Thanks. And if you can't handle it, that's cool too. You know, we get it.
Does anyone remember, did Lethargic get banned? Is that why he's only in the YouTube chat now?
Oh, I don't know. My assumption is that whoever's in the YouTube chat is just too afraid to come defend their beliefs like adult big boys and big girls with big boy and big girl pants on. I mean, you ask him, hey, why don't you guys come in and chat with us a little bit? Oh, the second I express an opinion, I'm banned. Like, I'm pretty sure that that's just not how it works, but yeah. Oh, well, you glad you weren't here when I tried. It was they were so mean to me. So I'm just gonna stay in the YouTube. They don't deserve my participation. Then I just say, okay, well, if that's the case, just don't be rude. You know, give it a shot, try again. Because, I mean, listen, if it were so obvious, we wouldn't be here. None of us. We wouldn't be here. We'd believe that there are space aliens coming to hang out here pretty soon, and I would believe that somebody had gone 93 million miles to get a direct measurement to the thing in the sky. Quite frankly, it's a lot of work knowing the truth. So if someone can prove to me that the globe is reality, that would free up a lot of time, to be honest. Hey, Lethargic, remember how I asked you why you believe in gravity and you still haven't answered? I have to go now. I've got something to do, but is there an answer? Do you have a reason why you believe in gravity? Why you believe it, too, not what someone else says or whatever.
Because
He saw a video of two objects falling at the same rate. That's the extent of his understanding, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but does that occur in nature? Nope.
No, because nature doesn't perform experiments on itself.
Well, two objects of different densities will not fall at the same rate. The only time that happens is in a vacuum where there's an absence
Vacuum, yeah.
of air.
Exactly. So because man made a vacuum and man picked up and dropped objects, that's why all that stuff happens. It's nothing to do with what happens in the natural world.
He's not manipulating this supposed cause of the effect to prove the cause.
You know, it's a real simple explanation for gravity, yet these fucking globe retards don't know it. It's very sad.
Do you believe in magic?
And I know you do.
Lethargic confirmed he was banned, as usual, for no reason at all whatsoever.
You keep throwing gravity around like it's the air glue.
Wow, doesn't that make now every single glober or anti-flat earther that's been banned, it's been for no reason? Isn't that some kind of record? No reason at all.
Nah, he's a lying sack of shit. He's never joined.
You know, that seems a little more plausible. I'm going to go with that.
No, Lethargic has been in here. I don't know if he ever joined voice chat. I think he may have.
Well,
I do
as if
remember
he
him.
never did, because he's now just spouting excuses. So it might as well be that he's never joined.
Oh, he says he has proof he was
He has
banned. For no
proof,
reason.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Where's
okay.
Where's the proof of gravity?
Well, yeah, show us the gravity proof. And listen, if you join Discord, you can DM me the proof that you were banned for no reason. I'd love to see it. Come on down, kid.
Yeah, there's a log that goes back from the inception of this server. So
Right. I don't know, Lethargic. Am I sure about that one? You're the one making the claim, partner. That's how it works. You make a claim, then you have to be able to back it up. Years of this, and you guys still haven't picked up on that.
and then they always ask questions. Do you believe? Why do you need to believe in something if it's true? Do I believe in lies? No. What happens to a liar? They get a bloody fucking nose.
Settle down, settle down. We all know what these people deserve.
Don't be mean to the liars. They're just trying to help you by lying to you.
Right.
Well, no,
it's
because
for
when
your-
you start like showing that they're lying, they get a brain aneurysm and they start leaking blood out of their nose.
I think there might
Right.
be that might
Why
be an
would they lie?
incentive. That might be an incentive for them to stop lying. Not getting a bloody nose every time they lie.
Yeah.
Right.
They might figure out that I better stop lying to people.
Or at least, just take it down a notch. Don't lie all the time. Ease into being honest with yourself and others.
Yeah, I'm gonna try honesty from now on.
Cheaters lie. Cheaters lie. Why do you need to know why the cheater lied? You don't. All you know is they lied because they cheated.
Yeah, it's like, hang on a sec. No. I know I'm looking at a murder scene, but hang on. How do we really know there's a murder right in front of us if we don't know why the person murdered the people? Okay? So let's ignore. Hold on. Let's put it on hold. Yeah. Stop what you're doing. No more pictures. Nothing. Listen, guys. We can't even prove that there's a murder right here in front of us because we don't know why someone would do that. Okay? And now we got to start all over. What's that?
Technically, it could be a homicide. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you're right on one spectrum.
No, not at all. If there's a dead body with a slit throat, it's all over the place. That's either a suicide or a murder, right?
Well, yes,
Homicide is a murder.
were murdered. Plus, it could also be like assisted suicide. So, like the person who has a slit throat, when they were alive, they could have had somebody kill them for them. So,
Okay.
yes.
This is all presupposition, assumptions. Listen, if there's a dead body on the floor, do I need to know why there's a dead body on the floor to know that the dead body exists in front of me?
Oh,
No, it's elementary, dear Watson.
Correct.
The evidence states that there's a dead corpse in front of us that's suffering a gunshot wound to the head with no burn marks from the powder, so it was not self-inflicted. So obviously someone had to have placed the bullet in their skull. And based on the caliber, go to let's do a dragnet up to 1,000 mile or 1,000 feet circumference and scour for brass.
Yourself in the head.
Dave, you're robot and bad.
Place. What about them?
You're robot and bad, Dave.
Oh, here we go. You guys ready for the final nail in the coffin for gravity? It's over now. We have to believe in it, guys. Here we go. Lethargic in the YouTube chat says, gravity is the name we give to the phenomenon that objects accelerate towards each other when they are otherwise left to their own devices. This is backed up by objects of different density falling at the same rate in a vacuum. Oh, okay, so let me get
What
this straight. Yeah, exactly.
What are the variables?
He's like, oh, I'm just going to say some stuff in a chat room, and that's going to be proof.
You guys, that's what Wikipedia says.
Come on,
Or
guys,
Science Today.
give him some credit. He did put 2 sentences together there.
He did. That was two sentences, I think. Was it just 2? Yep, 2 whole sentences. So, man creates vacuum. Man drops objects inside man-made vacuum and calls that natural. I love it.
Here, let's do another investigation type. You wake up in the morning, you find a puddle of piss on the floor. Now, it's kind of obvious I didn't sleepwalk and urinate on the floor because there would be much more volume. Therefore, it must have been the dog. Right?
Exactly.
Well, how can you check? Well, you physically inspect the dog's private parts and see if there's a yellow stain there that's fresh.
Could have been your wife, though.
I ain't got
Could
no
have been
wife.
you.
I ain't got no wife, and I'm happy as hell.
Point taken.
Got 99 problems and a globe ain't one.
Right? I mean, do they understand that they have a feminine mindset, all these globers? Yeah, that's right. You have a female mind. Curves, right, is a feminine aspect. Use your masculine brain.
Well, my masculine hormones love to see curvature, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So I'm always looking for it. And I can never find any on the Earth. Boy, I can tell you, I can see curvature walking around on the surface of Earth. Woo-wee! But Earth doesn't have it.
That's the way that you feel the force of attraction when you see the curvature? Good
Yes,
curvature?
yes.
Yeah.
That's that's exactly, they're just beating around the bush, guys. They're just talking about, it's a very embarrassing subject to talk about, sexual attraction and romantic stuff. So they're just kind of dancing around it with this whole thing. They're really just trying to tell us that we are all naturally attracted to each other.
Phrasing, you said beating around the bush.
What?
I meant to. I'm glad you caught on that. I try to put like 2 or 3 puns in every joke.
Very punny.
Indeed. But sometimes it just makes it a dad joke, which I guess I'm still okay with, but trying to cut back on those.
Sometimes that force of attraction can go a long ways. I can see a long ways down the street. Whoa.
Right? Listen, I don't know what kind of atmospheric refraction got out of the way for me to see you, honey, but what are your digits? I need to check those measurements.
And you need a direct measurement of her curvature.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Only if you need to know for sure. Precisely, my dear Watson.
So, since Lethargic could not substantiate his gravity claim, he now wants a flat Earth map.
Really?
Oh, okay. We're just going to move right on past it. Okay, so
He's like 3 years
doesn't know
ago.
what to say about gravity. That's fine. That's okay. No one does, right? It's magic. So now he wants what? A flat Earth map?
There's an interesting observation. Look at the meme that Breaking Down Wall of Lies posted. You see the hot spot on the ball?
That is interesting. Wow,
Well,
that's
that
funny.
ball
So
is
there's
so
a
far away.
big So there's does that mean there's two sources of sunlight? One that's lighting the entire, see the curve? It's being lit, and now a hotspot from the sun. How's that working? It's almost like they added the hotspot back in to say, oh shit, yeah, we forgot the sun. Gosh, yeah, I just put a hotspot there.
They always ask for a map. It's like asking us to do a 500-piece puzzle set and only giving us 300 pieces and none of the corner pieces.
Yeah, and even the globe side will admit that there's no accurate maps, so there's no accurate globe map. Globers will admit this when they're honest.
Technically, there's no such thing as a perfectly accurate map of anything.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. When people are honest, they'll admit that.
Right. Well, the one of the saddest things that they do is that they assume that all science has figured everything out, right? Science has literally, down to the smallest molecule to the largest of the macro, figured everything out. So there's nothing left to figure out, guys. And to them, that's the best part. Right? Thank God it was figured out, so I don't have to do any work.
Yeah, it's
Do you
like
think that's why they're
teacher saying in the Truman Show, everything. There's nothing left to explore. Go ahead, Josh.
Do you figure that's why they're trying to explore the Planck's constant, the string theory bullshit, and the multiple dimensions, which kind of makes gravity not exist at all? And that's just an artifact of mathematics, monsters. None of that shit is real. There is no string theory. You want to know what the dimensions are? Front and backwards on a plane. That's one dimension. Sideways or left and right, like strafing left and right, that's another dimension. Going up in elevation and down in elevation, that's another dimension. It's called the dimension of travel.
Yeah, Josh. But what about silly string theories that exist?
I mean, in order for all that to exist, that means there must be some magical particle that causes gravity, and they can't find the graviton. Maybe if they build a bigger collider, they might be able to find it. Maybe if they build a bigger one, big enough to split the Earth in two. And furthermore, how come they're not using spheres? How come they're using direct, flat plane lines for these things to occur? Big circle.
They can split the Earth in two and get to the Tootsie Roll core and everything. It would be cool.
Good night, Roger. It's almost like the Mercator projection. You notice the countries that are larger are the first world countries. Australia's landmass is larger than the United States. However, on the Mercator projection, even the globe projection that you see on the globe, Australia is smaller than the United States landmass. Like, what's bigger, Africa or North America? Well, Africa. That's why you cannot navigate with the globe. Because you'll be in the wrong time zone, in the wrong country, in the wrong ocean. I mean, it's very deductive reasoning here.
I don't think you can do anything in reality with a globe at all. I challenge anybody to tell me there is something.
Well, you can create shit, what was it? A monetary system. Then
They
to
make
get everybody
declaration.
enslaved, you create a lie about a globe and say it's all global and they're all globalist elite and all that shit. Yeah. Alex Jones is right. It's all the fucking globalists. Just like government breaks down root word wise to mind control, thought control. I think they consider the changing definitions of words metaphor. But I could be mistaken on it. I need to finish reading that book. It's called Metaphor, Myth, and Science. I am not a conspiracy theorist. I am a conspiracy scientist. Thank you very much. You can't use that word, Joshua.
What is that? If you don't mind expanding on that. A conspiracy scientist.
Yeah, someone who investigates the facts of the matter and somebody that will do experiments based upon the theory that they've put forth. Like a social experiment, for instance. Psychological experiment. It's what I've been doing on Facebook for the past 12 years. The main thing is everybody on Facebook is a narcissist.
That's correct. I got rid of social media last year. Last year, I think I got rid of all my social media. And let me just say, the relief that I experience every day not having to worry about what someone else is saying about me or something I said is so nice. Like, it is the best piece. So I'm in school for psychology. I'm going to be an addiction counselor. And I think the single best piece of self-work that you can do is to get rid of social media. Not kidding.
Yeah. In fact, narcissism is a mental illness. It's a spiritual disease, right? Just like all mental illnesses are spiritual disorders. It is the biggest mental illness in society today is narcissism.
Right.
Trump was a huge narcissist.
Still is.
So is Biden.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, find a president that wasn't. There was one. What was his name? Ike. He was too small to have an ego.
Well, he had polio too.
Poor fella. Yeah. Yeah. He was. That's why he was a nice guy.
Yeah. That's why he. Yeah. Never mind. That was FDR.
Oh yeah, and then FDR.
Who was the grandson of the one president that screened the first, like, what was it, movie in the White House? It was called The Building of a Nation. It's a KKK film.
Yeah. Yep.
Theodore. It wasn't the son, he was the grandson.
FYI, as predicted, Lethargic has brought up the praise in a magical sky daddy. I'm no prophet, I just play one on Discord.
Wait a sec. So, Lethargic, when did you meet every single flat earther in the world to be able to make that determination that we all believe in a sky daddy? When did you meet all of us?
He doesn't
I think
have
I would have
to.
remembered.
He doesn't have to.
Does he even know?
He just
Does he
has
even
to
know
believe
that
the
the
straw
Big
man. All he needs is one big straw man for flat Earth. That's all he needs.
Oh, that's all it is. What were you saying? Does he even what?
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if he even understands that the Big Bang, his God, created by a fucking Jesuit Catholic priest, which means it's a religion.
Yeah. Has to be a religion. Right? How are you going to go back in time and prove Big Bang happened? You can't, so it's a belief. And what does that make that? A religion.
You got to have a lot of faith to believe in that shit.
No shit.
Just like evolution.
Dude, even well before I started getting into researching this topic, when I was a young kid, I was like, wait a second, how do they know that? About like all of this stuff that they're teaching. I'm like, how do they really know that? Are you sure? I think that's why my natural inquisitive nature brought me here to the truth, because I was just kind of seeing through it from a young age. I just didn't know the arguments. Sorry, go ahead.
That means you were called out to be separate from the rest of these dipshits.
Correct. As were you.
Yep. Well, I've been like that my whole life, even on baseball. I go, you guys do understand that this baseball thing is retarded? Oh, shut up and get into left field. Nah, I refuse. I'll sit on the bench. Fuck you.
Right, exactly. Yep.
You want me to go out into left field because you're trying to punish me? Nah, fuck you. I'm shortstop. Well, we need you out there to catch them pop flies. They don't go to the left field. They go to the right field. Or center. Come on. Unless their stance is odd in the batter box. Oh, and by the way, the Big Bang apparently happened in space, aka the sky. So yeah, that's your space daddy, monkey boy. You know, it's obvious. These globies are here because they want to believe in the flat earth. They just can't break the religion of scientism. Because if that's true, then they'd huddle up in a ball and cry. But they want to believe, but then again, they don't. It's called cognitive dissonance. And by the way, dipshits, I can say what I want to, even if I'm not serious. It's a very good Tool song. And here, this album should at least entice the sleepy, lethargic, narcotic guy because it's named Opiate.
Opiate was the first Tool record, right?
Yes. And Hush was one of their first singles.
Got it. And good old Maynard Keenan. Have you had his wine yet, Josh?
What was that?
Have you had Maynard's wine yet?
No.
He has a vineyard.
Yeah, I don't know the name. I can't remember the name of it. And every time I go to the store, I never see anything close. I have had Josh Cellars.
Oh yeah, the Josh guys. Yeah, that's really popular right now. What was I gonna say? Oh, so my buddy, ex-buddy of mine, I guess now. He and I were in a band together, and we played songs that sounded like Tool. We made a lot of music that sounded kind of like it. But so he was obsessed with Tool and Maynard for a long, long time. And when he first heard about Maynard's vineyard, he bought 100 bottles of the first vintage that he made, and he said it was garbage, and he didn't want to drink the rest of it.
Nah, he should hold on to it for another 15 years or so, and then start letting it go on eBay.
Yeah, no, he saved a box of it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he still has it now. This is over a decade ago. And I don't talk to him anymore.
That's because y'all were in a band.
Well, that is why, actually. Here's why. Since you brought it up, no wait, since I brought it up. Anyway, so he was lead singer in the band that I was in, and he wouldn't write lyrics, so we'd keep writing songs, right? We come up with riffs, bridges, choruses, everything, songs that were ready for lyrics to finalize, right? Because you got to build at least the choruses around the lyrics and such. And so we had like 5 or 6 brand new songs that we were ready for lyrics, and for like a year and a half he wouldn't write lyrics to the songs. He's like, well, I don't, that one doesn't motivate me to write to it. Maybe write another one, see if I want to write to that. It's like, dude, are you kidding? And it was a big, and we were best friends, so it was a real big falling out, all because he wouldn't write lyrics to the songs that the band he was in were writing for him to write lyrics for.
Yeah.
Divas, brother.
And see, that's the thing. Everybody lets their fame go to their head.
Well, we weren't even famous, but yeah, he let the whole like, they're my lyrics and these should be my songs kind of deal. But so we were like, okay, well, if they're your lyrics, then how about you write the songs too? Because he's a guitarist, he knows how to write guitar parts and such. Like, where are you when we're doing the songwriting sessions? This guy was just, yeah. Anyway.
Also, the bass player gets the most shit out of any other member.
No, I'm a drummer and we get the most shit, but bass player's right there next to us. It's jokes like, how many drummers does it take to screw in a light bulb? And then it's like, well, we don't know, but whenever the bassist shows up to show him how to do it, there's at least one of those or something like that. They try to mix their jokes.
Is that why Slipknot has 3 drummers? So they can screw in a light bulb? No, I'm just kidding.
See, you're already doing it. What do you call the guy that does all the loading in and loading out for free that's part of the team? Drummer. It's like, yeah, we pay these other guys to help load, but you know who does it for free? This ogre we got back here. He also plays the drums.
Yeah, when I saw Korn live, I had backstage passes. Went to get the backstage pass signed. The drummer and the bass player were gone. I was like, hey, where's the best members of your band? They looked at me with like a stink eye, and I was like, fuck, I was a teenager. They looked at me like I had just farted or something, or they just bit into a lemon. And I go, what? I want to talk to Fieldy, God damn it.
Right, Fieldy. And John, what's the drummer's name? John?
David Silvera.
Yeah.
That was back
Yeah.
when David was here.
Yeah.
It's like, hey man, without Fieldy's bass, you guys wouldn't have that funky sound. Without David's skill on the drums with that rhythm, you guys would sound completely different. You wouldn't have those drill sounds.
Absolutely, dude. Korn is 75% the rhythm section, and then the rest is, what's his name singing? Jonathan Taylor Thomas? What's his name?
Yeah. And then, the guitars, you don't need 2 7-string Ibanez's. You only need monkey, you don't need head.
Yeah, you don't need 2 7-string Ibanez's. You need 1 6-string regular guitar. But it is bands like that that keep companies like Ibanez in business, which is fine.
Yeah.
They don't make bad products, but it is funny that it's like every new metal band ever, Ibanez. Remember when they were starting to go kind of the PRS route, and then people started not playing PRSs? I don't know why. I love a PRS.
Oh, I found out, like all the 70s and earlier music, if they had reverb, they would play it through a mechanical metal plate with piezoelectric pickups just to get the reverberation, because they couldn't produce it artificially unless they actually did it in a big cathedral and recorded the sound in cathedral or something, or an amphitheater. But to get that reverb, they just sent it through a metal plate. It's interesting.
So they used a real plate reverb?
Yeah, it was a rather large metal plate, like 4 foot by 8 foot.
I would love to have been around when that was going on. That's actual sound engineering to the scientific degree.
Yeah, the first one has been destroyed. Now it's a fucking Chick-fil-A.
Oh, good. Well, at least people can get their homophobic chicken sandwiches.
Yeah, fuck Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
And fuck any company that says, "Oh, we have a secret ingredient." Oh, you want to know why it's so delicious? Because it's a secret ingredient.
Yeah, and then they what they don't tell you is what they're putting in Gatorade too. The Sonomics, the aborted child kidneys. They're like, this is our secret ingredient. You bet it's secret. Jeez.
Secret ingredient. You won't never ever hear us tell you what it is. It's proprietary. And see, that just lets you know right there that we have more power than the government. The government cannot keep things proprietary forever, but companies, people can. You don't have to tell the government shit. You don't have to tell anyone shit. But the government, they got to tell you because they are our employee. Yeah, that's right. You work for us. Biden, you're fucking fired.
Well, that would assume that he were hired in the first place.
Kamala should be deported back to her home country because she is not even a fucking U.S. citizen.
Well, not to mention that that's not even a human female, but we don't have to go there.
Oh, no, that's why she needs to be deported back to India.
Harry Harris. Big old chin, shoulders, just muscular jaw. I'll bet Mr. Harris could beat me in an arm wrestling match.
What was it? Shit. Oh, yeah, Kamala. Backwards, you have to play with the words, but you spell Kamala backwards, and it's Amalek.
Amalek or Amolek. Molek.
Yeah.
Moloch, whatever, yeah.
Which was a king, not a queen. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Yep.
And truth is never fact. Why is that?
Well, then
Fact
no
is
one
like
would be
history.
able to control us.
It's something agreed upon.
Right.
So when they say, well, it's a well-known scientific fact, wrong. We don't give a fuck about scientific facts. We want scientific truths. Yeah. Here, take some sodium pentothal so we could get some truth out of you. Here,
Does
Neil
that shit
deGrasse
even
Tyson,
work?
drink this water.
Does that even work? Sodium pentothal? It does?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, I'd love to take some and just see how much truth I spit, because I'm trying to already always spit truth, so that would really help out, to be honest.
It's almost like shit. What was it? Like close to blackout levels of alcohol has the same kind of effect, where it kills the ego.
Oh
completely.
yeah, and I can vouch for that one. I've seen videos of myself under that state, and I was like, okay, well, now I know that everything comes out if I've had this many drinks. Thank God I didn't admit that I was attracted to any of the people that I'm attracted to. Just kidding. Or am I?
Now you know why Japanese, whenever they do a business deal, they get sauced. Because they want to figure out if the person they're getting into bed with is honorable.
It's a great way to do it.
Yep.
You know, it's kind of like if you can handle me at my worst, right?
Yeah.
If you can't handle me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best.
Well, that's actually true, hon. You got a point there.
That's why when I get a lot of money and then women start coming out of the woodwork, it's like, nah, I ain't stupid.
Right. Oh, thank God I'm broke.
Right.
You know? It's so like liberating to walk around dressed just normal, not dressed assuming I have no money or I have a lot. Just being a normal guy and living that kind of life. I would absolutely hate if vapid plastic mannequins were coming up to me because I had money.
The aphid attraction.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of aphids, these little pricks keep eating all the blossoms on my fucking eggplant.
Oh, those are tough to get rid of.
Yeah, and then especially when you have ants that are cultivating the motherfuckers.
Oh boy. Have you tried neem oil and apple cider vinegar?
I've tried everything.
Damn.
The sun's too intense here. It burns it off.
Oh, right, yeah. It burns the neem oil off, too?
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh, shit, hang on. I'll be right back.
All right. Oh, shit. My phone's dying. Switching to the laptop.
How about Diatomaceous Earth? You need that shot?
Black Swan. Knock knock.
Black Swan.
Oi.
Gas pressure without a container. Can I come in?
Leave your vacuum behind.
That sucks.
No vacuums allowed.
That sucks.
It was just pretty quiet here. You know, I don't know all you guys' names, but look at the profile picture. Some guy's got cars. I'm like, look, this guy's a transformer. But anyways, I'm trying to associate the name with the voice. I'm digging a lot of what's going on. I've been listening for quite a while. I'm kind of new to the Discord, actually. But
It'll come. You'll get to know everybody.
yeah, and I want to contribute to the conversation, but sometimes, you know, what I might be thinking about is not really contributing to the conversation.
You don't know until you try.
Right on.
Mic check. Okay, there it goes.
You're good.
5 by 5.
Fucking headset was fucked up. I almost took it apart.
I was gonna tell you. Have you tried the diatomaceous earth on those aphids at all?
Yeah, it doesn't. Unless the kitty litter I have is like not true diatomaceous earth. But it's not clay. It's not the bentonite. They say diatomaceous earth. So
Yeah, you can go to like a feed store and get actually like a food grade diatomaceous earth. I've got a big
yeah,
bag
except
in my
for the
garage.
store here shut down because the Indians and COVID.
The feed store.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Like they even had a sale. They were getting rid of all of their expensive hats for like 25% off.
You can probably get it on
that was
Amazon.
Stetson, man.
You can probably get it on Amazon too, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't buy anything on Amazon.
I
Fuck
agree.
Amazon.
Fuck Amazon indeed.
Kind of
I
like
like
if,
Etsy though. Etsy's fun. I'd go on there and look at all the neat stuff people are making. Find some pretty cool
Yeah.
stuff there.
It's kind of like Walmart. If I can get it somewhere else, I will.
Yes, sir. So, new guy, how long you been looking into this? I'm sorry, what was your name? Nice to meet you.
Was it Michael Gleason?
Yeah, that was him. Whatever happened to Crypto? I haven't seen him around for ages.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Okay, I thought you just heard my
Oh
name.
no, I addressed you. I was asking your name. I was introducing myself, Ryan. Nice to meet you, Michael. Well, how long you been?
Ryan, how you doing?
Good, man. Good. How long you been looking into this?
Oh, I've been into it a while. Back when you could find stuff on YouTube, like Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, and Trisha and the Hot Potatoes. Yeah, I was looking into it for I've been into it since probably 14.
Right on.
Which is
Was there
your
any one
mode?
Was there any one thing in particular that made you start to think?
Well, you know, in school, and they were explaining a lot of the gravity and rotations and centrifugal force, or I was kind of like, I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Can you explain that again? Can you explain that again? And I felt, I guess I'm just not getting it. And, I realized years later, that it doesn't make sense because it doesn't make any sense.
You were
And
right when you were a
so,
kid.
when you're a kid, you just, I guess I'm just not getting it. But, logic and deductive reasoning was telling me this doesn't make any sense. And, when it clicked with Flat Earth for me, it clicked fast. It explained so much. And, I went into it thinking I was going to disprove this. And it should be pretty easy, just a couple of weeks, right? And, the more I looked, that realization and coming to grips with the fuck this might be, wait a minute, and the actual realization, then everything fell into place. And, the science is great, the research is great, but for me, it was just common sense, deductive reasoning, and logic. My
Agreed.
God-given sense. When you're moving. So,
yes, sir.
like I said, the science and the research helps a lot. But for a lot of people, it's just that common sense thing where they look at you like you're missing something.
Yeah, totally. I used to be a big UFO geek, bigger geek than that Tyler from Secure Team 10, man. And I fought it for a long time. For about a year, I was looking into it, and I knew it was true. I knew in my heart because I remember as a child thinking, "This is bullshit." And then just eventually, you just forget about it, and it just is what it is. And like I said, I fought it for about a year until finally I just had no choice but to, accept reality for what it is.
I would swear, after, looking into it and just listening to the reasoning, it made perfect sense. But as far as that goes, observations, I probably swear I saw Catalina Island, Alpine, California, which is in San Diego County.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm from Orange County.
108 miles.
Yeah, I'm from Orange County, so I'm familiar with that area.
Right on. I'm in Florida now, so I'm like a West Coast transplant on the East Coast. But seeing Catalina Island, crazy. And knowing the elevation, Catalina is not that tall. You know what I mean? Maybe 200 foot max.
Yeah, it's not at all. Those cliff faces on
And
the
so,
one
see,
side.
I was on a clear day, weather permitting, perfect conditions. It doesn't happen all the time. It's like a once in a blue moon. I saw it.
Yeah, that's
and
similar
that
to
sealed the deal for me.
similar to in Orange County. There's this street, Baston Cherry. When you get up to the top of Baston Cherry in Brea, California, it's pretty far away. You're still a good distance away from Los Angeles, but you can see the base of Los Angeles skyline. You're way too far to see. That kind of did it for me as far as other than the fact that water's always flat and we just see too far. Period.
That's my go-to, sea level. You can't argue with the natural physics of water. That just the idea that they can't comprehend mean sea level in London is the same mean sea level in New York. That's what sea level is. I'll go in the mirror and say it 3 times slowly. Anyways. You still there?
Yeah, my bad, dude.
Yeah.
Right on. Pulling a rip. Right on, Ryan. It was nice chatting with you. I'm gonna go do some domestic chores. I'm here, but I'll be back.
Sounds good, man. It was nice to meet you.
Same.
Somebody try to talk to the doc. Is my mic working?
I hear you. I got you.
What about the doc? Does he want to talk? BC verified. Hello, the doc.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
What's up, Doc?
I knew somebody was going to do it. That wasn't a very good Bugs Bunny, though, Ron. Gotta tell you.
Earlier, there was somebody in here called Wasop, and they were directly below the dock. And I kind of giggled inside, not gonna lie. Yeah, I gotta admit, Bugs Bunny is the best.
Okay, the doc, you have the right to remain silent, and obviously you have the ability. So, back to whatever we were doing. I think Ariel was trying to say something earlier, but she got rumpus. You still there, Ariel?
Yes, hi.
Hey, what was you trying to say that a minute
No,
ago?
I was, what was it? I don't know.
Something about crypto, I think.
Yeah, crypto.
Like cryptocurrency?
No, crypto, our crypto.
Oh,
Where's he been?
yeah. Where the hell is crypto? I don't know. Guess he's a busy man.
Yeah, well, if he's listening, we miss him.
Yeah. Come back, crypto. Crypto, come back. Any phonic fool could see. Y'all don't want to hear me sing.
We need crypto prices to come back too. They took a tank today.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they took a beating.
Yeah, Bitcoin is dead.
There's a lot of so-called experts predicting a big stock market crash around 9/11. We'll see.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Wasn't what South American country was adopting cryptocurrency as their form of currency?
El Salvador.
El Salvador.
Wasn't there a bunch of noise about that?
Yeah, I think that's why.
Something like that. Mm-hmm.
I think they tanked it because something happened with El Salvador today. I think officially rolling it out, so the market's tanked.
No
Seems
shit.
to me like intentional manipulation to scare people away from it, which means it's probably going to jump through the roof. Not financial advice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take it anyway.
Yeah, a lot of people are predicting 100,000 by the end of the year. I don't know if that's possible.
Time to upload a virus that will completely decimate the computer systems and bring us back to papyrus.
I'm down.
Or salt.
Well, I mean, papyrus is a form of writing thing, you know.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, clay tablets.
Form of legal kindling. I mean, tender.
Well, I've seen some reports about cryptocurrency getting stolen. That's very worrying. I mean, the amounts. So it's like vast amounts of crypto.
They're lying to us on all fronts. I thought cryptocurrency could not be hacked.
There was one instance where it took place, but to me it looks like a deliberate thing. A lot of things to scare people out of the crypto market right now while certain things fall into place.
Yeah, you can't really hack crypto itself, the protocol, but you can hack like wallets or you can scam people out of stuff like that.
Okay, but if you take away the people will always be stupid and get scammed, how can they hack the wallets? Isn't that supposed to be safer than in a bank?
It's just bad.
Ironically.
It's just bad, like user, user security and all that kind of.
Because I think let's call it a heist. The crypto heist in Turkey was real. And I know for a fact the one in South Africa was real. But I've seen, I think, 2 or 3 besides. And the amounts were always eye-watering. It was like 3 billion or, always in that ballpark figure. It's very worrying.
Yeah, it's happened. Some exchanges have been hacked too. But people say like the owners of the exchanges just, made off with all the Bitcoins and screwed everybody.
Here's the thing. It's websites like CNN and Fox News and the lying media that's putting this out. It did not happen.
Yeah, well, the latest one I saw, I had some doubt because there was just not enough information to go along with it.
Right.
The World Economic Forum has been talking about and kind of wargaming cyber attacks, and they call it cyber polygon. And
of course,
the big crypto that was allegedly stolen was out of the Polygon network.
Yep.
Coincidence? Theorists' ears perk up.
Uh-huh. No, I mean, Klaus.
Just observe, create an interesting question. If this happens, what would happen to the system? And then go through it. And you wouldn't necessarily have to do a, what do you call it? An experiment, but just rather get the consensus on the user of that money network. Just to prove that,
Well,
I work too hard for the little bit that I get, and I ain't just gonna give it away to no fucking company to get a make-believe token that you cannot possess or physically own.
I just think the world is so unstable. You've got all these world leaders who were assassinated, outright killed, very suspicious when they were in office. I mean, the chances of that happening, yeah. And then there was a coup the other day in not Burkina Faso. It was Guyana. Was it the French? Yes. French Guyana, I think, was a military coup took place.
I mean, kind of like they did in Myanmar.
No, but I mean, Myanmar is unstable as well. And if you look at the Far East in Bangkok and other places, there's so much going on. People are in the streets. There's so much going on. I mean,
the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, Europe's not a stable place. And if you think of the situation that is really causing it is the injectables. And I just think there are people who stand on, this side of the fence. They are not going to be swayed. There is no way these people are going to change their minds and fall in line. There's just no way. And it's become like even more apparent now that the children are, the children have been brought into the equation. I don't know. I mean, we know ultimately the plan is for everybody to get stripped of private property ownership. Everybody should be on universal basic income and have a meaningless job.
That's the plan.
Yeah. So
and this is the writing that's on the wall that I'm talking about.
Yeah. So if you're looking at the things that are happening, I always draw conclusions that bring me to the point where I think, okay, this is to forward that objective, which is
it's tied into it.
Yeah, we must all become serfs.
Yeah, I think the injections are tied into, it's going to be tied into the New World currency, so that it's kind of biometrically tied into it. So you can't buy or sell, like, with the Mark of the Beast type stuff.
For me, absolutely everything is tied into that. And can you imagine that there are people that have no clue? They have absolutely no clue about all of that. They want to put medical treatment out of the reach of most people. Not that that is really, really a bad thing. Come to think of it. But everything, I think, is just geared to, march that whole agenda forward. So I think that is everything at the moment. And still, there are people that are going about their lives as if, the only extraordinary thing that is going on is this invisible thing that is such a threat to us. That we have over a 99% chance of surviving it. It's incredible. And here you have the internet at your fingertips, the library of the world. And most people don't know what it means.
They don't know how to use it.
No, they don't.
They don't know how to use it to research.
No, they don't.
They go to factcheck.org and they get their information from there, and that's it. They call it a day.
I guess it's because people sense what's coming down the pipeline. I'd call it the rapture. And I think they take their anxiety over something like that and just channel it into this Myshronosaurus, this fake outbreak. I think it's a nice way to channel their energy, which would otherwise be directed towards some other impending doom, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
I think on an instinctual level, we can sense something is coming down the pipeline, but we don't quite know what it is. This, pandemic, that, whatever it is.
Yeah, people can feel something is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but did you see that latest funny cat video? I can send it to you.
What?
Cat video.
Good point.
I mean, people walking on crates.
Yeah, the Masonic challenge. Crate Masonic challenge.
Well, I did a funny thing today. I watched people getting those glasses that help them to see in color when they're colorblind. And I was sitting here crying like I don't know what. I was just having a good old cry.
Those get me too, not gonna lie. You're not alone.
So that's what I did today. And I don't know, it was by chance, but then I watched more and more of them, so I cried a bit more and a bit more. It was just like an emotional release. Yes, and then at one point I did come to the realization that I'm not crying about that. I'm crying about, the stress that I'm feeling. The absurdity, the threat that I feel, the uncertainty and everything. Everything. A friend of mine said today, don't you think we would have been happier right now if we didn't see what was going on? Because he was telling me his sister has blocked him, won't speak to him. His brother has done the same. So there's a big family reunion coming up this weekend. And I said to him, why don't you just go there and spoil it all? Just throw it in their face. I don't know.
Normies want to drink, be merry, move about their lives.
No, but the thing is, Meadow, if it's like me, I've just had a fallout with so many people in my family, my dear mother included. not to even mention my elder brother. I raked him over the coals so hard because he's in that cult. And so we are in a situation where going to a family reunion, there are all these things that you cannot speak about because it will ruffle the feathers, you know.
Eat,
Yeah, my
drink, be
family's
merry, for tomorrow we shall be vaccinated and die.
my extended family has never been there for me. I always have to go over there and slave away for those idiots. So why should I listen to anything they say, or when they're getting together, be included in that troop?
I can't quite reconcile myself to, how this position has now become so entrenched that I want to scream at them in anger, and at the same time I just want to draw them towards me and say, we must do something, because they've all been stabbed.
Well, the jab appears to have all sorts of wonderful stuff in it. According to Dr. Robert Young, it has graphene oxide in it. They say they can find, traces of this nanotech particle in there. And so graphene oxide is used in nanotech tubules and stuff like that. It basically looks like they're going to turn us into walkie-talkies.
Yeah, somebody told me that graphene oxide is not influenced by magnets, and I said, "Did you know that carbon is ferromagnetic?" What are you talking about? And then I put up the fact sheet, and I go, "Yeah, it's just strongly attracted to a magnet, but it should not be."
Yeah,
And the
graphene oxide used in all sorts
oxygen
of
makes it easier.
technology.
Yeah. The oxide layer makes it more attractive to the magnet.
So we've just had how many years now of that autistic savant little witch from Sweden, Greta Thunberg, telling us that we're killing and stealing her childhood at the same time.
Greta's a terrorist. She's responsible for all those murders that happened in India.
And we stand accused of being useless eaters, killing the planet basically. And so how is turning us into as Meadow says, walkie talkies? How does this benefit anyone or anything?
It's called listening devices.
Turning up listening devices is good. They could turn on the kill switch in the right, magnetic field or whatever with this stuff inside of us. What's her name? Another person who was interviewed, she was a Pfizer whistleblower. She says it's definitely in the vaccines. It's just not listed. And these things are proprietary technologies that are under trade secret. So they're really under no compulsion to list what, if any, ingredients are in there anyway. With this designer, gene editing nanotech that they're pushing down the pipeline. But she says if this thing gets in the presence of a positive electromagnetic field or whatever to get a positive charge, it'll obliterate any cell that it's in contact with inside of the body. So it looks like a kill grid might be sterilizing us. They're going to be listening in on us, to bring us into this great hive mind collective. We're all just going to be one with the nanotech machine.
Won't it be predominantly to subdue us, or to the opposite of subdue, to excite us?
Yeah, I personally think it's going to be something like that's the same way, like the same way we're controlled by like things like the Schumann resonance, and I think those affect us, and the combination of these things that they're putting inside of us and the technology going up all over the place, they might just be able to manipulate the way you feel,
Well, what was his name? Eric Dollard, the great electricity dude, talked about how they discovered in their electrical experiments that systems that were in resonance with one another were able to transfer energy much more easily between one another and seemingly over, I guess, distance. And so if we're all, in graphene oxide sync, I guess we'll just be one big, energetic oneness or something. I don't know.
Crazy shit, man. Like the beginning of the Hive.
I said to my friend, just go to the big family reunion and just observe them and see if you could see anything weird going on.
Yeah.
Because I'm being sympathetic towards him because he's finding this time really rough, and I am too. You know, I think, no, why is this happening? Why am I being gentle towards these people? I just want to go and smack some sense into them. I'm so angry with them. I'm disappointed.
You gotta let the love
I
come
hear-
through. You gotta
I hear
let the
you.
love through. Underneath all this is love, you know? If they decide to take the jab and become a graphene oxide transmitter antenna, okay. But, you know, Sister Carrie Berner, they just attacked her with designer nanotech. And she says she took a 6-month protocol, a 6-month detox. And crystals were coming out of her hair. But she was finally able to rid herself of the nanotech. And she had the lab reports. She said the lab report said subject has been, injected with designer nanotech tubules. She's got the pictures. She had the lab reports and everything. So it does look like there's hope even in this, new transhuman agenda that they're pushing potentially.
I have been reading about protocols and antidotes. Yes. Also, so today I bought everything that I need to make grounding mats and background my bedroom, and I can fixate on things like that until I resolve. So
Yeah.
now I'm thinking, yeah. So I'm gonna get that done by the weekend.
That's great. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of grounding.
Yeah, I've been doing that sort of casually, but now I'm concentrating on inside my house, so that I can just not
Hey, did you-
fixate on it.
Did you guys see the video about that doctor that came out recently who worked on the vaccinations? You guys hear about that?
The doctor that wouldn't.
One of the top doctors, supposedly, that's what he's saying, he worked on the vaccinations. And so he's going around now telling everybody that they should stop the vaccination program because he knows what's going to happen. And so what he says,
they made a huge mistake, he said.
That's Michael Yeadon from Pfizer.
I'm saying jail.
Right.
Still saying that J word, man. Say jail.
the antibodies, we're not going to have any real antibodies. That part.
Yeah, that as well.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Well, I can
But,
I can quote something else, but it's not a vitamin because a vitamin is supposed to have a specific ingredient in it, so therefore it's not technically a vitamin. All right, I mean that's like if you're sitting there saying, "Oh, this is vitamin C," right? Then you check it and it's just ascorbic acid, and there's no actual real organic vitamin C in it, so therefore it's not a vitamin.
I thought vitamins had to be made by some sort of organic living, organism. As far as we can tell, the synthetic stuff that they give us isn't made in that synthetic form inside of organisms.
Well, not just that, but it's not even
as a vaccination. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's what he said too. That it's not
No,
really
we
a
can't.
vaccination.
Don't say that
saying the
word.
word.
That's why it's a vitamin.
Does anybody else
we
think
use
it's really
jab
weird
or something like that?
Does anybody else think it's really weird that all this is playing out like that show Utopia? Like, I'm really thinking about going out and trying to find Jessica Hyde so we can kill Mr. Rabbit. Like,
Yeah.
Anyone? Yeah?
I think so. I think that, people are going to have
What
a
about
real
the,
tough choice.
The 100 series.
I just started watching that.
They're
It
going to be
starts getting
going
interesting.
unjabbed purebloods pretty soon, trying to get blood transfusions in the unjabbed, pure blood.
Starts getting interesting when they start talking about the City of Light.
Not there yet. I think I'm still in season 1.
Season 1. Season 1's kind of slow, but it builds like the mythology of the whole thing. Now, like the mountain men and all that. Yeah, wait till season 2. Then you'll be like, "Oh my god."
Well,
Yeah, I
sister,
heard somebody mention it on here, so I decided to start watching. I typically don't watch anything at all on television, but my wife gets mad if I sit outside just chatting on the server all night, so figured I'd start
Right.
that series with her.
Watch it with her, and she'd be like, "Ah, this is nice."
Yeah, she's into it, so.
Get her a bottle of wine and be like, "Come on, babe, let's go watch this shit." If she drinks wine.
She does, but we don't drink that often.
I want to show you guys the spot that I was at on a bridge in the UK on the morning when I was driving to work, when I finally allowed myself to say, "God damn it, it is flat." If you just click on that link, you'll see where I was.
Hey, are there any mods in here? I have a question. I'm trying to link some videos in the EMF channel. One of them was about 5G and wireless radiation. Is 5G a blocked word? A bad word?
Yes.
Well, that sucks. Okay, I'll have to rename some of these then.
Yeah, that link I posted is of the biggest suspension bridge, I think, in the UK, the QE2.
Said that. Let's go about the EMF channel.
Mike, it usually sounds like you're talking into a fan, but I don't even, like I heard send EMF channel.
Yeah, Mike, you're not really coming through at all. And that was Dolan that made that comment.
Yeah, I was just curious. I didn't know it was blocked, so I got.
I was asking.
It must be a lightning storm.
Yeah. Early day for rain. You pegged it, bro.
Like, see, right then and there, I heard that part, but you keep cutting in and out, like, worse than usual. Maybe one of the towers near you went down.
Yeah, it's storming like a motherfucker right now.
Well, stay safe, stay dry. Get to a high ground. Get to the treehouse. Please tell me you got a tree fort, like a big ass treehouse. Those things are bitching.
It's one thing we don't have here in Oklahoma is much high ground.
Same in Florida.
Plenty of water, though. I could imagine this place flooding like a mother.
No shortage of water.
Yeah, but you can't collect it and use it for your own good, needs. Stupid.
Jasper
Got a
Reservoir
river.
is almost bone dry.
Got a river nearby.
So far, none of the levels in Havasu have been affected, but all the levels above, like the dams above Havasu, have been affected. And it's always a steady flow of trillions of hectares of water per hour here.
Yeah, I'm from California, man. I'm not used to this crazy storms and stuff like that when they come through. My God, lightning just nonstop, thunder constantly. You don't see that in California.
Lightning capital of the world, where I'm at. In aerial, you would be amazed at one of the suspension bridges that we have here that goes across the southern part of Tampa Bay. Talk about seeing a flat plane from that vantage point.
You know, I was in such a confused state on the day I was sitting on this bridge here. This bridge is notorious for getting shut. If there's high winds, then the thing starts swaying. And then we go in a tunnel underneath the Thames River. So then it backs up the traffic quite considerably. Yeah.
Yeah, same with ours here. It gets shut down in high winds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was sitting in my car that morning, and there was very heavy traffic. So I had time to look around me, and you know, I had all this going on in my head, and I had absolutely nobody to talk to.
So the bridge I'm talking about, I've made observations 3 feet off the water from a place called Picnic Island, which is 17.09 miles away, seeing the whole entire bottom of that bridge. It does vary due to atmospheric conditions, but in order for the cruise ships to fit underneath it, a cruise ship 180 feet tall can fit underneath that bridge. So that shows you that the bridge is about 200 feet tall to the bottom, the underneath part where a cruise ship can fit through. So plug those into the Earth curve calculator and tell me how I can see it.
Well, you see, Napalm, what you were seeing there was a mirage.
Right? Extreme refraction. I could see my own butt as I was looking all the way around.
Yeah, it's like the guy that spoke earlier, the new guy, when he was saying that his logic and his deductive reasoning led him, you know, to the right conclusion. And I think for me it was the same, because I had already in my head, you know, I was holding on to this. I just didn't have anyone to talk to confirm anything, and the science part of it, that hadn't even occurred to me. The size, the distance to the horizon. I mean, axial rotation. I'd never given it a thought, and why would I? Because I can't feel it. I did think one day when I was really stoned, I was lying under a tree looking at the sky, and I thought, wow, look, we're moving. But it was the sky.
You ever been on shrooms and looked at trees? They start looking like treadmills.
I've taken
patterns and shape.
You know what? I've taken a lot of hallucinogenics, but I've never seen color or experienced things morphing into other things. I just I have such a vivid memory of the very first time I took acid, and it was in the outdoors next to a massive river in Africa, and it was as the sun was setting, and suddenly I just became aware of my environment. Wow. I just had this huge stupid grin on my face. It was like I have happy memories of doing that. Just
Yeah,
say no, kids. Don't make your mothers cry.
I always get a flood of color when I do mushrooms, but I've never, psilocybin mushroom. Blue ringers are a little bit different because the portions are different. I've never done LSD, and the most profound visuals I've ever seen is off DMT.
Yeah, I've taken DMT. I had a conversation with God.
Yeah.
Some next level stuff.
Yeah, I saw the firmament. I was above the firmament.
Oh wow. Wow.
Yeah, they call it a God molecule.
Yeah. No, there's a shortcut. You look up. That doesn't mean like lay on your back and look up. That means look at the top of your head, like roll your eyes back, and then you see an angel.
Huh. I've never tried that.
But your eyes have to be closed to see like the fractals. Otherwise, it's just kind of you see eyeballs everywhere on all surfaces. But when you close your eyes, it's different.
Yeah, all I remember was like everything just started vibrating and blasted off into space. You know,
Dude,
and
like
just see colors and shit.
First time I did it, I smoked some changa, which is it's like smokable ayahuasca. Lasts for like 30 minutes instead of 15. And it's like I know, you're supposed to hit it and hit it and hit it, but I took one hit, and as soon as I blew it out, all these lights left my body, and I'm like, whoa, and I just started drifting backwards, and I was out, blasted off, another dimension.
Crazy experience.
Yeah. It's sorcery.
Yeah, we naturally produce DMT in
Yeah.
pineal gland or something.
I think I need to start getting some stronger weed because I'm starting to remember my dreams.
How do you mean remember?
Hmm?
Oh, like when you wake up.
Yeah. Like I could still remember the dream I had last night and the night before. It's not
Okay,
good.
well they say if you ground your bed, you sleep that much better, and if you've
My
had
bed's on the ground.
so if you maybe you are grounded. And you start dreaming vividly.
Yeah, that's why I like smoking high levels of THC because it kind of prevents you from going into that dream state.
Why would you try and prevent that?
Because I see visions. And they come true.
Yeah, I've been having some weird dreams lately, and I smoke weed. That's really odd. Usually, when you don't, you dream when you don't. When you do smoke, you don't dream.
I just have to say before I go to bed, I was in a cult for a long time, coming out of my teens into my early 20s and till I was almost 30. a religious cult called the Jehovah's. They watched the Bible and Tract Society, and I think I felt a kinship with those people, a strong bond. But then I drifted away from that. And for the very longest time, it feels like I really didn't like people. I was drifting myself. I was disconnected. I didn't really give much thought to, things happening around me. But wow, I almost want to believe now that there are no coincidences and that I was meant to find out, the truth, the reality. I was meant to see it. And yeah, I just appreciate knowing all you guys, being able to listen to your thoughts, your voices, and your arguments, and yeah, all the work that you did for me. In figuring stuff out. It really helps a lot in this time. I can't imagine where I would have been if for this Discord, where I know the people here know what I know. So on that level, we are dealing with the same shit. Not that it's much of a consolation, but yeah, for me it means a lot. There you go. See you later, guys.
Ariel, just comfort in the fact that you got out of the biggest cult, the heliocentric one.
Oh God, yes. yes. That's the biggest liberating thing. I mean, is there anything that's more liberating? Yes, I was freed. Yeah. Brilliant. Night, guys.
Take care, Ariel.
See ya, Dave.
Have you guys talked to Blitzed Echo yet? Blitzed Echo. Do you live on a ball? Is my mic working?
Yeah, your mic's working.
I guess Blitzed Echo does not wish to talk then.
He might have been turned into a pickle.
And he's bounced out of the server. He heard Joshua's main voice. He said, I ain't talking to that guy.
I don't know if he was Morty or Rick. I clicked on his profile. I was like, oh, it's a Rick and Morty guy.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild show. I've seen a few of those.
Yeah. Hey, Indio.
What's up?
Not a whole hell of a lot.
You know, watching Rick and Morty automatically raises your IQ, right?
It was a full report from Boston, Indio.
Full report from Boston. Sun is going down, blue skies, pretty flat.
Going to be a dark night tonight. No moon.
Well,
should be able to see the first light of it tomorrow. So this would be a good night for me to go out there and look at the, try to take a picture of the Milky Way.
Still waiting for the lunar Eratosthenes test.
That's a good point. I'm surprised somebody hadn't done that yet.
I can't do it because there's too much light pollution. City,
Yeah.
So trying to crew battle mod, but you know.
Well, thankfully, there's no street lights out here.
Trying to what? Damn, now it's up too high.
Moonlit Eratosthenes.
Aristophanes' experiment by moonlight.
Yeah, he was kind of cutting out for me. I don't know if it's my net or his.
It's
no,
mine.
I was getting the same. Is that what
So
you're saying? Using the moonlight to find the shadow?
Right. That's possible out here. Sure.
I did do a little experiment with a magnifying glass and my thermometer with the full moonlight. And like after holding it there for about 5 minutes, it did decrease the temperature by 3 degrees. Holding the focal point of the light caught by the moon.
Am I coming in better now?
Yep.
All right. It was connecting to like
Clear for me.
random Wi-Fi. So you should get a different result for the moonlit Eratosthenes because the rays should be divergent, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I don't have a daughter, man.
Oh, I bet.
God damn, you should see like the way the girls dress around here. They're like 14, 15, 16 years old. They're dressed worse than like Skid Row hoes.
Well, I'm glad I don't have to worry about that. I got daughters, but they don't do that.
And their mom is dressed the same way, like a thought, man. They're all like walking together. It's like,
My daughters are scared if we go out in public and guys keep staring at them, Dad will go to jail.
only for a little while, because you always got bail money.
That's what I tell them because they know what's up. Might be, what the fuck you looking at? What you looking at? What you look? We wouldn't even be able to go nowhere. I'd be too busy asking questions. Let's talk about this, young man. Why the fuck you feel like you got eye fuck my women? What is your major malfunction?
I was just thinking, we should be able to triangulate the moon from the shadows. Right? They say that there's parallax to the moon. We should be able to triangulate the moon from the shadows. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a thought. In the wintertime, be the best time because a moonlit night is bright in the winter. You stick a stick in the snow, you'll get an obvious shadow, you know?
Yeah, true. And you also get low humidity a lot of times.
Yeah.
And it'll be freezing cold, so you get nice, clean air.
Yep. We get a better view of the stars in the winter here. And the moon. There's nights I can just go ninja through the woods just by the moonlight. City folk are like, where'd he go? And I can see them like it's daytime. What are you talking about?
I'm already thinking of the Glover excuses. Oh, the sticks weren't perfectly vertical. Dude, I'm telling you. Well, were Eratosthenes perfectly vertical?
Yeah, your dumb ass can't get them plumb, Mike. You're too dumb. I can imagine.
Somehow, when I was thinking of that, I heard Xanix's voice.
Hmm. Yeah, Zanuck begging for the possibility that I might have put him in there crooked. Come on, Mike, admit it. You know. Oh yeah, I can build a $25,000 motor, bro, but I can't put a stick in the ground plumb. How do I get my main bearings within a fucking 100,000th variance? And what the fuck? I wonder if Lou on band XO. He didn't perma ban him, did he?
Hey guys, I have a friend's gonna come into VC check-in too, like within like 5 minutes. His name is Shikaruba. He's a flat earther. Somebody can check him in a little bit. I'm gonna tell him to come into the VC check-in too.
And Battle Mod, yeah, no, I banned him. I left it up there for somebody else. If in 24 hours they want to, that's on them. But I'm not unbanning him, no.
Okay, I'm usually his Huckleberry, so I gave him his free on band from me. Cool. That doesn't mean you can't do what you want at will from here. You know, it's all good.
He saw Tempana semi-grotto.
Who here ever seen a fawn up close? So close they could take a picture that almost touched the fawn.
Are you kidding? I petted one.
Yeah, I have too. This one here I got pictures of.
But I think that was at a petting zoo.
This was in the
One
wild.
with my car, I think it was a fawn, but it was pretty close.
This one was in the wild. Its mom got tangled up in a fence, and we were tangling her out, and the fawn just sat there.
Oh, speaking of, Bambi is a suspect name. It was a male deer, right?
Yeah, Bambi was a male. This is true.
I'm trying to get as small as possible. You don't see me. You don't see me. Oh, did you see the Ted Nugent live stream yesterday?
No.
He was getting a lot of shit off his chest.
No, I have to find that and watch it.
Yeah, I'm looking for the channel right now. Probably not going to find it because my computer's retarded.
Motor City Madman. He had some good music back in the day.
Yeah, I used to jam him.
You got me in a stranglehold, baby.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite songs. Here I come again now, baby. I'm like a dog in the heat. Tell me it's by the clamor now, baby. I like to tear up the street. Now I've been smoking for so long.
Shut the fuck up, you boomer.
You know I'm here to stay. I'll ban you without a whim now, baby. Let's get out of my way. Rumor these nuts. You must have thought you was talking to somebody else, huh? Where you at?
Nigger.
Oh, what's
Hey,
up?
yo, you cannot say the nigger word in here. You cannot say that in here. You gotta leave, bro. You gotta leave.
You just said it. Look, 2 to go. Hey, Ice Watch, you want to say anything else dumb before I ban you?
What the fuck was that guy?
Oops. Did I do that?
So I'm wondering how these idiots are getting in here with no listening past no rules.
Fuck, I don't know. What's up, Nick? Are you with them? No, I know you're not. You've been here for a minute.
I think it's GE Platypus.
Who, Nick?
No, I think maybe Platypus is giving out the direct link to the chat, to the VC.
Oh, they still wouldn't be able to just talk. That dude had VC. That dude had VC verified. Wonder what Indio fell off. Hold up, let me see. Pill monster. Yeah. Kokio Banglaget updated roles for Pill Monster. Added BC verified. Man, Coco.
You know what I hate? I hate race, especially those races that hate other races.
I don't believe in other races. There's only one race, the human race.
So I'm talking like, you know, how everybody's sitting there saying, oh, well, the Rolex race is more supreme than those stupid American NASCAR races.
Life's not a race.
If it's not F1, it ain't shit, man.
Light cigar and dig it. Go eat some pot, man. It'll be alright, man.
It's just like your opinion, man.
You just gotta plant the seed and give it some love, brother.
That's true. That's very true.
Hey, Globies, keep eating your McDonald's French fries, you retards.
Hey, I like McDonald's French fries too. When I'm feeling really, really bad and I just don't care about my body or the rest of my life, I will have some French fries from McDonald's as well.
Oh, speaking of French fries, I got potato wedges.
Why do they call them French fries? Does it have anything to do with France?
French cut potatoes.
I like tater steaks. I'm a country boy. You cut them bitches up in big fat round circles and deep fry the shit out of them.
Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
that sounds good.
We call them there tater steaks, by God. You have a real steak and a tater steak all on one plate. Mm-hmm.
Philly style potato wedges seasoned.
Wedges are good
Otherwise,
too, though.
otherwise known as JoJo's.
Yeah. I like wedges, but they got to be thick.
Throw these things in the air fryer. And... Oh, yeah.
My grandma, when she used to make potatoes, mashed potatoes, she'd keep all the peelings. She'd peel them real thick, and then she'd make fried potato peelings for breakfast the next morning. That shit was good. Because don't forget the skin has a lot of nutrient in it too.
Yeah.
It's got more than a lot of the white, the heart.
And more minerals too. Especially
Yeah.
when you don't wash it.
Yep, my gram said you never throw that shit away. My grandma used to tell me everything, what you are, what you eat. You should know what everything does for your body that you put into it.
Attention, YouTube. The thoughts and opinions expressed here is not the same thoughts and opinions as the holder of the YouTube channel or the owner. Thank you. This is your PSA. Fuck off and stay flat.
There we go. It's a subconscious unwillingness to question authority.
And authority. Tune in, drop out.
Mm-hmm. And the other part, well, there's a lot of parts to it, but another part is psychological. Is, you know, God forbid I don't fit in with the popular kids, the popular crowd, right? If I'm not part of the consensus every day and I can't walk around and point fingers at people who do question the official narrative, what am I going to do with my whole life? I'm worthless if I can't make the whole accept me, or if I can't fit in.
Now, see about that, that's high school like behavior. I've never been a part of the people popularity contest. In fact, anytime like I started gaining like people knowing who the hell I am when I've never seen their face before, I'm just like, nope, I'm going to subtract myself from this situation. Just one of those things to where I don't know, I'm not a people pleaser.
It's tough to be a people pleaser because in this place it can get you far, right? If you kiss butt cheeks, you can go quote unquote far, right? But that's only all that's happening is you're climbing. It's not like you're climbing up a ladder. You're just climbing sideways. And that's at best, if not taking steps backwards.
The last
I have a lot of money and a job that everybody respects me for, and this, that, and the other. Really? Are you happy? Well, I'm successful. Yeah, but are you happy?
The last time that happened to me is when my grandfather was still alive and he went down to the American Legion for Veterans Day, and they were doing some kind of a banquet. So he asked me to come down, and I went down because he wished me to come down. As soon as I got in there, everybody's like, "Oh, hey, Josh, how's it going?" I was like, "Who are you?" And I only stayed there for like 5 minutes, made an appearance, and said, "Okay, I'm sorry, Grandpa, but I gotta go. I'm very uncomfortable here."
Yeah. Yeah. crazy. Like
But hey, I showed
veterans. Yeah, well, yeah. Veterans. I've worked with a few veterans. When I was working at the long-term care facility, there's a couple veterans there. Vietnam vets, and there was one Korean vet. He was still around, and yeah, I mean, just salt of the earth people who got completely screwed over in life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why I never enlisted. They gave me the opportunity to, and I'm like, nah, I think I'll just take my get out of jail card and leave.
Yeah, I mean, I admire those who, are in the military for a number of years and, they do what they wanted to do and they get out and they're still relatively normal, good people. I admire that. I mean, I admire anybody who's willing to do something like that with their lives, right? To stand up, to give up, hopes and dreams so that they can, support their family or help their country or something. That's noble, right? There's no two ways around it.
That's why I always shake hands with veterans and tell them thank you for your sacrifice. I've had a couple of them that say, well, I didn't do shit. It's like, still, you enlisted. Unless you're talking about, your stolen valor. In that case, I'll rip the uniform off your body. Yeah, I was going to have a thing to where, this little shop that I have, if there is enough clientele to keep the damn business open, and offer free LOFs for veterans.
What's an LOF?
Oil change.
Oh, cool.
Lube oil filter. It's
Lube oil
greasing
filter.
Greasing the Zerk fittings, checking the bearings, all that kind of stuff.
You got to be a gearhead to know what that means, or a grease monkey.
I know. I was gonna say, man, that ain't me. I'm an ex-rock star. You think I know about that stuff?
I think you should throw a coolant flush in there too.
I think Battlemont, if you and Billy Bob Thornton got together and started talking like that to each other, we couldn't pull you away from each other. You guys would just do it forever. It's so funny.
You got any French fried taters?
We can make some, I reckon.
How about some biscuits and mustard?
No, I would not be fucking with that mustard, I think. It gives me that gas.
Yeah, I reckon it do.
He was trying to have his way with my mother, so I killed him. Some people call it a sling blade. I call it a Kaiser.
Well, that's your problem. Ain't got no gas in it.
Who's the dummy here? I thought that was one of the funniest parts of the fucking movie. He said, no gas. Like, gee, the dumbass had to tell you he was out of gas. It's really, you gotta wonder how many vaccines did that boy get?
You gonna use Wesley pipes? Or Billy Bong Thornton.
Oh, you're talking about the Sling Blade guy?
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
many vaccines
I
did he
reckon.
get?
I
All of
reckon he
them.
had about 50. Yeah, 50 or all. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And don't think I didn't hear that half-baked reference.
Yep.
Josh.
Whoa, man! I just fed your horse, man. What? Jail?
Yeah, jail. Yeah. And then the part that makes me feel so sad, especially like when I run out of medicine. He's in the jail cell. He goes, the weed is wearing off, and then they do the pan backwards. You know.
You know the funny thing is, you actually can give horses sugary treats. They need sugar. That's why we give them sugar cubes.
Yeah, for sure.
My horse likes gummy worms and gummy bears.
I think the horse was diabetic in the movie. I think that's why.
Oh.
Hey, Mr. Horse.
Yeah.
You like popcorn?
Yeah.
When you chew it, it goes pop, pop, pop.
Yeah, wasn't Dave Chappelle in that movie too?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's what
And
started
Bob
his
Saget.
career off. Yeah. Oh, Bob. And John Stewart. You ever seen the back of a $20 bill on weed?
Yeah, man. What the fuck?
I want to talk to Samson.
His girlfriend was Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Mr. Smiley.
Let's see what kind of fans of that movie you guys are. Who was the guy on the couch?
Oh shit.
Tell him the movie. The guy in the couch in what movie?
In Half Baked.
Yeah, I don't know, and I'm not going to look it
Comedian,
up
but
either.
I can't remember his name.
Nobody knows. Stephen Wright, the comedian.
Oh yeah, Stephen Wright, the very first dry comedy guy that really took it far.
I got some powdered water, but I didn't know what to add.
Hey, is it January? No, man, you've been asleep for a minute. We got that 70s couch and shit, dude. That shit's funny as hell.
So, if I were to act like a glober, become an anti-flat earther, guys in the YouTube chat, who do I contact to start the shill process? I don't know who to go to. If you could.
Yeah, we'd like to get a fake paycheck for being fake. What's up?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I thought it was Stephen Wright joke for the anti-flat earthers. If I'm in a spaceship going the speed of light and I turn on the headlights, does anything happen?
Is that a real Stephen Wright joke too? It sounds like it is.
That's a real Stephen Wright joke, yeah.
Hell yeah. He knew it was up. Oh, I guess is he still alive? Hang on a sec.
On the other hand, you have different fingers.
That's great.
I went into a restaurant and said breakfast anytime, so I ordered French toast during the Renaissance.
Hey, I like his my theory evolution joke. My theory evolution is that Darwin was adopted.
My favorite one is, and when I was a kid, we had a quicksand box. I was an only child, eventually.
Right now, I'm having amnesia and deja vu at the same time.
Yeah, him and Mitch Hedberg, man. my two favorite dry humor guys. Deadpan, that's what it's called, deadpan.
I had amnesia once or twice. I can't remember.
Yep.
Tried to go in a convenience store. It said open 24 hours, and the guy was locking the door, and he said, "What the hell? It says open 24 hours." Yeah, but not in a row.
Yeah.
So we're 4 days away from the big 20th anniversary of 911. Are y'all ready to celebrate?
This is the first year that I will be sober for that. So, no, I'm not excited. But it will be good to remember whatever horse shit goes on. I mean, think about it. Even though it would be really blatant and obvious and sloppy to do something, right? To have some big world thing go on coming up in 4 days. That doesn't mean they won't do it. Right?
Sure. Wouldn't put it past them for sure.
Right.
I know it's on a Saturday, so we could do a good little alien invasion or something on Saturday. Whatever.
Oh, dude. Please bring the aliens in, this Saturday, because I'm behind on some bills and some other stuff. So, like, if society kind of just collapses, that'd be great.
No worries. '20th anniversary, and all the real perpetrators for that event have been arrested and they're paying the price. Oh, whoops! No, they're not. Oops.
I don't think anybody's been arrested. They didn't even arrest. I keep wanting to say Barack Obama. Osama bin
All
Laden.
they did was shoot him in his apartment and where he was hiding by the military base, and then dump him in the ocean.
Right.
So
I wonder how
much
dialysis equipment they had to try to maneuver over before they got to his body. So fucking retarded. Sorry, I curse a lot.
Tough guy to find, man. He's 2 blocks away from the military base.
Right, yeah, it's hard. It's a tough one. And you'd think, a guy trained by the CIA would be findable the rest of his life. Some slippery guys, though, they can just slip right through her, can't they?
And naturally, you'd bury him in the ocean like all the Muslims want to do, right? Which I've never heard of before, them doing that. But anyway.
Yep.
Their official excuse, they didn't want his graveside to be a shrine for people to go to or whatever. Come on, man.
Come on, indeed.
Oh, man.
Come on, man. I got a jet for a bit, but I'm gonna find the newest Come On Man video I saw recently for you.
Yeah, I couldn't be more proud of America. We've got the most articulate president that's leading us to victory just now. I mean, I'm swelling with pride. I can't express it. I'll have to shut up.
Yeah, it's exciting. He's a very motivating, attractive, intelligent, humorous skin bag.
Why is he throwing up the Nazi salute?
Yeah, it's kind of like whatever. It's like, hey guys, okay, we're about to reveal it all to them anyway. So if you want to do all the like crazy hand signals and just kind of let it go at this point, yeah, even Joe Rogan's gonna admit it's flat again. Yeah, so whatever you want to do. Joe, just stop touching kids though. At least when the cameras are on, okay, man? You gotta quit it.
See, sometimes the kids, they come up and they rub my hairy legs. You know,
God, I get nauseous. Bro, I get nauseous when people start talking about that story. It makes me sick. Ugh.
Yeah, but who's better at delivering speeches, him or Bush?
Bush all day.
If you fool me once,
because you know,
you won't get fooled again.
Fool me, can't get fooled again.
Basically, I'm saying you can't get fooled twice.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Biden's one-upping that. You know, the thing.
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago, he said 380 million people had the jab already. How many people are in the country? So.
Next thing you know, his second term, that's how many people will vote for him, 380 million. It's like, wait a minute, how?
It's like Barack Drone Bomber visited all 51 states, or whatever he said there.
Didn't he say there was like 3 billion women or something at one time that did something? I can't even keep it straight.
You know why why he said 51 states? Because they're about ready to make DC another state, or a state in itself, which would kind of nullify their whole position of power.
52 states, 52 weeks in a year. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
So, Haiti. What do you guys know about the Clintons in Haiti?
What do you want to tell us?
I know about the Clintons and some of their friends committed suicide by shooting herself in the head twice.
Who's trying to show you this rabbit hole? The ones that assassinated the president of Haiti were trained by the anti-FARC guerrillas, which was headed up and founded by William Clinton.
You're one of them coincidence theorists, ain't you?
No. There's no such thing as coincidence.
A duplicitous theorist? What's the one they call sheeple? They call them what? Complicity theorists? Is that what they call them?
I'd rather call them ostriches.
Yeah, there you go. Complicity theorist. A person who accepts the political narrative of the day, unquestionably consumes mainstream media like it was 1980, is prone to submissiveness, outbursts of irrational fear, and public shaming of freethinkers.
Yep, that sounds like YouTube chat.
It sounds like Gamma Panda's server to me.
Yep.
I wonder how many Quantico graduates are in the YouTube chat.
Have you guys read about that dead internet theory? How most people we're arguing with online now are just bots paid by some corporation.
Yep, I
Oh,
kind
no.
of
I really
proved
wonder.
that with some of these trolls.
Like some of these people I talk to in modern day debate server, like I have a really hard time imagining that they're real people. I know they exist. I know they're out there. It's just this many of them.
I mean, I get some fishy responses from some of these people, especially a few years ago when I was in NASA chats when I was allowed to get in there before I got banned. Like bot responses.
I'm trying to figure out how to like catch them, make them glitch, you know?
Yeah.
Because like I can tell when I'm working, because like I'm really good at getting under people's skin, so I can tell when I'm getting under somebody's skin. And yeah, a lot of times I don't understand some certain responses, so it's kind of like, oh, well, they're not responding like a human, but maybe I'm losing my, you know, my skills, or maybe it's a robot, or both. I don't know.
Yeah, see, one of my friends was doing a live stream on Facebook one time, and they were ragging on her hard. So I'm just sitting there saying, don't worry about these trolls. They're not even real people. They're just robots, bad robot. And then, like, they all stopped typing. And then one account said, you know, addressed me, basically said, hey, F you. I was like, no, F you. You're sitting in a cubicle, you loser piece of shit. How does it feel to know that I'm fucking your wife, right? And then, like, the whole thing just kind of stopped. And she's like, what just happened? And I go, you were getting attacked by one of these bot farms.
Is that the way to be, though? You know, yeah, we shouldn't rise to those, lower ourselves to those levels. We don't need to, guys.
Well, he actually called my phone a couple of times, and I'm sitting there, like, sending them text messages, like, I know your location, here's where you're at. You have no clue who you're fucking with. You need to pull my FBI file.
Guys, you want to see the state of me right now? Look at this photo. Don't ignore the disgusting Versace shoot. The only reason I'm wearing it is because of the height of it in comparison to the thing that I have to wear on my leg. So it was meant to be a nice relaxing day yesterday for myself going to the spa, right? And then the anti-slip mats on the spa are all, guess what they're really good for? Slipping. So I went ass over tit, right?
Oof.
This is funny, a funny argument about vectors. And I was like, don't fucking argue with me about vectors to the first aider. He goes, you slipped over. And then I said, yeah, my foot went vertically up. And he goes, how can your foot go vertically up if you slip? And I go, what? What do you mean, how can it go vertically up? He goes, well, it would be horizontal, wouldn't it? And I'm like, no. If you slip, goes from the floor, and then your foot ends up at the same height as your shoulders, fall, it must have gone vertically up in order for it to be horizontal to the shoulder, right? This just makes common sense. But yeah, if you look in the live
That's when you, damn, dude. That's when you ask him, are you familiar with what a pendulum is? Then say, you went to school for how many years and you can't even tie your own shoes, bruv? What the hell?
I think I've broken my
Crack,
coccyx.
dude. That other shoe though. Is that you? What is that?
It's a Versace. It's a Versace chain. What is it? A Versace chain link, or is wait there? The Versace chain. Versace chain.
Looks like a moon boot.
Versace chain reaction. It's called.
Yeah, crazy. It looks like. Looks like you could.
What? Looks like you could slam dunk with those.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're disgusting, dude. They make
so
me
that's
about
not your
6'3".
foot?
That is my foot.
Oh, okay.
But the thing next to it's also my leg and my foot. You see what I mean?
Right. So
and I think he has to wear that shoe so he doesn't feel like he was born on a hill.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Oh, okay. Now I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, dude, Crack, you don't wear those shoes out in public, do you?
No.
I'm like,
I am at the
man, I
minute.
really like this crack villain guy, but have you seen the fucking shoes he wears, dude?
Fucking guy is rich.
Yeah. Look, it looks like a skater shoe with like moon stuff. So you can
Mate,
so you
that'd
can
be
hop
good
around on
for
the
rock
moon.
climbing. That'd be good for rock climbing.
Yeah.
Let me
It
show you
looks
the
like a
bottom.
Star Trooper from Star Wars. What they
Well,
were.
my friend gave me these yesterday, right? And it just so happened yesterday was when I twisted my I've torn the ligament that goes down your down like your ankle. There's like a certain ligament called it's not the ACU, it's not that, or the MCU, it's something else. But I fully tore it, and I think I've broken my coccyx as well.
You broke your ass.
She broke her
bro.
coccyx.
Can you sue anybody? Was it your
Yeah,
fault?
sue the shit out of them.
Then I'm gonna sue them. It was their fault. Yeah, the anti-slip mat was.
There
I
you
stepped
go.
back onto the anti-slip mat, and there was no wet floor sign in there either. So I've got all the video footage. Trust me.
There was no anti-slip mats, or there was
No,
anti-slip.
there was anti-slip mats, and I stood on it, and it slipped. The mat slipped. So
That's
the
why they don't
anti-slip mat.
tell them don't buy shit from China. Buy it from the UK. There is a mat company in the UK that makes a pretty good non-slip surface.
Yeah, dude. Like, look at the bottom of them.
Rubber just ain't rubber no more.
Oh,
guys.
they're like chains. It's like a
Yeah,
gold.
And it's funny. It's like, how do you have a non-slip surface if it gets wet? I don't care who you are. If a surface has some wetness to it, it's going to be slick at some degree.
So there was no oh, this is a wet surface, and this is in the changing room before you go into another room, and then you go into the spa, right? And it wasn't wet. It didn't look wet. There was no, and there's a wet sign that says it's wet, like 2 rooms after, but there's 2 doors blocking my vision from that. All right, I've got it all on video. Like, they were so shooken because they were like, shit, like there's supposed to be a sign in there, like to say like, I'm gonna sue the fuck out of them, and they're a country club as well, a golf club.
Oh, dude. Hell yeah.
Big money.
This place is worth like
Get 'em.
70 million to me. Literally, no joke. It's good. It's a good like.
Take them for
2,000
80 million.
Yeah, man.
Oh, start with a really, really high number and then work them down. They'll work you down, but yeah.
$200 billion.
$100 billion.
$1 million.
Sir, $1 million isn't that much anymore. Oh, really?
Yeah, they're for the chain gang.
$2 million. No, higher.
But yeah, dudes, like, oh man, like I had to fight the A&E people to get them to give me a support. They were refusing to give me anything, right? And then like eventually when they did, like I've got that on video as well, them treating me like shit, right? Do you know what the first woman said that I saw the first doctor? She's like, do yoga. I'm like, what? Do yoga with what you've just described as a completely torn ligament? I was like, okay, yoga program, is that prescribed by the NHS? Like, how do I sign up? She goes, oh no, I mean my friend does it. Yeah, so your friend does it, so she does it for free, right? Well, no, it's £25 a session. So you're here with your own agenda, you Satanist, telling me to do yoga. Start talking about Kundalini spirit. I'm like, shut your fucking mouth, get out of me, get away from me, you Satanist.
So should have asked her what her commission is.
Yeah, so I was sort of saying, like, I said, how much do you get out of that then? Because you keep offering me this, and she like went red on that, and I said, you ain't gonna get one over on me. I said, like, you're an idiot. I said, you're offering me your friend's number who does yoga for £25 a session in a National Health Service institute. I said, like, how could I even do yoga with my leg like this? What the fuck are you talking about? Sorry for swearing, ABBA, not you guys, ABBA. I'm speaking to Yar.
Probably gets £12.50.
Exactly half, isn't it?
So, Craig, did they make you do a test before they gave you treatment, or do you want to say?
I had X-rays done. they refused to let me look at the X-rays. The guy, when I sat down, I was like, "You got any protection for like my junk, right? It's quite close to it, the position you have me bent." No, we don't need to because it's so small. I said, "What do you mean so small?" I said, "Because this is at milliamps, correct? Milliamps, correct?" He goes, yeah, just 1.4 milliamps. I said, "Yeah, but that's 1.4 milliamps per what? Per second?" He goes, "Yeah, per second." I said, "Per second?" I said, "Don't you mean per millisecond?" He goes, yeah, per millisecond. I was like, "So how many seconds?" He was like, "Well, we're going to be doing it for roughly 10 seconds." I said, "So how many milliseconds are in 10 seconds?" I said, "So it's 1.4 times 10, right? 10 seconds, right? So there's 1.4 milliamps per millisecond." I said, "So how many milliseconds are there in 10 seconds?" I said, "So we need to do 1.4 times the amount of milliseconds and then times that by 10. And his face is like, I'm like, "I want it on paper, mate." Like, you know what I mean? And then they wouldn't let me look at my X-rays at all. I said, which is weird. Refused to. And you're not allowed to look at your own X-rays. So how I said I could look at my own X-ray and clearly see that my leg was broken or something, right? Like it could just be obvious to me, and they could hide that from me. They just wanted to get me out of there, bro. It was a 9-hour waiting time, right?
Holy fuck!
Yeah, I ended up becoming like the A&E doctor. Like there was a kid there who couldn't go for a piss, so I helped that kid like go for a piss. Sounds a bit weird, but just like help calm him down and everything. And then I was just sort of being the clown for everyone, speaking to everyone like out loud, you know what I mean? Like telling jokes. A woman wheels someone in with like, someone wheels someone in like all cautiously in this wheelchair. There's no one in the wheelchair yet. And I'm like to the kid, I'm like, "Whoa, we've got to think it's bad for us, bro." I said, "What's happened to him?" He said, "What do you mean?" I said, Look. I said, "He's fully fucking disappeared, bro." I was like, "He ain't even," and he was like, and I was like, "He's gone. Like he's fully disappeared." And then the woman's like there, like I'm like, "What's happened to him then?" It's like, "I don't know," like, because she's going along with it now. She's like, "I don't know, he just disappeared earlier." And like, ever since then, we've just been trying to figure out what's going on. It was good fun for him. And then obviously that calmed him down and eventually he went for a pee. But the kid hadn't gone for a pee for 27 hours.
Last time I was in the hospital, doctor's trying to talk to me, and I'm schooling him.
I schooled them. It's like, they don't like it.
Yeah, and the doctor's sitting there going, "So do you got medical background? Because you're pretty knowledgeable." And I go, "No, I don't know a fucking thing about human anatomy." That's why I said I think you guys call it a hematoma, but it's just a bruise.
Yeah, the thing is, they're all speaking in their priest language, right? They all like to talk to you in Latin. That way you're not clear on what the diagnosis is. So they say, "Oh, you got sinusitis." Sinusitis? Oh, that sounds bad. What is sinusitis? And you're like, "Oh, it's just swollen sinuses?" Like, "Oh, salt. Yeah, I bet I could treat that with salt water."
The funny thing is when this happened, I was at the spa, so like, I had my friends, like, I put my arms around their shoulders, yeah, and they just like put me through to the like jacuzzi, yeah, and there's all these like nurses in the jacuzzi, because so I just like got it like in the jacuzzi, and they supported it, and I had them give me a look over, and they're like, "Yeah, bro, that's fucked." So yeah, I left. Yeah, guys, it's Yom Teruah today, so what's the time now? In 15 minutes, roughly, I'm going to be blowing the trumpet, all right? What I mean by trumpet is... the shofar. That was just a little bit, obviously.
So that's an actual shofar? Ram or
Well, no,
ibis?
a shofar is an entrance and an exit. That's all it is. One, no other difference. This is actually, because obviously, I'm a weaponologist. This is the closest thing I own to a shofar, but it's made out of copper and brass. It's quite pretty,
okay.
actually. But it's not a horn one, but it will do. The Bible doesn't specify in which it should be made of. I've looked into this greatly. I couldn't
Hey,
get
that
one in
sounded
time.
like a couple octaves higher than the stuff we've been hearing all around the world. Those big horns in the sky.
I'm not very good at it either.
Speaking
Yeah, sounds
of,
like
I got a...
Sounds like them angels up in the sky tooting them horns.
I got a pretty good video of sounds from the sky, but these are like screams, not trumpets. This is what came about
That
last
animal
year.
put it out of its misery. Oh my god.
Yeah, sorry guys, but
Get the rifle. That elk is bugling.
Yeah, that stuff's hard to play. Hard to make, you know what I mean? Hard to make the right kind of noise with it.
There you go.
well, unlucky Royal. It will happen again on the hour, and I don't really care what you got to say about it.
That's fine. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
And see, the thing is
on the hour,
you didn't
so-
hear in this video. You didn't hear any of the thunder, but you saw the lightning. But instead of the thunder, you heard screams from the sky.
No, Crack, you can go fuck yourself with that if you think you're going to keep doing that.
Who said that?
Bullshit. That's Lou. I'm just
Yeah,
looking-
I'm only gonna listen.
looking-
I'm gonna do it once at 1 o'clock my time, and that's it. All right, mate.
Can you do that without like opening your mic?
Yeah. No. That's the whole point.
Oh, that's really annoying. And you know it is.
I'm not doing it to be annoying, for fuck's sake.
I don't know, man. I kind of took it personal. I got gaming headphones on, so.
I got Turtle Beaches on too, but it doesn't bother me.
What I'll do is I'll do it, but I'll remove my headset when I do it. But I am gonna do it at 1 o'clock my time once, and that's it.
Yeah, be on the lookout for first visible light. Crack.
Go down the street and do it at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh yeah, that's what I am doing. I'm doing it out my window at 1 a.m.
In honor of the National Health Service, yeah, no, not in honor of the NHS.
Well, I'm in pain and I'm in agony and fucking I need to shout out, so you know. And it's from 2 arcs, so
When I got stabbed in the leg, my leg swelled up because I tourniqueted it, and I had to tourniquet it for like an hour and a half until like the ambulance even came. So, sitting there in the ER, and they're like, "Okay, we're going to take the tourniquet off." And I go, "You take that tourniquet off. If any blood comes out, it might not be the blood that's there, but the blood that's ballooned up. And as soon as you do that, my leg's going to swell. No narcotics, no antihistamines, none of your bullshit drugs."
yeah, they didn't give me any drugs either or anything like that. I refused.
So they said, "So, well, what do you mean?" I said, "I don't want nothing you have to offer. Besides, you can't even do anything. What are you going to do? Stitch up something that needs internal surgery? Nah, I think I'll heal on my own." Right, and this is right before the cocoa virus thing. And they go, "Okay, doctor prescribes some stuff." And I said, "What are you doing? Why are you prescribing me shit?" I said, "None of your bullshit." "Well, you need this." And I go, "Are you fucking retarded? You prescribed me ibuprofen. Do you have any idea what would happen with a swollen leg like this if I were to take this?" No. "Well, I could tell you this much. It's going to relieve the swelling, and the pressure's going to increase. Because the swelling is what's keeping the pressure down." "That's interesting. Do you have any medical background?" "No, I don't need no medical background to know what drugs do to the human body."
They're just used to everybody coming in there like, "Doc, there's something wrong with me. I don't know what's wrong with it." And the doctor go, "Oh, it's idiosyncratic." And they're like, "Oh man, I'm sure glad the doctor knows what's going on." Idiosyncratic means they don't know the cause.
Yeah, Royal, I know it's a podcast, right, on different apps and stuff like that. Like I fill up many of the hours of speech in this place. Yeah, yeah, I do know that. I happen to be a moderator. Just saying. you have a problem with me, then go to DMs. Thank you very much. Don't hear any more about it.
Shit. Hey, at least it's under 100 degrees right now.
Yeah, same here, I think.
It's like 98.3. Now, for the rest of the world that's not in the United States, 41. Or, excuse me, 35. 35.
Lou. What, Mike? I didn't even recognize you. I didn't recognize you a second ago, Lou, for some reason.
Because I'm on my phone and earbuds.
Oh, that makes sense now. You're right, yeah. I didn't get an update from your head. Send you a file.
Oh yeah, no. I'm gonna take another selfie in the dark of my head for you. So you could have wet dreams picturing the back of my head.
I was trying to send you something yesterday, but it wouldn't let me send it because of the size of it. It was a video. We got ways that I could send you a video. Someone tried to set my house on fire yesterday, right? So they poured petrol all over a log that's used to prop open my door. So it's against the plastic of the back of my door, right? Effectively used, like I said, a log that we roll in. Yeah. And it was propped up against plastic. Someone poured petrol all over it. Praise Abba that nothing happened. But it was on fire all day. I woke up in my house full of smoke because the window. So yeah, someone tried to fucking blow my house.
You've been having problems over there at your place for a while. Like I remember one night, like somebody was messing with your handle trying to get into your house, and there was another time you're.
I told you before, didn't I? I told you before I had a gang war, right? Where I was on my own in a gang war. I asked none of my friends to get involved. We've got 2 Osmo warnings, right? So, if someone's going to assassinate you, you get an Osmo warning. In the UK, I've got 2 official Osmo warnings. The first one I got was when I was 16, when people with masks and balaclavas come into my school and tried to stab me. They ended up stabbing the deputy headmaster. I got a phone call to tell me, and I managed to get, at the time, one of my best friends. He's a forensic scientist and an ninjutsu instructor. He's a lot older than me. I used to hang around with older people, obviously. You guys could obviously tell why, right? I was 16 years old. I was able to hold my own against adults in terms of conversation and stuff like that. Yeah. But ever since then, I've had problems with people since they can beat me face to face. They would either throw petrol bombs at my house or, try and do other things like that. Not that someone did a well.
People throw Molotov cocktails at people's doors, or
yeah, dude.
Hey, I might ship to you this cannabis stock. Just say it's like balsa wood or something. You would have to treat it with some sort of cactus juice or some shit like that, so it doesn't separate and break apart. But it's real light, real dense, and you can swing it fast and crack skulls like a shillelagh.
Dude, look, this is what I have. Yeah, I'll show you. This is literally what I use to get around the legality of that. I either carry around a roll of tin foil, right? Yeah, or I carry this around. This is actually my one. This is what I carry around with me, or I carry a roll of tin foil around with me. It was taped up, obviously, with a lanyard. going through the middle of it, because the roll of tinfoil really is just a. So the idea of it is that it's essentially a shillelagh. If you break down the Hebrew of what shillelagh means as well, it's pretty interesting. But yeah, I've got cubitons. I've got like.
Okay, it says Irish. I was gonna say, what does that say? Trash remover?
Wait there, I'll post a better image of it. Wait there, one where you can actually see the knot. A monkey's fist, yeah, I've got a monkey's fist as well. I've got one that I made myself. But yeah, that's what it is there, and it has a lanyard on it.
Yeah.
I also have a legal carry knife as well, which is exact to the exact specifications that's illegal in the United Kingdom. One that I made myself. People are like, "Why do you love weapons?" I'm like, I don't know. Maybe because I've had a few of them turn on me. But yeah,
You
the
should
monkey
argue
fist is brilliant.
why do the Queen's Guard have sabers if we don't have equal?
Yeah. Exactly, brother.
How come they have automatic black rifles when we can't even have a pellet gun?
You're allowed to legally own crossbows in the United Kingdom, but not walk around with them, so it makes it pointless. But the thing you can own, which you can get up to similar velocities to a handgun, but obviously nowhere near as useful in terms of the shape of the actual projectile, which is you can carry legally, but don't ever use a stone inside of in the United Kingdom. Never use a stone to fire out a slingshot. Why? Because then you stone people to death. If you use a ball bearing, then it's not classed as stoning them to death. It's classed as real ammunition. So I need to get myself a new slingshot. I managed to clock well over 450 feet per second. Nice gladius there, bro. It's pretty cool.
Thanks. It was from my brother-in-law.
Well, Hank knows this, and without going into specifics, Hank, I am safe, aren't I?
Yeah, I've spoke with him off air before, and he's told me some things and showed me some things. Yeah, I wouldn't send him my Gladius. He's got it figured out.
What's the limit on energy for like crossbows? Isn't it like 6 joules or something?
No, it's not 6 joules. We do it by foot-pound over here, but with crossbows, there's not really much of a limit. No, there's not much of a limit. It's more to do with the speed in which that you could reload it. That's more what they're worried about.
Well, what about the what the heck is it?
Because it's England, the crossbows and stuff like that are very much part of our culture. So, but when it comes to like a slingshot, right? When we're talking about feet per second, if you've got very, very good medical grade elastic and you have 3 or 4 bands, and you can get up to 500, 550 feet per second. We're talking, faster than a lot of muskets. And sometimes you can get speed similar to that of 45 caliber pistols as well with low grain counts. So I can show videos for that if people don't believe me. Yeah, so the best and most effective weapon for short range close quarters combat, and to be able to use in fact quickly if you've got magnetic glove and you've got steel ball bearings, would be a slingshot. Would be the thing that I would say is best for self-defense in the United Kingdom, because you can legally carry it and you can fire it in public.
Because I know there's a limit.
Right,
in
unlucky
Germany.
guys.
Yeah, you should make
What
one of
happened
these,
again?
bud.
Like
Craft
you're
one of
trying to
these.
blow your nose really hard. Like you just can't get something out of there.
I know, right? Yes, exactly what I thought, Joshua. Exactly what I thought. Yes, Joshua. Exactly what I
That
thought.
or an auto Legolas, which is like an automatic. It's got a magazine and it's just a bow.
Look at what I wrote. Like, I don't know when you wrote that, but I'll send you a screenshot of what I wrote to someone else, right? Just to show that we were on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
This is what I wrote to him. Yeah, you read that afterwards. After I read that, see? I read that. I read that exactly 5 minutes before you read what you read.
Oh yeah. Holy crap.
See?
Same wavelength, bruh.
You know that, brother. To be fair, that
But
give me a
yeah,
bit of a
man.
headache.
This George Sprov or George Sprov, he likes making crossbows, right? He likes making all sorts of borderline legal in Germany weapons. Like he made this one that flings
Yes,
saw
Jorg
blades.
is brilliant. Yeah, the German guy, Jorg. I've met him in real life. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jorg's great, man. Carry on.
So my wife just told me that Ghislaine Maxwell was ordered by the court to basically tell everything she knew about all the co-conspirators. And this is supposed to be when? In October? November. Oh, so they're postponing it that way in case she needs to die or go retire in Israel or something.
Yeah, do you think she might be Epstein?
You mean broke out of prison? Yeah. Because the diet woke stuff is he died in prison. There's no evidence of that. The only evidence of that is that there was a body, and Epstein's brother, I'm sure you can trust him, said it was him. So that
Right, well,
sounds legit, right? That checks out.
That's why I said Epstein.
Yeah, he's definitely in Israel.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I said there's
Well,
suspicious video of a guy on his ranch in New Mexico that looks exactly like him.
has anyone seen the video by Sean Atwood where he talks to the handler of actually talks to Epstein's handler and talks to John Malkovich's John Murdoch's handler. So he knew Murdoch's handler, yeah, right, the guy who owned the Sun and everything, right? And he basically says that Epstein, he's not Mossad, but the guy that was Murdoch's was Mossad, his handler. He's not. He's in Central Intelligence, Israeli intelligence agency, right? And he says that Epstein's plug got pulled, and he was the one that put the green light on him to be killed. That's literally what he says in the video. He admits it straight. He said, "I know that you can't kill yourself in that prison because he was in that prison during the Iran-Contra deal himself, and he was let go obviously due to the fact of his position in the intelligence agency of Israel." If anyone wants the video, let me know. I can get it to them.
You mean Israeli State Intelligence Services, ISIS?
Basically, yeah.
That's why they call it Mossad.
But yeah, he's not Mossad, the guy that pulled the plug on Epstein. But the guy who pulled the plug on Murdoch is, but he's part of the civilian wing of Mossad, basically. So basically the same thing. And he said that he was positioned in order to go through. This is why he dealt with money so much, because their scientific inventions or anything to do with weaponology, was that Epstein was the guy that would say yes to the money, because the reason for the Americans was so that he could run the information to them just in case it was something that was contrary to, let's say, if it was contrary to the interests of Israel first, they needed someone to bounce it to them before they said yes on the money from the American side, and Epstein served as that middleman. This video outlines it all perfectly. The guy's got the credentials. We know who he is because, like I said, he was arrested on the Iran-Contra deal and let out. We know who he is. He was let out for that reason, and it's a full admittance to it all. And Sean Atwood, he was someone that spent over 20 years in American jail because he was running a massive ring. He was against Sammy the Bull Gravano.
Yeah.
In terms of the ecstasy wars that those two had. He became a millionaire in the stock market. He made a book called Fear and Raving in Arizona, and then he made another one. And him and his friend Wildman were out there just running a massive drug ring as Englishmen, and they would talk. There's stories about them meeting with the New Mexican mafia, and they've got no guns, and New Mexican mafia are there with AKs, and they ain't got nothing. And his enforcer, Wildman, this big burly northerner, is just talking shit to these New Mexican mafia types with guns. And they're like, this guy's fucking crazy. And he goes, do you think I'd come in here talking to you like this unless we had a backup plan? You don't know what's looking through the windows, lad. So and they were completely faking it all, and they managed to make the cartels afraid of them, two English guys. It's fucking brilliant, just by sheer balls, Very interesting. Sean Atwood's page, the Truther page. He's been on the case to do with Epstein since the beginning. He's been anti-Holocaust. He's been all of that, and he's been researching it. Pedophiles, all of that stuff. Really shining a light on it in a big way, better than most.
Yeah, Sean Atwood's a legend.
Let's plug Sean Atwood right now. Sean Atwood, if you ever want to come here and have a chat with us guys, that would be brilliant. We could do with the exposure. I'm going to send you an email in the next week, Sean. So if anyone hears this who knows Sean, then let him know to look out for an email from someone called Crack Villain. I'm going to be emailing you in a case to try and get you in here to have a conversation with us guys, not necessarily on the flat Earth subject, but on a multitude of subjects. Hopefully. We might not do it in this server. We could do it in a different server as so that we don't affect this server by the subject matter, right? But at least I want the people in here with the minds that we have talking to this guy, right?
Yeah, you should check out Ryan Dawson too. He has a video, the Epstein crime map, that's really good.
Yeah,
Crack. It just as an outside opinion, I would definitely say that's a conversation you should not have on this server if you care about
I know
the
that.
server.
Oh no, I know that. That's why I said what I said. Don't you worry. Me and Lou have spoken on that before in the past about if we were to get certain individuals in here, we would create a separate server up and running quickly, and Lou can help me with that as well. Lou's very savvy when it comes to that stuff. I think, in fact, he's brilliant at doing that. I would say building servers.
Popping up a temporary server for conversation take minutes. That's easy.
Exactly, bro. I just don't have a PC.
There's also Google Hangouts too, or chat they call it.
Yeah, or Google Meets or Skype even we could use. But it'd be good if it was on a Discord though, because we could have lots of people ask their questions. Maybe we could have a couple of us, have everyone on mute. We could have priority speaker. Let's say it was me and Lou, for instance, or me and Battlemod and Lou, whoever it is, right? Who wants to do it? We could have priority speaker, and we could unmute people as and when, and really structure it so that it's a proper interview, because he's an interviewer himself. So, as so that it flows correctly. It'd be nice to have you guys know as well some of the English side of stuff, right? Because people often think when I talk about things like what I said then about petrol bombs being thrown at houses, if I get Atwood on here, he's going to be like, what he's talking about is not bullshit, all right? Because people can try and call me out on this stuff, right? But I can say names to him about certain individuals that have been involved in some of these things that we can maybe mute out, but then he can maybe tell you well, look, Crack does know what he's on about. Do you know what I mean? Because I've had dealings with those people.
I know Sean now knows that things are not what they seem.
Oh, he does.
Because he's been dealing with the SRA stuff too.
Well, really, when it comes to him going to schools to try and educate the youth about certain things that are going on and how the resistance he got, and then he started to really see it for what it was, right? Yeah, it's someone that I've followed I followed him when I was a kid. My dad was following him when he was in jail in Arizona. You know, my dad was writing letters to him and to I think it was T-Bone as well, the black guy that's on death row out there. Yeah, man. But yeah, I think my dad used to have dealings with Sean and stuff like that. Like, you know, I think it's
Did you
no
know
secret.
that's one thing when you're in those kind of places, you have nothing to do but talk about things, right?
Exactly. So some of these people have the best information out there, you know. But I'd like to speak to Sean myself and talk about like the use of drugs like Narcacnol and you know, people being robbed using those drugs going back to like the late 90s and the early 2000s in the United Kingdom and the prevalence of it. That's how my dad was killed. Robbed basically for money. Using these drugs. He didn't die there and then, but he definitely died from the after effects of it, you know, because you're never the same if someone gives you a couple of grams of heroin and some Narcacnol at the same time. You're never the same. I watched that happen with my dad. I saw that occur, you know. So these are like real things, guys, you know. And my dad happens to be the person that was involved in my dad's ex-military, and he was involved in every single telephone installment in the United Kingdom in terms of the new telephones, right? The new telegraph poles that were being put in, and it just happened to be that it had to be my dad and my dad's commanding officer in the military had to be the ones to do every single one. Like they compartmentalized it to fuck, right? And then years later, you know, my dad starts to think about it more, and there's like, you know, he wasn't in such a conspiratorial mind when he was getting good money, but once the money dried up and he realized, like, you know, the illnesses that people around him were getting, and then my dad started to talk about it a little bit, and yeah, before you knew it, he was someone tried to kill him. So yeah, guys, there's a reason why this truther movement's quite close to my heart, because it's directly affected me. It's directly been something that I've had to deal with.
Hey, I got a rhetorical question. It's not really rhetorical, but it's a situational type, legal type question. Say your country was at war with a certain faction from another country, and you invaded that country, your country invaded that country to eliminate this faction that you're enemies with.
Right.
And then along comes a president who was not elected, or a prime minister who was not properly elected, not properly vetted. And they turn over millions of cold hard cash, millions of pounds, and arm them. Would that be treason?
Yes. Or it could be seen as all is fair in love and war. Under the GOV, like there's certain stipulations that state that, you know, while there are these situations going on and all the moving parts aren't necessarily in your vernacular or under your control, there's plausible deniability. All is fair in love and war.
Sorry to interrupt. Can somebody verify my friend Shakaraba in
Is he in
VC
here
Check-In
now?
2? He's in VC Check-In 2.
Is he
He's
your
new.
friend and is he cool?
He's very cool in real life.
Right. Right, I'll just VC verify him straight up, right? Because you're vouching. On your head be it. Do you want me to move him down?
Yeah.
On your head be it. I'm joking. I just VC verified you, Sakuruba. You have permission to speak in the channel. You can unmute yourself. I don't know if you're on push to talk or something. If you are, then you might want to change it to voice activity, unless you prefer push to talk. But yeah, you do have the ability to speak in the room now. All right, dude.
Welcome. You have your headphone. You have your voice speaker or headphone.
Problem with the phone if you're on the phone.
But again, treason, yeah. But again, who swore allegiance to who? So treason always denotes the idea of against your own people. So just because, to outline it a little bit again, so like let's put the framework again out, and then let's establish the sort of chain of command, right, of that, and then let's establish whether it's treason based on that chain of command. So you don't have to be hyper specific, but just outline it again so we can think about the steps, Joshua.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know months leading up to that event, there was a deadline given by the other people. And it shows weak leadership to bow down to them and say, okay, you know, we'll leave by this time. And then the fact that new arms were brought in a month prior.
Right.
All the ammunition was restocked. And like right now, there's no flights over that country whatsoever for good reason. They got weapons that'll take out aircraft.
Well, of course, because they've taken control of the weaponry that.
Yeah, they have our Raytheon equipment.
Could do that.
Yeah, yeah. But the main thing is we're not supposed to negotiate with terrorists.
But when it comes to the Raytheon, I can't see how they would. There's no plausible deniability unless the codes were written down on the fucking wall, unencrypted, because you can't just start using these systems. Like people start saying, "Well, you leave this system in a country." It's like, yeah, I could leave a nuke somewhere, right, in China. Doesn't mean the Chinese are going to be able to use it, right? They have redundant system. They have redundancy systems built into them, as in like they're parts of the nuke, for instance. And I don't care about what people think about them. I'm just saying that would mean if you start to play around with the actual what's it called, the manual parts of it that you need to move. So, like for instance, the insertion of a plutonium tube, right, into the high explosive nest. For that, for instance, to do so, they have redundancy systems that would destroy the capability of doing so pretty quickly, right? If you try to do it analog, right, it has to be done via a chain link, right? So, as in like this part here says, yeah, that does this moves this arm, and it allows for this bit to happen. They would need the codes, and they would need, even with like, you know, intermediate systems that have got nothing to do with nukes, you know, just for, you know,
you know, just for,
just for, even for like things like ICBMs or, you know, anything of that nature, right? The issue is with the automated systems. So with the automated systems, it should be and it should follow that the country that created them has the capability of turning them off, and they shouldn't be able to be turned back on. People could talk about jerry rigging it and like reinstalling parts of the wire, you know, the framework or circuitry, in order that you could use it and bypass it. But the issue is the moment you put energy into it with a bypass system, the code isn't the same. Like you have a frequency crystal, right? You have a crystal that goes into like an RC controller, for instance. Yeah, it doesn't work because it's not the same crystal. It's not, you know, it's not the same frequency. So it won't work like a key, right? Like it's been encrypted. But the moment you do put a type of energy in that would allow for it to work, right? That would allow for the circuitry to work, because it doesn't recognize the exact frequency or the exact, it's not exactly the same, but it is enough to use. Like usually the redundant system comes in there and then, right? Which would stop it from working. But that's not what we're seeing. So
electronic and physical gates.
But we're not seeing that, are we?
No.
We're seeing they have full access to use of these machines. One could argue that their full access was given over to the previous administrations, right? But then that talks, what does that say though? Well, they know that the administration's changed, so why haven't they executed the redundant protocols so that these things don't work? To me, it would then hint toward treason. But then treason at the same time is like, well, it would be treason. It's our money spent on systems, yes, to kill other people not from this country, but it's treason to give over forms of weaponry to other countries to use against their own people when we've sanctioned it. So it effectively, by association, becomes a form of treason. So unless we see like the misfiring or like, you know, demilitarization via redundancy systems, unless we see that, which we're not seeing, then it would hint toward a form of treason, yeah.
Well, you would think that military equipment would have some sort of a disabling kill switch mechanism on it if it was captured by the enemy.
Oh no, they're supposed to.
Yeah.
Obviously, ARs and armor lights and, you know.
Yeah,
I
rifles
believe
and pistols is one thing.
won't, but
like the SAMs and all that, those are
exactly.
all computer controlled.
Even the AT4s and AT5s, right? You know,
yeah.
Even those are supposed to have a system of redundancy that if it ends up in the wrong hands, that's why they're in those boxes that have like beeping lights on the front of them, right? You ever notice that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Blinking lights on an AT4 case. That is supposed to be the way of like disabling it. Like you can't make explosives not explosive, but you can if you know what you're talking about. All you need is a chemical vial that sits next to it that effectively is something that neutralizes. So unless they have a way of jamming the signal, making a stasis zone around it, you know, so that signals can't get to it, they can then enact it, remove any sort of redundancy system that would make it ineffective, then take it away from the signal zone. There would be no way of doing it then. But then that's what I would do. So who's to say they aren't doing it? It's really hard to tell, is my point.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Battleman. I didn't see any of your No, that's a cool karambit. I like that karambit. Right. The fold out karambit. It's very nice. It really is. I do like those straight line karambits as well. Is that a jackknife there? That is a jackknife.
The Columbia River tool.
The Polecraft one.
That's just an out the front.
Yeah, I know it's not the front blade, but is it a jackknife? Meaning, does it every time you flick it out, every time you flick it back, like does it flick in and out each time?
Yeah, it's double action.
Right.
That karambit though, the
Cut out. I do like that karambit. Oh, it's just the RKT. Uh-huh.
I think I paid just under 300 for that fucking knife.
If you have a point to make, feel free to interject. Talk over our daily mundane lives if you would like. We actually encourage that people take it back to flat Earth. So you're just running away at this point. Biatch.
Yeah, are there any men who have feminine brains because they like balls that want to debate the ball?
They like space balls.
They're all left-brained, guys.
Oh my god, Crackman, are you English? Jenny, are you having a joke, I hope.
I was just thinking with that one girl from Twitch when she first heard your voice. That's
Oh
what
yeah,
she said.
sorry. I was a
Oh
bit
my
slow on the uptake.
god,
Bit slow on the uptake there, wasn't I, Jenny? You know.
and
You're trying
I
to make a fool
also
of me,
thought
girl.
it was equally funny how all the little mini me trolls or whatever they were all calling you crack ass and shit.
Yeah, I screenshotted that actually. If
Yeah.
anyone would like to relook at it,
Yeah, I would. I want it.
Yeah, I
That's
screenshotted that.
funny.
Wait
They
there.
were just
I'll
like
find
a bunch of little minions. It was so cute.
Really, indeed, it was right.
I take it we didn't get a bunch of her people over here.
I imagine she asked the people not to raid us. I don't know why she would do so. Code Miko. Fuck you for not doing that. Everyone's like, don't talk
Your
shit.
mic is acting all wonky. Okay.
There's some white noise coming through.
Yeah, your mic is rubbing up against something. Hopefully
How
not
about
your
now?
crack.
How about now? How about now?
You seem to be
Yeah,
good.
5 by 5.
Is it right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen intermittently, guys. I had to solder the wire back together yesterday and then glue it. I'm getting a new headset. I was supposed to get one today, but like I said yesterday, with me twisting, basically breaking my ankle as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, good job.
Yeah, great job. Yeah. At
Yesterday
the
was
spa.
Yesterday was fucked, huh?
Yeah, someone tried to set my house on fire.
Get out. Oh my god.
And then I went to the spa and yeah, really fucked my ankle completely. Do you want to see the picture, Jenny?
Sure.
Not of the ankle, but just like how it is now. And ignore the shoe. Ignore the shoe.
Okay.
The shoe I'm wearing in terms of so that this one is the same height because obviously it's the only shoe I could get that was the same height. Just so happened that my friend gave me these shoes yesterday. I took them because they're Versace, so I was like, whatever, they're worth money, so I'll take it. But they're ugly as shit, right? They're these
Duly
special,
noted.
they're special edition ones called Chain Reactions.
The shoes in this picture do not reflect the direct taste of the person we're going to. Okay. Dude. WTF.
Hey, I think
Wow.
I demonstrated some pretty good self-control the other day. I got woken up. I went to bed early because I've been working on my friend's car, and there's no air conditioning, so you can only work on it in the wee hours, right? I got woken up at midnight by like 3 bombs going off.
Oh, really?
And I knew who
That
it
would
was.
make me a little testy.
I was about ready to hunt him down and pistol whip him.
Oh, snap.
And then lo and behold, he comes over to the house like the next day.
That kind of
So
happened
I'm
to me
like,
at the hospital. Wow. Okay.
I'm
Go
like,
ahead.
no, I'm just going to talk to him. I'm just going to talk to him. Went up there and asked him, hey, was that you or your son last night? And he goes, oh, what, the bombs? And I go, yeah, dude. Oh, no, that was me. And I go, please don't do that shit again. Not cool, man. I could have handled it a lot differently, but I tried the nice technique.
Right.
And he says, okay, I won't do it anymore.
So, like,
Yeah, bombs.
similar thing happened to me yesterday, I guess. This dog keeps barking time and time again, and I'm like about ready to go over there and wring this dog's neck. So when I go to A&E, my neighbour's in A&E, and I'm like, what the is going on with your dog, right? She's like, oh, sorry, I'm really sorry, I got rid of it today. Like, I'm like, yeah, I'm glad you did. Like, because I was about to go off on her, right? Like, for real, I'm in pain. Like, my ankle's killing me. I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, you've been keeping me up for, like, the last week with this dog, right? It's a terrier. And, like, they're just leaving it in the garden to just bark, like, 24/7, literally. And I'm like, I know I'm a part of a server called that, but like that doesn't mean I'm involved in the 24/7-ism of life. Just everything can be 24/7. No. Like if your dog was trying out flat Earth proofs 24/7, I might allow it, right?
Yeah. So what are you supposed to do with a noisy neighbor with their dog? What are you supposed to do?
Well, like I said, well, you don't. I'm not going to answer that.
Oh, well, what can you legally do? Answer that.
Legally, you could break a hole in your fence.
You can leave a bucket of antifreeze next to the garage.
Okay,
Exactly.
legal and moral.
That's legal. So like you could break a hole in your own fence that's a good enough size for the dog to get through.
Aww.
And you know what dogs are like. They will come into your garden, and once it does, all hats are off. Right, it's on your property.
I guess. I suppose so.
You know, as far as I can tell, it is not illegal to kill a dog, but it is illegal to abuse them and hurt them.
Exactly.
I just lost 2 chickens yesterday because these fucking dogs over here.
Oh, do you want to see my other shillelagh? Who was it who mentioned the shillelagh?
That was me, Josh.
Yeah, I'll show you my other shillelagh, which is doubles as a walking stick right there.
You got yourself a pimp stick or what?
You have to excuse them. You have to excuse the mess, but. But this is a proper one because the end of it is so tough because it is a proper knot.
Hello, decent people. How's life?
Decent.
Told you we were decent.
Exactly.
You are decent.
A vagabond through and through.
So this is like my like what you would call, I guess, my shillelagh of doom, as opposed to the smaller one. It's got like a melt.
I seen this one guy that was making thumb walking sticks.
All right. Thumb walking stick.
Yeah, it's got like a Y at the top or a V at the top. You stick your thumb in.
Mm-hmm. Is this some sort of fucking joke?
I know. I'm like, what's the purpose of that? And he goes, because you could really get a purchase on it and pull yourself out of a hole. Well, why would you be walking around in a marsh?
A thumb stick. I'm so confused, dude. Sorry.
Yeah. Let me see if I could find one.
I'm so confused.
Enough of that.
You're cracking me up. You're cracking me up.
Anyone who tries to take the piss out of me from here on now, yeah, I'm just letting you know I've become a snowflake of recent. So, do so at your own peril, right?
Up.
You know, I'm reacting.
You hurt your little foot and you become a fucking Karen. Look at you.
Yeah, right. So like, I'm reacting to like small piss takes with death threats or above from now on. So I've got a menu actually that I'm willing to provide you guys of like the level of veracity of insult versus my reaction to that level of veracity of insult. I'm yet to finish the spreadsheet. Once I do those, that's when the new sort of me will be enacted. To be honest, the spreadsheet, the way it's laid out, is sort of offending me as it is, so that's why I'm struggling to finish it.
I'm gonna put a spreadsheet of all the things that tick me off, and every time I look at it, I get pissed.
Grinds your gears.
Yeah.
Grinding gears just sounds wrong.
It does.
But I posted a video about this guy that makes these thumbsticks.
Yeah, those seem more like very what do you call it?
They're
very
tall.
very They seem like very simplistic. Oh, is it long, right? Oh, a thumbstick isn't a walking stick. It's just a walking stick, right?
Yeah.
And you could like purchase the end of your barrow in that, right, as well, and then
possibly.
But you could also have that detached from the rest of the stick to be used as a as I want to make one like that is effectively when you can stab into the ground, and then you can use it as a slingshot by having the bands attached to it.
That's what I was
as
thinking.
well.
That or a sling bow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
I used to make slingshots by hand.
Yeah, I've done a few. You can get a phone case that's a slingshot. So it's a case for your phone that holds in the medical flat band elastic. And because your phone's in your hand all the time, right? And then it has a slot on the side of it to hold 3, 50 caliber or a couple of 40 caliber and a 9mm ball bearing, making it very quick. If you see a wood pigeon, you're out there, boom, you just do it.
Yeah, we just like smash windows. We used to go bananas in New York. If you can imagine, 14 knuckleheads. Like 5 of us got slingshots.
I'm telling you right now, a slingshot is the most effective legal weapon that I know of in the United Kingdom.
And super accurate too.
Very, very accurate. You can get a 9mm ball bearing on a slingshot to far supersede that of the speed of a musket round. You can actually get a 9mm ball bearing to go faster than some of the shorter barreled 9mm pistols. And people can call me out on that, but look it up before you do so, because you'll
Now,
find that.
You're talking about like a child's catapult, not a sling,
I'm on
right?
about a catapult, not
Yeah.
a sling, but we call a catapult a slingshot in the United Kingdom.
Yeah. I was just making sure we were talking about the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, we have wrist rockets here, they're like round surgical tubing instead of the flat bands.
Yeah.
And
See,
it's got
mine,
a brace on your arm.
you can use a mix. Right? So the Black Widow, right? You have that. The Black Widow is not really the shape of the actual fork is neither here nor there. You don't even need a fork actually, to be honest, because it doesn't always pass through the middle of the forks. It's just that when you shoot, it's just that you want to, tilt your wrist forward at the last second, sort of thing, so it doesn't smash you in the hand.
I used to walk around just staring at the trees, just trying to find like the perfectly shaped Y, like perfectly equidistant. So people used to think I was bananas. I was like, no. There's a reason. It has a certain thickness, perfect Y, and I'd get up there with the knife and I'd chop it down every time. Once I found a perfect one, I'm definitely not walking past it.
But yeah, slingshots, guys, are just extremely accurate. Like close range. You know when you get caught unassumed, like a squirrel or a rabbit, something like that. The slingshot's quite quicker, especially if you have a magnetic glove with like about 4 or 5 ball bearings around the cuff, right, of the glove, magnetic strip. And you have your slingshot sort of, attached to your waist. It's very quick to pull out.
Hey, I could like potentially make my own, right?
Very easily, yeah.
That would be like a fun, like fucking free activity to do.
Yeah, get some beer bottles, shake them out.
Don't use
Never,
rubber bands.
ever shoot anyone with a stone. Always use balled ammunition, because if you shoot someone with a stone, it will be classed as stoning them to death.
Oh. And I could
Same
get
with animals.
executed for that, or what? I mean,
It's the same with animals. You're not allowed to shoot animals with stones out of slingshots in
that
the
would be
United Kingdom.
badass if I could just use a fucking slingshot. Mm.
You
Besides that,
could.
stones don't fly so well. Nuts work better.
Exactly. But using nuts as well, they're not made as ammunition. Ball bearings are the sort of ones to avoid any legality. I'm just letting you know.
Huh.
Bro, you just need to come over here to Arizona. I'll get you a holster.
Dude,
Just walk around with a 9mm on your hip.
Dude,
I've
I'm actually
done
in the
before.
process of moving to America. So
nice.
Nice.
Yeah. It's AZ or to Georgia.
Okay.
We're gonna have to
Depends.
land.
Can you handle the heat?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I've lost
If
lots
I
of
had
weight.
to choose, I think I'd rather pick Arizona.
Arizona's got terrible laws though. I don't want to go to prison for a long time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you do you, dude.
Just don't be selling no ecstasy, man.
Yeah, I think
That's my trade gone.
I do agree with him on that point. I think Florida and Georgia are probably the most, well, and Texas, obviously. Those are the most
Texas
likely.
is where I'd land.
Didn't they get rid of attempted murder in Georgia?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
Now it's just assault.
Yes.
What I would like to learn is actually how to shoot a bow and arrow.
You want to just go with a crossbow. Bow and arrows are redundant now compared to, like, they're quicker, don't get me wrong, but like as a woman, like you're not going to be able to fire it. Like I would say that if you the highest foot-pound bow and arrow that you could effectively shoot me with, right? Sometimes getting a more powerful foot-pound bow and arrow would mean that actually you're going to be able to fire an arrow at me less accurately and less powerful than one that was less foot-pound, because of the timing of you being able to pull it back, draw it back, and all that sort of stuff. Like you're going to be less effective.
Yeah, it takes a lot of upper body
I
strength.
mean, it would just be for like hunting a deer or something.
You would never be able to hunt a deer with a bow and arrow.
It's way harder than that.
Okay,
I'm telling you right now.
what about
I'm
this?
telling you.
Okay, scratch that then. What about if I
Crossbow,
needed
maybe.
to kill zombies? What if I needed to kill zombies? Would that be?
I'm
being dead serious.
Yeah, we should always say zombie anyway. We should always use zombie as the interchange, because zombie could mean anything. So that's why that is why the prepper movement says zombie, so that they don't have to specify shooting humans or anything. So if you were to shoot a zombie, yeah, cool. At very close range, you would be able to do so. But like again, you would be more likely to kill a deer or a zombie with a slingshot. You've got multiple shots.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, multiple shots at a fast pace. Obviously, if you had a broadhead or a toxic bow or a toxic head, right? Then yeah, you're gonna destroy anything that's in front of you with a crossbow with a toxic arrowhead or a broadhead. When I say toxic, I mean the toxic symbol. But
a microwave is still the best zombie device killer.
Oh.
The microwave?
Yeah. Oh, you don't know about the the zombie listening devices?
Yeah.
Your refrigerator is one.
I don't understand.
Well,
what do you mean by listening devices?
You mean with the smart appliances?
Yep. It's the only thing that will make sure that the New World Order happens are these zombie devices.
Okay. Oh, we're the zombies, you mean?
No, we're not. It's the computer. It's the devices that you have.
I was referring to, you just have to stab them in the brains to kill them. Stab them in the head. That's what I mean.
Same thing you have to do to a computer, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess. I
You
would
gotta
never
break
want one of
that
those.
chip.
So, Jen,
Baseball bat.
You're gonna be like getting over this guy with the knees on his shoulder, stabbing in the head. You ready for all
baseball bats with gutter spikes sticking out of it.
I guess I'd have to be.
Exactly.
Gutter spikes on a baseball bat.
Sometimes I wonder if spikes on a baseball bat. That's a great idea.
Not really. Sorry. One of the
Good for
worst
one
ideas.
swing.
No,
Good for
it's
one
one of the
swing.
worst ideas. Yeah. Go for one swing, and then it's gonna get
Hey,
stuck in the bitchin,
No.
and then you're not gonna. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, but I would never advise anyone to put spikes for a baseball bat. Like, sorry, I would never advise it. You're better off swinging at something, hitting it, bouncing off, and then being able to swing again than it hit, stick in, and then it effectively become part of the thing that you're attacking.
Yeah, but
Like,
then you
it's
have a
like,
handle you can control it with.
of course, if you're a strong person, but Jenny's a woman, so I'm not going to advise her to do so.
Yeah, probably not a good idea for me. No.
At least you can admit that.
Have a perch.
Sure.
Have a perch.
I hate it when women are like, "I'm so strong, I could lift up a man with one hand." Like at the like, imagine trying to control someone at the end of a handle of a baseball bat, right? Do you know how difficult that actually is?
Yeah.
Like to
Well,
control
it's
someone's
also
weight.
very difficult. It's also really difficult to strangle someone to death, unlike what they show in the movies.
Depends.
Well,
Debatable, yeah, debatable.
I mean, you're talking like 4 minutes.
No, you're
Something.
not. No, you're not.
All you have to
No,
do is
no,
crush the
no.
larynx.
They'll lose
If you,
consciousness as long
well,
as you.
if you're crushing,
rear naked chokehold, give it, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds, the dude's out
Exactly.
cold, give it another 15 seconds, you kill them.
Yeah.
listen to this, right? I've put people to sleep within 3 seconds with a sleeper hold, because you're not trying to cut off the windpipe, you're trying to cut off the
circulation
artery
of the
that
brain.
runs on each
Yeah.
side. Yeah. So
Right,
like this
right.
whole thing of crushing the larynx, like yeah, you do that once they're unconscious, right? And like when people put sleeper holds in, they're always trying to put all the pressure they can against their arms, right, and against the back of the head by pushing. No. Use your chest. What's strong on you? Your shoulders are strong. Your chest is, so raise up the shoulders, right? Tense up the trap, makes the gap smaller. Then breathe in, makes your chest bigger, tightens the gap. This is something we teach in BJJ all the time to people, because they're trying to use their arms and their strength to do so. No. Use your breath and use your shoulders. Use more than just your arms. Use everything to tighten that gap.
Yeah, and what they also say is like you're supposed to take the skinny part of your arm on the inside towards your thumb, and then when you clasp your hands together, you rotate them out. So you want to bring that bone right into the part where you cut off the circulation.
It depends what you want to do. If you want to cut off the circulation, you can either use it so that the flat of your bone is what's sticking in, so the flat of your arm, which is why we do if you don't want to kill them, to knock them out. But you can always turn your hand in order. So like a lot of the time with the sleeper hold, people think they face their palm forward on the back of the head. No. Don't do that. Make the gap smaller and put the back of your hand against the back of their head, not the palm. Right? It makes the thing. If you do it now, right now, put your arms in a sleeper hold position, right, where your right hand, yeah, you have your left hand, you have your left arm, you go round, okay, then you go around like that. You brace your left hand against your right bicep, yeah. If you put your hand facing forward, right, with your palm on the back of their head, yeah, there's still a lot of space there. If you turn your hand around, right, and then so that the palm is facing you, you instantly make the gap so much smaller. And then from there, you don't even need to put pressure with your arms at all. Like I said, just raise your shoulder blades up, then breathe in. And you make that gap so small so quickly, and no one can overcome how strong your lungs are. In tandem. I don't care who they are. I've taught this to women against men that are like 6'5", who weigh 350, and they choke them out. This is like the Gracie certified method of doing this. This is the proper method. The same method GSP uses is the same method that anyone that knows their salt uses. Is worth their salt, sorry.
Denny, I think you should, if you're worried about like a zombie apocalypse or something, get yourself one of these and get proficient at loading it. KSG 12 gauge from Caltech.
No, incorrect.
Remington 870 pump.
Yeah.
No, we better not be talking about guns and zombies in the same sentence.
Ruger 1022, man.
Mossberg 500.
Ruger
The-
1022.
Yeah, the 1022 is great.
reason the reason for the 870 I'm saying is if you're going to have one weapon and one weapon only, it's very versatile. You can you know change different types of ammunition or the barrel, and it's super versatile. Good for home defense, good for anything.
Sure.
Look, just
The
because
Ruger
you shoot
1022
cans,
is versatile.
platypus.
Did I cut out?
No.
Losing folks.
Yo.
Earbuds died.
Lou, how you been,
People
brother?
keep messaging me about fucking Bitcoins. Sorry, Abba. Alright, I might go down to the chill VC in a minute. There is oh sorry, Kakoi is up there and Creation Bear's up there and VC check-in. All good in the hurt, baby.
Didn't Santo lose his father last month?
Who?
Santos Bonacci?
Oh, I wouldn't know.
I think his father passed away last month.
I'm gonna go down to the chill VC for a moment because I need to speak to Jason quickly.
Cool.
My dudes.
Yeah, I think Santos has lost a lot of weight. That's been concerning me as well.
Man, I've been doing a lot of freaking like the deep cleaning around my house that I've put off for too long, especially smoking cigarettes in the house and fucking scrubbing the walls and took down all the vertical blinds and washed every one of those slats individually, and freaking like that's what I was actually doing earlier on here. Like
you're doing a deep clean.
Yeah, getting it all like real good.
If you want to know my personal opinion, Platypus, about the sun, from what I can observe, it looks like a hole in the sky. That's how it maintains altitude, because it's a hole in the sky. But that's just my
okay.
opinion.
So by that definition,
My opinion
you would
cannot
say,
be proven.
Oh, I know, but by your definition, you would say no, it does not change altitude. Then,
yeah,
got it. Trying to put together something that I've never talked about for once. It's probably been talked about here, but
well, the reason how I came to that conclusion, I stare at the sun. Sometimes I sun gaze, and
it's not good for you.
It doesn't look like a ball; it looks like a hole in the sky.
Damn.
Like, say you shoot a hole
agree,
in something, and you look at it, it like matches the same kind of a thing.
Okay, so then you must operating on that assumption, you must then believe the only reason that it appears to be a luminary is because on the other side of that hole is some kind of luminous object.
Yeah, light. Yeah,
got it.
Kind of like the same. Yeah. See, like, here's the thing.
Do you see like a darker ball that moves around within it and then like slows down the more that you center your vision on it, or you just see something that perpetually moves?
Me?
Who was saying that they start sun gaze? I sun gaze as well.
Yeah, I never saw like a dark object on it.
Well, not really dark. It just looked like, I guess if you focused on it long enough and you like so I used to meditate and smoke weed while I did it. So I don't know if it's a good combination, but I used to see like something that looked like it was moving inside the circle of the sun, and then it would slow down and it would just be like.
If you ever get your hands on the equipment, Josh, I would. It is possible to. I don't know if you've ever heard of sunspots. We can argue about what they are.
Yeah.
But most people here would at least agree that the sun appears to have spots.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that would. Although, let me try to read your mind here. Sunspots for you then would have to also be objects that traverse that hole with the luminary on the other side of it. Like that's the only way that you would get those.
Or a dark object on the other side of the sky. Because just hear me out, right? When the sun is visible in the sky, everywhere, not just where the sun is, but everywhere there's light. Even in the shadow, there's light. So it would make sense that outside the sky is light instead of darkness.
Yeah, but then you have to. Then you're going off on a tangent that I've never heard discussed before, because typically the argument is either that the Earth moves or the sun moves. Technically, for you, there would have to be a third thing that is moving now.
Yeah, the sky.
Related to this, like, I think it's interesting. I don't know enough about it, but have you guys heard like the theories out there about it being kind of like a reality itself being like a projection?
A shadow, yeah.
Like it's something, and I don't know enough about it, but even in the mainstream, like Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking with that theoretical physicist that about finding the code, like how everything is in a certain type of code, and like this kind of relates towards like simulated reality and stuff like that. But like something along the lines of like there's really only two actual dimensions. Everything's actually only two-dimensional, but then it's like almost projected out onto something else, giving us this three-dimensional kind of like way of looking at things. And I don't know enough about it. I was wondering if maybe you guys have heard something about it, but it just, that type of stuff, it fits in a few places. Like when you talk about, like what is reality around us, and how vision works. And
I hate the simulated reality one.
I could tell you what one of my hallucinations from DMT had shown me. That everything's made of pixels that are both light and shadow, and it's just different intensities between the shadow and the light that gives the actual properties of whatever is being manifested.
Turned on or turned off pixels.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
They were like yin yang type thing, spiraled into each other to where no matter what, it would be equal. It was a strange vision, guys.
Yeah, DMT can really show you stuff just out of this world. Crazy trip.
The only time I ever kind of hallucinated in my entire life was when I went to Norway and we broke open a bottle of actual wormwood absinthe.
Yeah.
Like that's the closest I've ever gotten to being like really high in my entire life, because I don't do drugs or smoke pot. Like caffeine and nicotine are the only two drugs I really partake in. And alcohol.
You ever drinking strong mint tea?
I detest mint in all its forms. I like the way it smells, like as a plant. Like I've got mint growing out in my backyard, because it's kind of a weed in certain spots up here in the Midwest.
Yeah, you just kind of crush it with the lawnmower and it smells good.
Yes, actually.
Yeah, I know.
It's really strong. And my girlfriend once was like, "Hey, why don't we make a tea out of it?" I'm like, "You can't do that with wild mint. It's not a good idea."
Why not? I'm sure you could.
Because it's different. It's not the same kind of mint that you would get like at the store.
But I've heard stories of I can't remember exactly what kind of mint it's made out of, but it's a type of mint that's indigenous to a certain region, and that's not here in the States. That will, if you drink it
for
concentrated
making
enough,
tea leaves. Yeah.
it'll induce visions.
For those of you guys who are talking about DMT, like, I mean, I've tripped, it's been a long time, but I've tripped on mushrooms and acid, never done DMT, but like every time you guys that have tried DMT or do DMT, like you talk about talking to God and shit like that. Do any of you really think you're talking to God? Because it sounds pretty demonic and satanic. And this is coming from somebody who's like not even religious. Like there's no way that you're seeing
I had a
like
conversation. I had a conversation with God. I felt like it was God. I felt like I was talking to him.
yeah, but wouldn't the devil would probably reveal himself the same way.
I was in this temple, and I don't know. I don't think it was God. I think it was the avatar of Brahma that I saw, because it was coming out of the statue of a Buddha, out of the navel, and it was like this huge lotus blossom. No leaves, just a lotus blossom coming out of the navel, and inside there's this individual with dreadlocks, very dirty person.
Just to clarify, you were high when this happened, right?
Yes, yes. And like I saw his face, right? And it was a person. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this about? And then one of those these dazzlers, I call them, some people call them clockwork elves, come along and just started showing like fractals, and I got lost in the fractal.
Yeah, I never want to have an experience like that again.
I mean, when it comes to the DMT, like you get almost everybody, they act like it's the finally reality was shown to them. They finally understand it. They have clairvoyance or something, right? But if that's the case, then how come so many DMT trips contradict each other? I know a lot of them seem to be similar, but a lot of them tend to contradict. And I've also heard plenty of people on DMT claim to have gone to outer space and seeing the planet Earth. So if you're going to believe these DMT trips, you might as well take somebody's, testimony about taking one and use it as proof for the globe Earth.
No, you have to remember, they're hallucinations.
And they should be taken as such. Like some people can have good experiences, and Jim answer. I was talking over you because I couldn't even tell that you were talking barely. You're like really quiet.
Lou, you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm in Wisconsin.
Oh. I was going to say, if you're up in Canada, you
close enough. That's the common answer. Yeah,
you can get
you're
the
you're a northerner, you're not a real American.
You can get the 5-methoxyl through one of those research chemical companies up there, but not in the States. You used to be able to until like 97 or no, 2006.
Dude,
either one is quite a while ago now.
Yeah.
When we drank that wormwood, I didn't think I was hallucinating until I focused on an object, and I got the same sensation that I had when I had vertigo once. Like my vision felt like it was kind of rotating, like counterclockwise, and I would blink and it would go back to normal, and then I think this is the moment where I was ever the highest I was in my life. I just thought to myself, what happens if I don't blink? So I focused on this bottle of Bacardi 151, which will tell you how old this experience was because they don't make that anymore, on the shelf behind the bar. And without blinking, I waited until the entire world around me had rotated like almost 90 degrees. Like the way I was viewing the world, everything was just turning and turning and turning and turning. And then I blinked and it was back to normal, and it threw me off so bad that I fell over. And that's why I never want to be that high again. Well, it was Toby Dog. I'm trying to remember. I think wormwood is an opiate, Am I remembering that correctly?
No, it's an antagonist.
What drug is that closest to?
Entheogen. Basically, there's certain properties that it has, and it help. I can't remember exactly what it helps with, but they still prescribe wormwood for like ailments in some countries. But I can't remember which ailment it's for. I think it's for your blood. It helps clean your blood out, I think. But
I know you can get it as a supplement here in the States, like
yeah,
some kind of powdered form, but it doesn't do anything to you.
no, because it's not the right species. There's like 6
Correct.
different species, and the species that's supposed to do it is the absinthe species.
Hence the name of the alcohol.
Yeah.
Which was really cool. The guy, when the guy brought us over our shot glasses of it, he actually brought over the. I'd only seen it in movies, but he actually had the sugar cube stands that you pour it over. It's super good.
Did you guys end up like lighting the cubes and then melting it in, or?
Yes. Yeah,
I had one bottle of absinthe when I was maybe 10 years ago or so. It's been maybe 15. I don't know.
Yeah, for
But,
me, it was my 2012 deployment when we pulled into Norway, so I'm going on 9 years now.
What did it taste like?
It tastes like licorice.
It tasted like caramel. It tasted like kind of burnt sugar, and it had a really strange alcohol aftertaste.
Well, you did burn the
mine is
sugar
different than
cube.
yours, then.
That's probably where the caramel flavor came from.
Well, yeah, it didn't help that I'm not a particularly big fan of caramel, but it tasted sweet, and it was definitely a unique flavor.
Oh, okay. I see where we're differentiating there. So you're talking about the shot that you took, what that tasted like. I'm talking about just the absinthe by itself. Shot.
Oh,
just
no,
straight.
we didn't drink straight absinthe. We each did one shot of this stuff.
Oh yeah, we polished the bottle off.
Oh fuck no. There's a reason I don't do any kind of drugs. It's because I have it in my head that I would be overly sensitive to them, because I know that I'm sensitive to alcohol and caffeine, and that one shot of the absinthe absolutely proved my my hypothesis.
I see.
You know what?
Well,
Actually, I would argue that you're the perfect candidate for light alcohol and drug use. Because of that, you would probably not take it to the extreme and become like addicted. You would moderate yourself.
Cut the shit.
A lot of things you do, I think you can go into some kind of a manual mode. So like if I drink too much, like I can actually just go outside, start to do my meditative breaths, and like I can sober myself up if I wanted to. You know, I think sometimes people go down too far down the rabbit hole and they think they've lost complete control over their body. I'm like, well, you could go for a run, sweat it out. You could breathe deeply, get some, blood flow, some oxygen in your blood again. You can do some things.
That is my favorite place to I wouldn't call it meditating, so to speak, but my favorite thing to do when I was in the military, on base, there's a gym. Obviously, the gym has a shower, but in the back of the shower, there's actually a big ass sauna. And I loved going in there and just sitting in there for like 2 hours and just sweating with my eyes closed and just focusing on my thoughts.
No, that's a really good practice, actually. They said how, like, obviously you're sweating out tons of heavy metals and toxins when you sweat, but they said like if you can stay in there a little bit longer. I think it was this Dr. Rhonda Patrick. She talks about how the body is affected by saunas, like long-term use, so 45-minute sessions and hour sessions. And I've done it as well. I've done an hour and a half sessions. I've done it for maybe 3-4 months straight. Not every day, maybe 3 times a week, something like that. And I definitely felt more livelier, definitely less lethargic. But obviously it's not. I didn't do any tests or anything, so I don't have any data to back it up. But I felt pretty good doing it.
Well, when you get the reason you feel that way And first of all, I had to take a big ass cup of water in there with me, or a bottle of water, because you could
Oh yeah, for
actually
sure.
kill yourself
Oh yeah,
doing that real quick. But
yeah.
what happens is when you raise your body temperature, not because there's a difference between your body triggering a fever and your body temperature just increasing. When you increase your body temperature that much, like your core temperature, your body starts to shut certain things down, like your metabolism. And so when you remove yourself from that heated situation and you start cooling back down again, there's about a 15-minute period where everything starts kicking back on, and all the sugar starts moving again, and the fucking insulin starts flowing back into your blood, and you feel like this sort of kind of like it feels like you just woke up, or you just
That makes
drank a whole
sense.
bunch of caffeine or something.
You know what I
feels
used to
really
do,
good.
which was really risky. I used to just have like have my phone on me. I like lay my phone like on my stomach or on my chest, or I'll have like my iWatch on, just like still vibrate, and I'll actually take like a 15-minute nap, and like I'll be completely relaxed. But I know I was like, Jerry, don't fall
Oh no,
asleep in
you
here,
can't do
fucking
that,
die.
man. That's
I know,
fucking
but like
not
I'd
in a
always set a
sauna.
trigger or alarm for myself, So I'll
No,
chug
that's
some water, but like I'm telling you, you feel super relaxed after you take a 15-minute nap in there. It's still dangerous, I know, but it'd be empty, like nobody'd be coming in there, so no one could really tell me not to.
Oh, Mike, yes. Sage, yes. I grow sage in my backyard. It was already growing there when we bought the house, and I told my girlfriend, like, we're gonna rip all of this other nonsense that this dude planted in these flower beds out, but we are not touching this fucking sage. God, I love burning sage.
You ever, what color was the flower, red or purple?
Purple.
Ooh, you might just have Salvia divinorum.
Is that like a sage imitation?
No, it's a true sage, but it's a mild hallucinogen, and the feeling you get from it is the same kind of feeling you get from DMT. The
I
salvia?
will. We're getting close to the time of the year where it flowers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll take some pictures of it tomorrow.
Like it originates from like the Oaxaca region in the mountains.
Hmm.
Well, I got a bunch of fucking Democrats that are over here right now. Hi, donks. It's okay. Eat up all them beans. That way I don't have to clean them up.
I don't think we're supposed to be hearing this conversation.
No, there's a bunch of donkeys. They're eating the mesquite beans.
Oh my god, that's why you said Democrats.
Yeah.
I was trying to think, what the fuck could this guy be talking to? Cut the shit.
Hey, buddy, why the long face? Is this a donkey? Yeah. Let me get my cell phone and take a picture of him.
Donkeys are one of the sweetest animals.
And if like one of the best, and they're one of the best animals to keep if you're raising sheep, because they don't like dogs, coyotes, wolves, and they'll kill them. They'll protect the herd.
Yep.
A couple pictures of these stupid things. Oh, and cut the shit. Caramel is sometimes called caramel.
Ugh. What kind of a fucking top hat wearing, monocle looking through motherfucker do you have to be to pronounce that as caramel? It's like only people with wooden teeth say it that way.
How do you say it?
Caramel.
Caramel? I say caramel. Sorry.
People say caramel. I say caramel.
Are caramel and caramel two different things?
No, same thing. I just listen. You're just challenged with the English language. You're massacring the King's English. We don't mind. It's okay. You can still stick around.
That would be the Queen's English.
We call it the King's English because we are men and stuff. We don't really follow women's leads.
Can't believe how old Queen Elizabeth is, man.
Son of a bitch, a 1-minute video is too big. I gotta upload it.
You know what's funny about Josh? What's funny about your hole in the sky thing is that literally, like the thing that I was trying to do by asking that question, I actually cannot use that logic with yours.
Well, that's why I said it's just my personal opinion on it from
Right.
what I had seen in it from when I was a young child. So, yeah.
Now, I take that back. This would all depend on any assertion that you would make about what so this is a hole in something in the sky, something really large. What is the shape of that thing in the sky that has the hole in it? Is it flat, or is it a dome, or is it...
It was flat. Like a plateau. And it looked like, a little wavy surface on top. Hey, finally, just first video I can post up that was actually made for children. Really? Can't upload 125 megabytes?
I think with maximum nitro boost, I think it's 100 megabytes limit. I could be wrong. It might be. It's right. It's around there. It's around 100 megabyte limit.
Yeah, I thought it was based off of time, but apparently not. I mean, I could
No,
probably go through.
No, it's
and,
the size of the file.
compress it.
It's size of the file. So you gotta when you're sharing videos, you definitely want to find the low resolution one or downsize it or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that when I'm taking raw video on my phone. So I'll just upload it to YouTube.
Well, then if you're doing raw video on your phone, now here's the thing: if you're doing like trying to take pictures of the stars or something like that, it's gonna have to be a big file.
Yeah.
But if you're you can always go into your phone settings on the camera and you can make it just automatically have it take it at 720 instead of 1080 or something like that. Or instead of taking it at ultra high def. Because like 720 honestly is good enough for just about everything. It might not be perfect on a big screen TV, but on a small screen like a phone, that's gonna get you there and it's gonna get it uploaded.
Yeah, but dude, this is a freaking track phone. Like, I don't even think it has that kind of settings on it.
Well, then what you do is you upload it to like YouTube and then make it
That's what I'm
as
doing.
upload it to YouTube.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just waiting for it to finish. Got about 6 megabytes left. 5. Hey, look at that, 1 megabyte. Cool.
You're complaining about the 100 megabyte limit. Most servers have an 8 megabyte limit.
Yeah, I know. Like, I could probably, like, compress it AVI, but it's MKV right now. Or MP4. See, did it post? Yeah, it posted. Yeah, I got no thumbnail. It'll render eventually. Oh shit, I got bread to give him. Nope. Apparently somebody already gave him the bread.
Yeah, mic check, mic check.
Loud and clear.
All right, why is everybody so quiet? Holy shit.
I don't know. I'm just watching my donkey video.
You got Tobik here, man. Hey, Tobik. Toby K.
So yeah, I don't know if that will help you or not help you in your TOE there, platypus, on what I had said about the sun from what I had seen when I was a child. The bottom of clouds are flat.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a flat line curve? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
I demand to
If
know
you
who
are
did
2
cheat.
millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say?
Okay. Objectively, the Cheech and Chong one is hilarious.
You're right about that. That's correct.
And whoever
Yes, I
did that,
agree with you.
whoever did that, whoever the voice actor was that did Cheech in that, I would like to buy them a beer.
It's MacGyver. He's a silver in the server. MacGyver and his son did that together.
Oh my god. That Cheech impression is like a B plus.
Oh, dude,
at
it's
worst. Like that.
It sounds like it's really Cheech and Chong doing it. Like,
Okay,
they
the
did a great
Chong,
job.
that was not Tommy Chong, but that Cheech impression was fucking.
Well, that's the important one.
Amazing.
Too. And even the Chong, I think, was pretty decent. Honestly,
It was all right, but next to the Cheech one, if that person is of drinking age, Platypus owes them a beer because that was a treat.
MacGyver Institute of Ninja Technology. Yeah. But MacGyver is the member that's a silver here. So it's his channel, and him and his son did that, yeah. It's my favorite one. Played it for Jose the first time, and he was laughing his ass off. He's like, "Who wrote that? Is he Mexican?" I'm like, "No, I'm pretty sure he's white." Like he was talking about just how good the accent was and everything.
Dude, that's
yeah.
Well, I wasn't keyed up, but I was sipping on 1800, laughing my ass off for that whole thing.
They don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat Earth round. Don't it make it flat like curves?
Love their sticks and their shadows.
And their well holes and their gyros. Nanu ni nanu.
Objectively hilarious parody. The impression is great, and he sings that exactly how the original how Mexican Americans goes, like perfectly. But like within 10 seconds of listening to that song out loud, I said, Tommy Chong's just going to say Globers. Like I already
knew the punchline at the end.
I already knew what Tommy Chong's part was going to be. Ten out of 10.
There was one that MacGyver's son made by himself that I heard them play, I think maybe on Ladies' Night, and I thought it was pretty good. I'd like to have the link for that one because it's not on MacGyver's channel.
I need to write a parody of that now too. From the other side.
No, come on! You think you can make that a Glober song? Are you kidding? And how are you gonna freaking parody the parody? Come up with your own parody. Seriously. Yeah, this is why you're not a musician.
Oh, I'm not a musician.
Nano ni nano.
That made me laugh so hard. Fuck.
If it's gonna be quiet, I might as well just do it again.
Do it one more time. So now I'm gonna laugh, and I was scared to key the microphone.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No, no. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a flat line curve? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Yeah, I stand by my statement.
If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that?
Yeah,
Okay,
I gotta
so
figure out how I grabbed the entire playlist when I grabbed that song. I'm not sure how this bot works.
Gotcha. So that Tommy Chong impression sounds like what Tommy Chong would sound like if he had spent his entire life smoking pot. Like that sounds like a clean and sober for 40 years Tommy Chong.
So you're saying you didn't sound fucked up enough?
No, way too coherent.
You got some leads, man?
Far out, man. Nah, I can't. I shouldn't have done that. Oh yeah, Toby, the song is fucking funny. It is absolutely hilarious, and again, not to lick this dude's asshole, but the dude that does Cheech absolutely crushes it.
What, did he miss it after I just played it twice in a row?
I don't know.
No, he got it. Funny as fuck. Yeah. You'd almost like to send that to Cheech and just see if he says anything about it.
Hey man, was that a deep fake?
Wow, man, I thought that was me.
Wow, man, I thought that was pretty neat.
Okay, that one was way better than Lou.
I tried. Now my throat hurts.
Lou sounded kind of like Sebastian Bach or something. Not really.
I'll take that, I guess.
No, mine was bad too, and it fucked my throat up.
Wow, man. Fucking donkeys are gone.
Wow, man.
Because we're on the radio. Hey, what's that, Lardass? Hard hat. Okay, Lardass.
Okay, Lardass. Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that again.
Glad that shit would be really good. But you need to make it sound a little less goofy. And I don't mean goofy as in I mean goofy as in literally Disney character goofy.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out what about doing that hurts your voice. Like it's not.
I don't know, man. It just fucking hurts.
Because I mean, I know I'm not doing it the same exactly as you, but I mean that it's similar and there's no strain anywhere. I'm trying to figure out where you're straining. Wow, man! Wow.
Lay off, man.
Your wow's got way too much of that wow.
Wow.
You gotta you're little too you gotta tame it. It's just it would be more like wow.
Hey, man.
There you go.
If I practice it, I'll get it.
Yeah, you keep doing your parody, Platypus, because I will laugh just as hard as the other one when you come out with yours. Most flat Earth Americans don't like to think much, but they have to. So they do it real slow.
No, it's not funny. I have to think of this.
According to gravity, what is the rate that an object falls, GE Platypus?
Totally free of any air resistance whatsoever, all objects fall at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're a Navy boy, so you got to convert everything to the metric. I would have taken 32 feet per second as terminal velocity, but yeah.
But does that mean it goes faster and faster? What stops it from? What slows it down later on?
Per second.
Well,
hang on.
You're right. It does get faster and faster. It will get faster and faster in a what's the word I'm looking for? If the object were able to fall completely divorced from any atmosphere whatsoever, it would continue to speed up until it suddenly stops when it hits the surface. The reason you have a terminal velocity, normally,
Because they cannot go faster with the wind resistance.
Correct. You reach a certain point where you can't overpower the resistance of the stuff that's in your way. And unfortunately, as you get closer to the surface of the Earth, the atmosphere gets thicker. So the further, the longer you're traveling, the thicker and thicker the atmosphere is going to be.
So how long is that? I mean, how fast is that? Like on Earth, like falling, like if your parachute doesn't open.
Terminal velocity? I don't think it's a set number. I think it's different depending on how high you jumped. Like, because the higher you jump, the more speed you'll build up, and at a different altitude, you'll reach a different maximum speed before you kind of start slowing down again, like a little bit.
Is it more than 190 miles per hour? Because I think the Halo jumpers reach terminal velocity at 190.
Well, when Madison Baumgartner did the Red Bull one, he apparently broke the sound barrier, which I think you're talking like, what is that, like 6 or 7 or 800 miles an hour?
660 miles an hour.
720.
Yeah.
720. But wasn't he wearing a suit that added more weight and he was more aerodynamic?
Well, yes, but it doesn't change the fact that he still reached that speed.
Are you saying he went faster because? Hang on.
Whoa. Yeah, we're going to talk about facts for a minute here.
Yep.
We're going to
I was just about to do
How come
that.
he didn't break apart from the shockwave?
No. Look, dude, Felix Baumgartner, like, guaranteed, like, there's pretty good evidence to say that even that was completely faked, hoaxed, fucking done on done with camera tricks, basically.
Well, it was done multiple times, Lou.
Copperfield disappearing an elephant type shit.
Yeah, it was done multiple times, Lou, too, because there were stickers on there that was moved.
Okay, hang on. Well, hang on. 767 miles per hour, or 1234 kilometers per hour. That's the speed of sound. 343 meters per second, but that's in dry air at 68 degrees Fahrenheit. So there you go.
But yeah, I believe the only reason he was able to reach the speed that he did was because of how high he was when he did it.
He didn't go that high. He didn't go that fast. Like, he didn't pass out.
Dude,
all
they
that
can
shit.
put a meter there
He
just
almost passed
clocking up.
No,
Platypus, they can put a
according to their
CGI
story.
meter on the screen and make you think he's going that fast with a CGI meter. Stop.
No, according to their story, he passed out. Not almost passed out. He passed out and like tumbled for, I don't know, a few miles.
Well, at the very beginning, at like 30 seconds after he jumped, he started spinning, and he was talking all through it. He
No.
actually says that he almost
I've watched
passed
the
out.
entire thing. They lose contact with him. He stops talking. And yeah, the spinning supposedly was so fast and violent that it made him black out. But he luckily regained consciousness in time to touch down with tiptoes, just little dink, 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 like a ballerina. Fucking, but no, the entire thing was fucking faked. If you want to know my opinion of how they would have done it, which is not important, but I think they dropped him out of a plane at a relatively high altitude, right? To make the actual landing. But the footage that you saw was done in a was just done in a studio. Like that's why the Zenith thing moves. That's why.
No, okay. First of all, the Zenith thing moves because, and Justin's probably not smart enough to go do enough research on this. Those two shots
Sticker can move.
Hey, dickhead, the two frames.
A
that you're
dickhead
showing,
now. I'm not listening to your acting out. That's fucked up of you to do that, to attack me like that. First of all, that's a sticker. Okay? How is it moving? I'm not going to listen to your telling me that. Different jumps. You're a fucking moron. They said they only jumped once.
It comes from the same video, dude. Like
you're a fucking moron.
Like the original video that they released of it being a live
This
jump.
is unreal talking to this guy. Post the video. I will post the fucking
It's not
video.
like one was a practice jump and one was a real
Fucking
jump.
moron, dude. You're talking
Also-
to people that do research every fucking day, bitch. You fucking cocksucker. Coming in here lying
okay,
about
you
the
guys,
jump. You didn't
you guys.
watch the fucking jump at all.
Get rid of the cocksucker shit. You can get angry. Go ahead, get angry, but no reason.
Yeah, no, man.
Well, how did he fucking... He just went off on me. What the hell? Just for posting a video.
You do
There
have
you
to
go.
be a little
Two
more
different
respectful
shots,
than
too.
that.
Platypus.
Just punch him in the throat, Jason. Just punch him in the throat, Jason.
He'll be able to do a good Chong impression after that shit.
Unbelievable, man.
Anyhow, to continue on, like
And Platypus, I didn't attack you at the beginning, man. I attacked the
Justin,
information that you're bringing.
Justin, don't make it about a personal thing now. Like we get it. Like,
oh, he made it personal.
You're right. He started it. He did.
He always does.
Finish it, bro.
Anyhow, so and obviously they're using a fisheye lens. Obviously, okay. Obviously would be what I would say it is, except for I don't think he's really even up there. I don't think they're really filming him. That was like this is all done with a studio, and that entire Earth in the background is completely CGI'd in. But yeah, they may have dropped a mannequin out at like 80,000 feet or something like that, and that's why it was tumbling, and that's why they said that he was fainted out, that he was passed out. But then he magically comes to, and luckily, thank God, right when he's down at like heights where he could breathe. And yeah, no, they just dropped him out of a high altitude plane that a halo jump that he's done many times. He did one of those, and the rest was completely faked with CGI and studios and shit like that.
I watched this a lot, long before I even came to Flat Earth. Like
Okay.
I
watched it even.
I was
Yeah, that's
into
what I was
that
gonna
whole
say.
like I was into that whole like extreme sports and fucking
I
Red
fucking
Bull
love
shit
the
and
jump.
like
Yes.
all this stuff. I watched this thing a lot, like before I even got to Flat Earth and like the full thing. And when you really do put like a good, critical thought and look into it, like a good whatever. I'm not using the right word, but when you examine it pretty thoroughly, like I'm not saying I know for sure how they faked it, but I can tell you they faked it. It's faked.
Can we talk about how high he was supposed to be and where he
Yeah, go ahead.
jumped and where he landed? I don't actually know. He claimed to be a certain height, and he claimed to jump from one area, and he landed.
Oh, you wanted to know? Yeah, he claimed to have jumped from 128,000 feet over New Mexico. I don't know. I forget exactly where in New Mexico, but over New Mexico, he jumped from 128,000 feet.
Okay, that's just above the dog hand we have, 120,000 feet. Now, was he in some kind of a helium balloon?
Yeah, he was dangling from a helium balloon, supposedly in like this metal capsule. Which, by the way, even the height they went to with that capsule, I don't know how big their balloon was, or if they had some special kind of helium that's more pure or something. But they went like as high as you can go with like pretty much just a balloon, carrying the weight of that big ass aluminum capsule and the guy sitting in it. No, I don't. I call bullshit even that they could get that high with a balloon.
What if they use hydrogen?
Yo, Justin.
They use the yellow submarine.
Yes. Hello.
So it's not an excuse, but it's a reason. I am drinking tonight.
No, yeah.
And I in reflecting on it, I don't know why I immediately jumped to the insult. So for doing that, I apologize.
I will accept. I know how it can be because I was in your shoes.
No, come on. Don't no.
No. At the very beginning,
No.
I'm telling you, the very beginning of my research. Like I said, I was there in your shoes, but I pushed it so hard. I never did the research.
Hold on. The insult did not come from a place of some sort of
No,
cognitive
it just came out of nowhere. I know. I know.
I don't know why, but there's something
happens.
about no, it's just you personally. There's something about you that puts me off a little bit.
It happens. Like I said, to me personally, like to me, I get it all the time.
Oh,
I don't know why.
It doesn't just happen, bro. No, it doesn't just happen.
Y'all are
Just
human
because you
beings,
push the
man.
right,
It's all good.
pushing the right buttons. That's all.
My simple
But I just don't want to be lied to.
But I'm not trying to lie to you. In fact, I'm trying to ask. All I want to see is this, because you made two statements. One is that the sticker moves, and two, you said that was even in the
two different jumps. That's what I believe, and I can't factually prove that picture.
Well, you did, and I'll go back and check it.
I can't factually prove it. No. I didn't say I factually prove it, but that's two different shots right there of the same jump, but the stickers moved.
And you can see
that's literally what they said. These are the same shot, but it's not.
But you can see different. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying, Platypus. You don't get what I just said because you just snapped. It's okay. Like I said, what is shown to you right now, they said was real, only one jump, but this states there was two. That's all I'm saying.
It's really insidious how they used.
That's all I'm using it for too.
Red Bull sponsored that jump. Clearly, right? You see their logo everywhere. but so did GoPro. And of course, GoPro with their fisheye lenses, yes, that's what they would be using. But it was really sly the way that they snuck in using GoPro, which obviously would then lead your mind to say they're using a fisheye lens. Like I said, they're not using a fisheye lens. I mean, they are for his actual jump out of like a plane that's much lower, but anything that you saw on the edge of space, that's all 100% CGI'd the same way that they do it with the ISS.
I'm trying to reconcile where this "it must be fake" is like I get saying that the ISS is fake. I get that. The ISS is purported to be
Dude, it's fucking fake. It's fucking fake. It's fucking fake. Like I would have never said it, but dude, they gave it away. They have to tell you somehow. The shit, it's fucking fake. We've looked at enough video to know fakes, and we're seeing it all throughout this.
Can I say something quickly?
People can't go that fucking high. Like they just can't. Go ahead.
Lou, sorry, bro. Just quickly, he can have a look. Platypus can have a look at the new planes that hit, like, what is it, Mark IV? When they take footage, it's on just YouTube. Just Google it. The Russian planes, they can go into the stratosphere, whatever they want to call it, and everything is flat. Just look at the footage from them. Those guys hitting Mark IV, they're meant to be like the planes can go up as high as a rocket, whatever, and they do like international continental flights, whatever. And it's all flat.
I'll look at it. If you send me something, I'll look at it. It's but kind of beside the point that I'm trying to talk about, which is I don't get. Is this considered fake because it has to be fake, like from a flat Earth stance?
Oh, no. It doesn't have to be fake. It already fucking defeated the globe, assuming it's real. Okay, like it was already a flat Earth proof. After further introspection, I determined at least, that this video itself is a fucking forgery.
Yeah. Because you're going from one scene to another. You're saying one thing, then you're saying another. It's either we're all either delirious and we have to be institutionalized, or something is up. So there's only two logical outcomes. You can't say one thing then another. It's just illogical.
I can't wrap my head around why this has to be fake.
Just told you it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. Let's start talking about the Red Bull jump. Let's pretend we were just having a flat Earth debate. You're a new guy that came in here defending in the globe. All right. And you said, well, what about that guy who did the Red Bull jump? Okay, let's go on from there. And I say, yeah, that really happened. He really went to 128,000 feet. And then I show you this GIF right here. I say, what is it? I type in space jump and then I find it. Let's see. Space jump. And then I find a whole bunch of Felix Baumgartner video. Let's see. Where's the one I want? Wow, they keep pushing the one that shows the view from inside the capsule further and further down the list. Here it is. All right, so then I say, look, when he's inside the capsule, you've got a flat horizon that meets you at eye level. And then when you go to the outside, you've got this super curving planet New Mexico. So they're clearly using a fisheye lens, and that is not the curvature of the Earth that you're looking at, right?
I don't think anybody.
I've just assumed that all of this happened, and I defeated your argument using this as reality. Now what I'm doing is going farther and telling you that this video is fake. There is nothing real in this video.
Can we address the GIF? Can we address the GIF for just a second?
Go ahead.
So, one, I would never claim as an intellectually honest person that the second shot there, that is the curvature of the Earth. I would never claim that.
But no, you would not claim that. But
Second,
that is what that has been
That has what been said.
insinuated
some
within
dickhead
the
who
media.
probably doesn't know what a fisheye lens is probably
Oh my
looked
God,
at that
no.
and said, "Oh my God,
Like
yeah, there you go. That's
mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
Mainstream says it.
Right.
Platypus.
When it satisfies
You don't
your
see
need-
how
hold on.
devastating that is, though, Platypus?
Hang on, Platypus. They said that.
Hold on. It would be devastating if I claimed that was.
It would be
the curvature of the
devastating
Earth.
if they showed correct view, Platypus. Then it would be completely flat at 100,000 feet, correct? Yeah. Thank you.
128.
Now hold on. Would it?
If it was corrected, yes, there's no fisheye lens in there. It would be straight. They would not be able to deny it.
Yeah. Okay. And by your logic, that would also mean that the horizon
Oh my
would still
God,
be at eye level.
Platypus, please.
Hang on. How many Globers told me that they saw the curve of the Earth from the Baumgartner jump? Many.
And the fucking mountain shot, whatever the mountain shot, the Mount Timpanogos or whatever the fuck it was, you know. He went up there and took a shot and it was a full fisheye lens, but he said it right in the fucking shot. This is the curve, guys.
Well, okay. First of all, just because one dude says it doesn't mean
Everyone believes that one dude, then anything is possible, right, Platypus? That's why I say, you say it in the mainstream, they say it in the mainstream, then it goes mainstream, and then nothing can be said about it, because guess what? It's in the mainstream. So if you disregard what they said in mainstream as lying, you're looked on like us. Conspiracy theorists. Good job.
I wouldn't get called a conspiracy theorist in the eyes of the mainstream because, unlike you, I don't purport that this jump in its entirety was faked. I just know what a fisheye lens is, and I would never be the person to tell you, hey, that's the curve of the Earth.
No, so you're willing to take the purple pill stance on this
That's what
one
I'm
and
saying.
say you're willing to take the purple pill stance and say this
With
really
that 11-year-old?
This really happened. It's just that they sort of deceived you with a lens. Okay,
Here's
That's
okay,
purple pill.
Lou,
But
have you
so-
ever considered? Hold on, have you ever considered the possibility that there's just something over the camera to either protect it or keep it from icing over or whatever the fuck you would protect a lens for?
No,
and whatever that thing is, just as a consequence,
No,
performs a
because
fisheye
we've had shots that are up to 128 feet with our own corrected cameras. Do you understand that? Our own cameras that we have done ourselves.
Civilians can send balloons just as
I
high.
cannot believe you're listening to yourself speak these utter words, man. We personally, as humans, have sent our own balloons up. Okay? Do we believe our own stuff? Yes, because it's factual to us. And guess what? It has gone 100,000 feet or more. I can't tell you.
No, there's been a few flat earthers who've hit like 120,000, or at least one. At least one.
No, it went
at least
fucking
one
high.
who hit 120,000 feet. Like
And nothing but land was seen. Our horizon was eye level the whole time, which doesn't make any sense on a globe Earth model. It has no relevance to the measurements of the globe when you're seeing that far. It's just amazing.
You don't really believe it, do you, GE? Do you?
Hold on, I was typing something.
No problem.
Yes, I do.
I just wanted to ask that question. I don't know, guys. What do we do?
Once again, I would ask Justin to show me the person who sent something up to 120,000 feet, the video.
I know
And
what
I'm not
to do.
asking that because I
I'm
don't
the
believe
one.
the
I'm the
video
one who
exists.
just
I
said
just
it.
want to see it.
I've watched it before. I don't have it like thumbnailed or whatever. I don't have it like bookmarked. But
Hey,
yeah.
GE, is this picture faked? Cut the shit just posted one. Is that a fake image?
I have no idea, dude. It's a random image on the internet. How would I fucking know?
Because
it comes from one. It comes from one of the. I'm pretty sure it comes from the video that I am talking about. I like
Sure.
dead serious.
Okay, and maybe we can provide that video. But what I'm saying is,
Hell yeah.
Do you see any kind of visual distortion happening here? Just honestly, even if it's an opinion, my opinion, sir, is that this is a genuine photo. What do you think?
Okay, the first thing that I would ask, if somebody's saying this is a still frame from a video, I want to see the video.
No, hold on. Oh, yeah, I understand that, but I'm going to tell you this: the video, in my opinion, anyway, I like it. This picture is great, but what happens is with any balloon, it's not a stable platform, and they get whipped around, and it's very hard to find times when they are still to get a good shot. So when they're getting whipped around, sometimes it looks flat, sometimes it looks curved, concave. Sometimes it looks
So this
curved,
is what they'll
like-
do, my friend. They'll say, well, we can't now we just can't tell because no matter what lens we take up, it goes concave, convex, flat. We don't even fucking know. That's what they'll say.
No, it's like when you hold a pencil at the end loosely and just wiggle it up and down, and it looks like
Right.
You know,
I know
Like,
why it's happening. It's the camera can't react to it fast enough.
What about? Sound like your eyes. I'm gonna put something in the live stream now. It's from U.S. Military Times, and just watch. It's like a 10-minute clip, and this is just like mainstream BS, and you can watch these planes that do all this stuff, and you'll see nothing but flat. And this is directly from the pilot's view because the pilot is not gonna see he can't see curve. If you see his curve, you won't know where the F is going. So this is directly from his footage.
Thank you, Iggs. Very nice.
No, it's right. Yeah, I've been watching these things for a while. So these planes, and I'll try to find the Russian ones, but those ones hit like Mark 4 or something.
just to point out, just to finish up what I was saying, though. Because of the fact that the image seems to distort because it's getting whipped around and you can't be sure of like the stability of the platform at the time that this, what's more important to notice is where the horizon line is in the frame.
Yep.
So that if it's near the center of the frame, that it's still meeting your eye, and you can imagine what you would expect to see as you rise up to that height because you have the horizon at eye level as you see in real life.
Hold on, Lou. You just invoked what you would expect to see. I would like to know how you know what you expect.
Oh no, that's why I wanted to stop you, because you were about to argue against this video, like you're like, no, there should definitely be some curvature there.
Lou, you'll never believe me when I tell you this.
The thing is,
never believe me when I tell you this.
Your math would not make you expect to see any curvature at that height either. So
I genuinely had no ulterior motive for asking for the video other than the fact that I wanted.
Right. I just wanted to point out. I wanted to point out the reasons why I think balloon footage is, though it's really cool to do such a thing, and it's really just like any video evidence. It's not that solid. You need other corroborating evidence to go with it, and that's all this is just one more piece of corroborating evidence, I suppose. But
I don't know. If you were going to go through the trouble of sending that balloon up there, I would go through the trouble of making sure you could make more observations than just like a wide shot of the horizon off the distance.
There's 12-hour footage from where the balloon goes off from the ground. 12 hours. It's non-stop. It's uncut. You can find it on the internet.
Hey, real quick.
12 hours of footage.
Has anyone seen a video of a two-bladed propeller spinning but not at full RPM. And if you look at the video, it looks like the blades are curved when they're clearly straight because of the motion blur of the camera.
Well, if you have a camera with a frame rate that's just right and a prop spin rate that's just right, you can actually make the prop look like it's standing perfectly still.
Yeah, I know that too.
That's
But
just-
the thing is it's not standing still; it's spinning. But the thing is that the camera's blinking at the same rate at which it's spinning. Kind of the same thing when it's blinking faster than it is spinning, and you will see an effect that looks like, it's a distortion of what you're seeing. It not only will it be curved, but it'll also be distorted and wider than it should be at certain points on it. It's just one of those things called optical distortion, right? Kind of like why fisheye lenses, or you could even say it's not even a fisheye lens. Okay, but there are official NASA videos of rocket launches where the rocket goes up and the payload takes off, and what's left is it's sitting there templing, and you see it going from concaved to convexed to concaved, convex. So it's and that will happen with distorted a fisheye distortion on the camera lens, and they get the fisheye distortion because it makes things seem more artistic.
I posted the one that was live, where they went from camera to camera, and you actually get to see there's a clear curvature, beautiful curvature on one, and then they go to the other one and it goes flat, and then it actually bows outwards, where now the Earth is like curving into space. On the second, just play this video, the Dragon ISS mission one.
Yeah. He's breaking the song. Yeah, breaking down the law. Just put up like the 2-hour video, so you can have a look at that. That's
I'm already watching it.
Exactly. I just put up a 1
I
minute
also
clip.
want to stress one more time to you, Platypus. Like, do you understand why I stopped you though? Because you, like I said, you were about to argue for seeing curvature. Like you should expect to see curvature at 120.
Negative, Ghost Rider. Absolutely not. I would never say that what you're seeing in that is absolutely the curving of the Earth.
Okay,
Because
so the point then is that
anybody with a brain that watched any part of not just that shot or the tiny little bit you had in the GIF, anybody with a brain could see that is happening because whatever you're looking through has some sort of a fish.
Well, then why are you looking for to see the shots that show it flat? Like you're arguing against that it should even be there. You
Can
should
I
be
ask
like,
you?
of course, you've got shots of it being flat because that's what you would expect. That's what you should be saying.
But that's what I want to add on to that. I want to add on the loop, please, Platypus.
Yeah.
Do you understand though? When you go up, the requirements for the globe is to see a curve. Correct? You do agree with that?
I don't.
But do you agree with that concept?
I don't. You have to.
Okay, why? Why
Yes,
don't you?
please.
Can I ask you why don't you believe in that? Like
Because
everyone else,
unless
like in
you
mainstream, what's not to believe?
Because for me, it doesn't make sense that you would unless you are really, really, really far away from
Like
the Earth.
NASA's clips, correct?
Super far away from the Earth.
So, like I said, with NASA's clips, the ISS Dragon mission, can you please play that 1 minute clip? Because this is on a live shot, dude. This is live broadcasted. Them telling us it's in fucking space with the goddamn curve. That's why I'm pissed off.
Did anybody from NASA at all?
This is the
take what's on
NASA
sub-
ISS
Do not-
mission, Dragon.
Justin, let me finish my question.
You don't even want to hear the truth. You just
don't wanna hear
skip
my
right
question.
over the truth. They are saying in this clip it is the curvature of the fucking Earth. Yet The other shot shows a inverted fucking curve. How high are they? How high are they? How
Then whoever
high
said
are
that is
they?
retarded.
How high are they?
Whoever said that looked at it themselves and declared that that is what they were looking at.
No,
That's
that's
NASA. That's
what
the government
fucking
saying it.
NASA says. What are you fucking
Yes.
telling me right now, platypus? Wow. NASA broadcasts this and says that is the curve of the Earth. How high are they? Please do not skip this. This is the truth. I'm not lying to you. This is broadcasted for all humanity to see. And you are lying to me right now when you say you do not care. I am caring that they're lying to everyone. And this proves it. Unreal, man. Unreal.
Yeah, bro. I agree. What is it? Justin, have you seen that dude that fixes? It's only like one guy. He fixes that massive. What is it? Telephone pole, and he goes up. I don't know how high. He climbs up the motherfucking thing. Takes him like I don't know,
Oh my
30 hours.
God! Yeah, I've followed
So-
a guy on TikTok. I'm pretty sure he's on TikTok too, because I followed a guy on TikTok. He's up a telephone pole. Oh my God, that's scary. Just watching his videos are scary. I'm scared. I literally freak out every single time I watch it, but I have to, because what he shows is just
It's flat.
unbelievably real.
So,
Yeah.
fun fact, that guy was told by his employer that his employer thought it was unsafe that he was taking the time to do these video shots
I
while
know.
he was doing that. And he told them, no, I'm going to do it. And you can fire me if you don't want me to do it. And apparently he's so good at the job that his company just never brought him.
There's no way they're gonna get rid of him, you guys.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
that's my position when it comes to people trying to dox me at work. Like, I
do. I get scared.
Zealots. Like, I have no worry about that. Like, I'm the top guy around. Like, they try to come around and say like, hey, by the way, like, you got a flat earther working for you. Like, my boss would be like, yeah, I know. He doesn't even think 9/11's real. Blah, 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 blah. And he might talk with you for like an hour, but he's not going to fire
That's good. That's awesome.
This son of a bitch told me pizza wasn't invented in Italy.
Yeah, but that dude, he's famous, and he goes. I don't know how. He goes up to like the highest tower there is, and he climbs up, and it's just footage of everything goes up to the horizon. Just it's all flat, and yeah, that guy got threatened to get fired, but he's the only dude that can do it apparently, or something, or I don't know, something ridiculous like that.
We're giving you a break, GE, man. We're keeping you in here because you can be honest.
I just want to be able to tell the truth to everyone, and I want you to tell it to everyone too. That's why I don't want you to have the information that's bad.
Dude, it's why I don't call the majority of you here stupid or anything like that.
Well, I know that's why we respect you for that.
For most of you, I get that you're coming from.
And I know you snapped at me for a reason, but it was I pretty much provoked it. I did.
Sometimes you need to do that to get a reaction.
Nah, we're better than that here.
Well, it was the fact that we were talking about that jump, and come on, that jump was so.
The jump is the thing. Platypus, stop. Hold on. I forget the name you called him, but it was uncalled for, right? And
Very.
then, like, so when I don't know, you just mentioned how there's certain flat earthers here that you respect and blah 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 blah. Like when somebody's talking to you, just show them all that same respect. Like is in this house. Like don't be trying to talk down on certain people or for any reason.
And to be honest, it'll make me, because I'm a loudmouth and I can be a real dick, it'll make me not want to respond in kind. Because I would rather everybody respect each other. Nothing's better than that, I think.
Hey, Platypus, do you still have security clearance?
Technically, my security clearance will expire in about 7 months.
Cool. So in 7 months, we're going to smoke pot together, yeah?
Do you have to renew it?
No, that is not how that works. No, no, no. No. Just because your security clearance expires doesn't mean you are no longer bound to any of the things that you did.
Just get your medical card for PTSD. You'll be good.
What if after you take your mandatory vaxes and boosters, you smoke a little weed, and then one day they decide to say, also, if you want to get those things and keep your job, you also have to pass this drug test.
Yep.
Oh.
Whoa.
No.
Whoa.
Dude, don't talk like that. That's horrible. That just made me so sad. God. I'm not going to tell you what to talk about, but man, I really hope we can turn it around before all that.
Dude, this is where I was talking about. I think the reason why we're not gone is because they like to monitor us for ideas, and I think I just gave them one.
Yeah, we do it all the time. Listen, man, I'm with you. There's a lot of time. Listen, I'm so with you. There's a lot of times in the chat, YouTube chat, and here that I don't say a lot of shit, just in case they haven't thought of it yet. You feel me?
Yep.
Yeah, that was probably one of those where I should have shut up.
Yeah. Mulligans, right?
Now, what were you talking about? Because Bob Marley smoked a lot of weed.
The idea,
he died of
the
foot
idea
cancer.
here's the thing. The idea,
How do you die of foot cancer?
If you want me to elaborate, here's the thing. Here's the catch. So, like, they can say you have to be, clean in order to get the treatment that you need to have your job. It doesn't matter. They don't give a fuck that if you smoke or if you don't. The thing is that they get to test everybody for like what's coming out of them, so they can see the results of what they've been putting into them.
Yeah, but it was okay for them to do the experiments and give them weed and LSD and everything back in the 70s. That was all right. That's admitted to.
I'm talking about Kamala Harris. Codename Bob Marley.
Camel.
One, she's a camel. She's a man,
Yeah, camel.
a woman,
Camel.
and a
Hairy
camel.
ass. Camel
that's
hairy
right,
ass.
Bob.
Gosh. Ugh.
I always hate it when you guys start getting political, because then I'm just off. I'm off the bandwagon.
That's not political.
What are you all of a sudden going to be a liberal? Or like, how do you mean?
No, I just don't. I don't argue politics. I'm one of those people that believes that your political beliefs, for the most part, should remain private and personal for good reason.
I kind of agree.
Yeah.
Like, that'd be cool. That was cool back when people did that, but they don't anymore.
Yeah. The problem is people are counterproductive with their talks when they bring that stuff up. I mean, there's a reason the cliche is no religion, no politics at the dinner table.
Well, it's like it's like arguing which flavor of cheesecake is the best flavor. It's all subjective.
And we can't do anything about it.
I can't eat cheesecake.
No, I mean, it's
all
funny too,
delusion.
because I mean, I know a lot of people here are like me, where like I don't like either political party. I think both are just as well retarded and corrupt.
Ridiculous.
They're working together.
course.
They're the same team. There's not two teams. There's one team.
Correct.
Exactly.
And so yeah, that for that reason, I don't really like to get into the politics like you. But
Hold on. Before we move on, real quick, dude. Platypus, because it's starting to break down in the chat. People starting to call names and all that stuff, and I get it. So, where do you stand on this footage? You're ambivalent. You don't know which way to go.
Okay, now hold on. as far as the breakdown in chat, I got a special thing with breaking down Wall of Lies. So anything you
Oh.
see going on between me and him, just ignore it.
Okay. Sorry. But the main reason was we always move on. So again, what's your answer to the footage real quick? Just because I'm a dummy and I don't know if I heard it or not.
Well, it depends on, because I had 3 different people give me a grand total of 5 videos to look at.
I see.
I've only got
Okay.
one of them.
And one of those videos is like 12 hours long. So
Can you answer
yeah.
each one of them now, Platypus?
Well,
Thanks.
I've only gotten through one of them, and that's what I'm talking about breaking down.
Okay, thank
When
you
the
for your
horizon
answer.
meets your eye, every direction which you fly at's a flat earth. Sorry.
I'll give you that one.
Give me what?
Well, it's kind of a dad joke.
Oh.
It was half and half. That's fine. I'm just being a dick.
Half and half.
As an actual dad of 3, I would say that was
Well, it makes sense. Yeah, for sure.
Hey guys, can I sort of ask Platypus a little question here, if that's okay?
No, absolutely not.
no, it's your turn, man. We all get to dig at them a little
thanks,
bit.
Lou. Thanks, guys. Yeah, Platypus, see that little video I've just put up, the little GIF that you recognise that is preposterous to believe, the one with the eyes on it. I've just posted it in the voice text. You said it's preposterous for anyone to believe that it's a globe with that there. Yeah? So see how it's going convex, concave, convex, concave. Can you see that?
Yes, the very reason you shouldn't look at that and say that it's either evidence for a globe or a flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
So see all the footage that you've been looking at. What the fuck do you think is happening when it gets higher? Do you think the same thing is happening or it's not happening at all?
Dude, a fisheye lens is a real thing. I know that they exist. I also know it's not the only thing that will cause that effect when you're looking through a camera. There's a multitude of apertures that you could put over a lens to protect it that will also do the same thing.
But you're denying the fact that they say it's a curve.
That's avoiding the question. Let me ask you again, because you're just not understanding it or you're obfuscating. Does the same thing happen if that camera rises up to 120,000 feet? Does the same thing that it's showing at ground level or 120 foot above the floor right now? Does that same thing happen?
Yes,
does it
and why wouldn't it? Yes, it does.
There you go.
For
You've
that
just proved to yourself it's not a fucking globe. Wake up, you clown. Thanks, guys.
Because somebody used a fisheye lens or did something that caused a fisheye lens effect
So,
on a
Platypus,
random
can I
video
go
on
back
the internet.
to the question I asked you, or actually stated to you? Everyone in the mainstream media and NASA say that it is the curve of the Earth. So when they say that is the curve of the Earth, and then you come back and say if any rightful person was honest, then they would say that it's not, but yet it's in the mainstream.
Now, being dishonest is not the only thing that could be happening there. Somebody could also just be a
No,
fucking
I'm
idiot
just
and not
telling
understand
you
what they're
though.
looking at.
In
How many times are they
mainstream,
just
you are
gonna be
not listening to me?
How many times is there going to be just one guy who's an idiot? Like, or they're doing the exact same tricks over and over and over again, purposely being deceptive.
Correct. Yep. Well put, bro. So they keep on making the same mistake over and over again. And this, I don't like
Just
this
know
where they get
how it's
into this.
done. I just know how it's done. If
Platypus,
if
is
you-
it like an admission of guilt thing? Like, do you feel that like you would be betraying people if you just admitted it?
I know what it is. It's this thing of national security bullshit. People who
It
believe in
probably
that.
is national security. It probably
Yeah,
is.
and that's the
I never.
biggest bullshit.
No.
Wait a second. Let me.
National
Can I just say something? That's the biggest thing that that irks me on this plane of existence is this national security. Blah 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 blah. If everybody's a part of the same nation, everybody should be able to view whatever is in the interest of the people. Who is there
I
to
disagree with you on that under
well,
many
that's fair
very
enough.
specific circumstances.
You can think that, and that's why there's trouble in this world because of people thinking that they're smarter than somebody else
Why have a
for whatever
secret?
reasons. Yes, exactly. We
Why have a
know
secret?
this, and
Well, okay,
exactly.
if from my personal experience with secrets, most of the time, the reason the reason you want to keep that information a secret is because that information getting out before a specific action has been performed would prevent that action from occurring.
So more life on Earth then?
What?
So withholding, information that produces more life on Earth. Do you
He
understand?
still thinks that. Yeah, no, I don't think. He thinks that. Can I ask you one question? Sorry, bro.
I'm just asking.
After you
That's
finish.
like.
My bad.
Go ahead.
I'll ask him. Okay.
Am I waiting for
Sorry,
IGC
bro.
or am I answering?
Oh yeah, sorry, bro. No, you can answer. Then I'll ask you, bro.
No. Quit being so damn polite, Iggs. You're not going to be a real
Sorry,
fighter
bro.
until
Okay.
until you elbow your way to the front and fucking throw in a chokehold on them, motherfucker.
All right.
Yeah,
so
man, you're a big guy. You should
he's
be
not a
talking a
real-
little tougher.
No, he's not a real flat earther in this server until he attempts to engage in a one-on-one with me, and three server mods have to jump in. And...
Shut the fuck up or give me.
So my point is, do you believe in this? USA is a part of separate, and Russia's separate, and this all is all separate.
Absolutely, with absolute certainty, yes.
Okay, so you're certain. All right. Why was there the Open Skies Treaty? If you're so certain, do you know about the Open Skies Treaty?
I do not know what the Open Skies Treaty is. No.
Well, there's something that I know that you don't know, and you should know this. Was going on for fucking 40 years. Everybody opened up their skies to everybody else for a reason, and everybody flew over. Everybody's bitten. Everybody gave themselves, where their bases were and what they had, and all the rest of the information.
Yeah. I believe the thing you're talking about was specifically directed at commercial air travel more than anything. Because commercial air travel is becoming a big thing.
Military.
Well, no, because that's not true. At Joe Schmo's military aircraft can't just fly over the United States. It depends on.
Yes, it was. It was open for 40 years. I'm telling you as a fact. You can look it up.
That may have been the case. That's absolutely not the case anymore.
Well, it just got closed for a reason because they've always worked together and they always have. And I've got documentation to prove it. And this is the thing. You just look into it. Even on it's public. It's on the public record. You can have a look at it when all that fuss was in the US. Oh, the commies are coming and blah, 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 blah. That was because of the Open Sky Treaty, where they had to give up airspace minimum of 3 up to 7 times a year where they could fly and do whatever they wanted with whatever craft they wanted, and information asked had to be given over. It applied to, I don't know, I think at the end over 120 nations. So why are these so-called sovereign nations or whatever, sovereign corporations, whatever you want to call them, whatever your view of whatever it is in your mind, why are they all collaborating together? If it's such a secret, why would you let anybody with a military aircraft go and do all this stuff?
I don't know. That'd be like calling that'd be like saying the fact that me, as a citizen of the state of Michigan, being freely capable of traveling within the United States, it is somehow some kind of cooperation, and on some level it is, but it's not.
Yeah, but this is your enemy, Russia, and the Arabs and whatnot. All the rest of the subterfuge. This is not, the United States of America. This is 120 plus nations, brother. This is not your so-called nation, whatever that means to anybody. Talking about other nations.
I don't particularly understand where you're going with this.
I'm going with this is
Earth is
why
flat.
is there 120 nations signed up to the same treaty that they can do whatever they want with military aircraft
I don't
and
know.
information?
I don't know.
Gathering.
Those countries might all trust one another to some extent. I don't know.
Well, thank you very much for being honest. So the point is there is a cooperation between China, Russia, the US, Germany, and all the rest of it. And they gave each other their own so-called, what you said before, secrets that they apparently, are entrust to themselves and whatnot.
Yeah, I know. Most of the large nations in the world exercising some sort of being able to get along and trust one another. It's super scary.
Well, it's good to hear you admit a bit of it, but they've always done this, and this is the whole point of what I'm trying to say is the people at ground level are sort of punching on against each other, but the ones up the top are always doing what they do. Do you get what I'm saying?
And to some degree, that may be true, man. We, as a species, we are still barely out of the fucking jungle. We are so young. We got a lot of shit to figure out. We haven't
How
figured
do
out
you know that?
we haven't figured out how to care for one another yet. That's the
Platypus.
biggest
How
thing
do you
we
know
haven't
that?
figured out.
I
We
will
can't make a
say yes.
pyramid
We
today.
don't know. I will say that we do know how to care for one another. It's just we're not exercising that faculty of doing it because of capitalism, communism, any ism or any schism or any, as you said, political, religion, whatever it is, all this dumbness that, you have, brown hair, I have blonde hair, or whatever it is. Doesn't matter what it is. That's why.
That's just an indication that human beings are flawed, which is true.
And that's an argument you guys use. Oh, your eyes can be tricked. They're flawed. Like, okay,
Yeah.
can't have both ways, dude.
Like that's the problem. That's what I'm trying to say. Is you have this thing. There's two treaties. The first one with Antarctica that started in 1913, not in 1956. Actually started in 1913. Then you had the Open Skies Treaty that started in the 70s or whatever it is. And these people are just doing whatever they want. But they get the dictate from on high. I don't know if you believe in the high power or whatnot, and I don't want to get into it, but
You can ask me that question if you want. I'll give you an honest answer. My honest answer is I explained how I feel to someone, and they told me that is basically the definition of agnosticism. I don't reject the notion that there could have been some sentient being that created the universe as we know it from a single act. I don't reject that possibility. I just don't think any of the religions I've ever been presented with that are based here on Earth are anywhere near the correct answer.
Well, listen, I have on that, and I would say that the religions lie a lot. I'm with you on that one.
And they
I'm
do.
not
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not a propounder of here. Have this book, and I'm going to bash you over the head with it. I hate that. If you've listened, I'm probably the person that gets called a devil worship or whatnot. Besides the point. But the point is that if you do think there is, whatever higher power, he hasn't put a stamp on, or he or she hasn't put a stamp on what is good for you and me.
No, people
But
do
some dude, yeah.
People
But
do
some
that.
dude,
And by the
exactly.
way, okay, as a resident globe earther, I do not need you to tell me that you regularly get accused of being a devil worshiper.
I think I coined that
I'm
term.
pretty
I think I
sure-
coined that term, resident glober. Glad you used it. You like that, huh?
It's just there. I do a lot of reading, and yeah, I'm just one of those people that thinks differently, and um, you know, I know that people lie. If they lie about one thing, they lie about a million things. But the point is, my point was just if a sentient being hasn't put a stamp on what I'm allowed to see and what I can hear and how I can sort of, act, then who is some dude in an office, whether it be political, religious, or whatever, for them to put a stamp and say, yeah, this is because I don't think you'll be able to understand it, or because of national security, when in all the time and fact, all they have done is lied. You look throughout, even recorded man's history, they've always lied. And the notion that they haven't is ludicrous. They've always lied. Even, when you look at it, just normal, from, Roman to British to American, all they've done is lie. Oh, we hate this, we hate that, but it's,
Well,
they don't have
I
nothing.
think I don't think there's anything wrong with taking pride in like I'm American. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking pride in that. I don't think there's anything wrong in feeling like you're part of, Team America. I think the problem comes when other people decide that everybody else is wrong or somehow inferior just because they were born somewhere else.
Well, it is a form of a cult practice of exactly what you described as one of the tenets.
Nah, it's just like I'm
as
also a
it's
Detroit Lions
described.
fan.
I'm not saying that I'm just as it's described. I mean, I know how as super far left as that may sound, but seeing as it's defined, I'm just pointed out there.
Well, yeah. Oh, listen, I've got the same point of view as just because somebody isn't, born from somewhere, whatever. That's true. And I don't label everybody that's from the United States of America as fat, retarded, and whatnot, or somebody that's English is whatever, or somebody that's from wherever, anything.
No, anything that I may or may not have done while I was in the service that directly resulted in the death of other people was not because I had anything personally against those people.
And nobody said, oh, no, I would never accuse you of that. And most of the time when stuff like that happens, you don't even realize the stuff that's coming up from on high, why a particular action or reaction is being done. There's a quote that says, nobody knows why or why not things are done, and they assume to take a side for whatever reason it's in their own head. You've gone there for your particular thoughts and, if not beliefs or motives or whatever, you're proud to be an American. I'm not here to take that away from you. No, I think you should be proud to be an American, or, wherever you're from, Michiganian or whatnot. And that's cool. Everybody should help each other out. That's the social, compact that you have in Michigan, and, the people around you. That's cool. But this, how do I put it? Interference by on high and putting a stamp on something, telling me I can't understand, where I could sit down and probably give them lectures about whatever they fucking want to discuss, is ludicrous to me. And I think to you too, because I think you're an intelligent person. I think if you were given more information, you'd be able to probably make better decisions than most of those people that are, I think they're a bit defected up the top.
Platypus, you were the cook, weren't you?
Negative.
No, it wasn't.
And there was a problem with some botulism. That's what happened, huh?
I did a couple of different jobs, but my primary job was communications. I was a radio man.
Yeah, I'm just being me. You know, you don't like that term, so I won't use it.
I've had the displeasure of being around the people, so-called, get to do shit up the top. And from my interactions, they are degenerate people. They are not really smart.
Dude, again, from my personal experience, a lot of the stuff that gets quote unquote classified, you sit there and you look at it and you're like, is it though? Like, is this really the kind of thing that needs to be classified this high?
Yep. Oh, yeah, 100%. And usually when they, like right now, just a small example, they just put another, they just resealed it again, not to open up the, and they stated this in the Senate, to reseal the pedophile cases here in Australia, because people would lose confidence in the government and the judicial system. So it was sealed for 70 years, and now it's resealed again. This is just, it's not a small thing by any statement.
I'm sorry, it's
But
very concerning that just having familiarized myself with because I've never actually I've heard this word cult for a long time. Just to see, you know, how it's defined in the various practices within. I mean, it's hard to say, but yeah, it's kind of textbook.
all I see is just people covering up for one another. The stupidity, the dumbness.
But I mean the
monetary gain.
the rule for one, not the rule for the authority is different from the rule of the others.
Yep. Yes.
There's this higher truth, but you may not know about it. Bruh. I mean, it's scary to say, because I would have never even thought about it.
Yeah, it's yay for me, nay for thee.
I love my country. I love the people who serve, and I mean, these are things that I've never questioned. You know, I mean, I've questioned the military-industrial complex, but I've never really questioned, you know, the morale of like our soldiers. Because like at the end of the day, like I trust these people to make the right decisions. You know.
Yep.
But when you're in a cult, you kind of can't do that based on the tenets of how that cult is set up. And it's like, shit, a government could be that too. Like, yeah, I might be like, my government is shitty, but I mean,
you didn't get a direct input. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why when you join the military, you sign a covenant or a contract. Either word is the same.
Stop it.
you know what I'm talking about.
Okay, contrary to popular belief, because it's just some shit that they feed to you before you enlist and while you're at boot camp because they don't want people to chicken out. Yeah. You're welcome to leave the military anytime you want. The only real consequence you'll suffer is if you had an enlistment bonus and you're an idiot and you already spent all of it, you have to pay that back. Which most people don't get an enlistment bonus anyway.
Yep, I get that. But once there, you cannot talk about what it is and what has happened. Like, I'll just say something that happened here in Australia. So they opened up a so-called royal commission. There was nothing royal about it, and the special forces got disgraced because they were killing innocent people, and they had this on footage and people testifying to it. Not that they've got real good people that love the country and love the people and whatnot, but there's quite a few of them that are, you know, they've done some.
Not everybody who gets in
bad
the
things.
military is inherently a good person. I'll give you a story. So
Yep, go.
and I apologize if I've told this one on here before. So since I was a radioman, one of the things that you handle is intership email and personal emails for sailors. So it doesn't happen very often at sea because obviously you have to communicate and people can hear those radio emissions. So you're actually hooked up. You're tethered to a classified internet for the military only when you're at the pier in a U.S. base, but you're also just hooked up to the internet like anybody else, and because they're separate internet or separate networks. So in port every morning when I had to stand duty, one of the things I had to go and do first thing for the day is quote unquote flush all of last night's emails. All the emails have to get hand filtered that are on the classified network before you can disseminate them to the internet. And that requires actually sitting there and reading all of them to make sure that nobody is discussing stuff that's higher than the classification of the email, right? Really boring, tedious shit. I hated doing it. But every once in a while, you get unclassified emails that are simply of a sensitive nature. And one morning on a Saturday, went in, started flushing emails. This is like 7:30 in the morning. And an unclassified email came in from base security. Base security requested that the radioman on duty, which was me, inform the captain, the executive officer, the department heads, and the shift lead for the watch standing that day that base security was going to be coming down to the boat to arrest one of our sailors. And in going through the email, they gave an explanation for why this guy needed to be arrested. His girlfriend found 22,000 pieces of child pornography on his computer. So I had to go. I had to go and tell everybody that this was going to happen. And by the way, the guy is there. He's there. I had to walk by him and pretend that there was nothing that was about to happen to him.
Fuck me.
So about 45 minutes later, sure enough, JAG and fucking everybody that wears a badge on that base showed up to take this guy off the boat into custody. Never saw or heard anything about this guy ever again. Like, just because you're in the military does not automatically mean you're a righteous or good person. It's a fact. We're all still human
I get that. Yeah, of course, I get that. Listen, I had a few people that are close to me that were high up, and there were some jokes being made about certain things, and a military court is different than a normal court and all the rest of it. So it's there's no mucking around.
Yes, because in the military, you are subject to the UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Correct.
When you're in the military, you are held to a completely different legal standard when you're performing military actions.
Look, I know there's a lot of people who take a lot of pride in their service and stuff like that, and it's well respected, and it should be, but there's a huge but there. Like, in my opinion anyway, anybody who is aiding in any way to the bidding of these psychopaths is doing a disservice to humanity, and I don't praise them for what they did.
We aren't always doing, dude, I promise you, sometimes we are out doing secret spooky shit that is inherently good and righteous.
That may be true.
You want me to give you an example?
That may be true.
I'll give you an example.
I think overall, when you start painting a big picture, just because you made a great stroke and it looks beautiful over here, doesn't mean that the big picture is a fucking masterpiece. You know what I mean?
Okay, you tell me if the big picture of this is a masterpiece or not. On my second deployment for 2 months, all we did was sit off the coast of Africa along with 2 other surface ships, a cruiser and a destroyer, as a submarine, and track so that we could later board and apprehend these people that were using these giant pirated cargo ships to transport women and children slaves from one coast to the other on Africa.
Yeah, it's kind of not our business. What the hell we all doing over there? Well, how about that happening over here? How about exposing our using our military to expose our government? Oh, big idea.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If I can just quickly say, I agree with Elijah, and what Platypus and what their team did was great.
But
then,
kudos, though. Kudos.
Yeah.
I mean, let me not,
yeah,
the principle.
the question
though,
then
is like,
goes, why was that situation manifested? I think if you look back, who caused the incident and why that is going on?
I just can't imagine
is the
why
bigger
anybody
question.
would ever go and like join up on their own volition with these psychopaths. Like, if there's a draft because nobody wants to fucking do it and there's a real reason, like, yeah, you had to go. But why would you just be like, yeah, I just want to do this? Like, yeah, like I know these people fucking lie to me, and I know that whatever they're telling me is probably just like some propaganda to get me like into a state of mind. Like a lot of people I understand don't know that shit when they go in, but most of them know that when they come out, and that's why we have the suicide rates that we have in the military today. Okay, like
Same here, brother.
it's just very clear.
Yep. You cannot unsee or unfeel what you've done and what you've seen. It's you cannot disregard it. As you said.
You ever seen the music video for "Wrong Side of Heaven"?
No.
Great
if you've,
song. Are you talking about
posted-
the 5-finger death punch?
I
That's
absolutely
it's-
am.
Yeah. I haven't seen the video. It's a great song.
Dude.
But no, I haven't. Post it and I'll check it out.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too. Yeah, thanks, bro. Listen, once upon a time, Platypus, whatever nation you were a part of, when you hit a certain age, it was sort of an initiation. Everybody, unless unlucky, unlucky or from birth you were disabled and you couldn't do it. You went and trained with the army, but you stayed within your own country and you didn't do nothing. That was just in case, which didn't really happen. People coming from the outside, it's usually to keep these psychopaths from the inside doing dumb shit to keep them at bay. Because
Hold on,
the job of the people is to keep the psychopaths. The way I see it, and the way it makes reason and logic, is the military is there so the psychopaths from one country don't go do dumb shit in another country.
I can tell you with certainty that I never put myself or allowed myself to be put in a position where I had to compromise my own conscience in order to do my job. I knew exactly what I was doing and why I was doing it, and that it was the right thing to be doing. I know not everybody gets that experience when they go to the military, and I feel bad about that. Lou, if you haven't started playing that video yet and you can still hear me, I did want to warn you before you start watching it, certain people will find the video upsetting. I don't know if you're one of those people, but
No, dude. What? No. I knew exactly the name of the song you were talking about, the band. I mean, I fucking do this every day. Do you think I'm a fucking snowflake? Are you kidding me?
I ain't calling you a snowflake, man. But some people you don't have to be a snowflake to take the mistreatment of veterans in this country like super seriously.
No, here's where I'll agree without watching the video. Okay. The veterans, unfortunately, they were suckered into doing the bidding of psychopaths. And yeah, they're going to face mental illness and shit like that. And the way the VA treats these people who really put it all on the line, like there's there's a lot to be said about the person who's willing to do that. Like that's the kind of guy you want to fight for you when shit really goes wrong. But they're destroying those men by sending them off to fight corporate battles. Okay?
Yeah.
It's fucked up. Like
other people's problems, other people's intentions, which most of the time have nothing to do with you and me and anybody else anyway. It's somebody's vendetta against whatever it is. And they'll openly state it, whether it's in a document or in a movie. They'll just air it. It's called a public secret. Everybody knows it, but for some deranged reason, people like them to mute themselves and not speak about it. Either because, I don't know, their brain will hurt, or, they don't want to admit certain things.
Guys, unfortunately, I have a litany of stuff I got to do with my kids tomorrow, and it is 11. So this is where I bow out for the night.
Good night.
Thank you very much for your time, bro.
No problem.
Sorry for me, Rumpus. Thank you for allowing me to have a bit of a chat there.
I'm sorry to be the buzzkill. Like, also, I don't know if Platypus still hears or not, but like,
I haven't actually gotten up from the computer.
Yeah.
Thanks for ruining my goodbye. But
no, like I said, dude, I appreciate guys like you for your loyalty and stuff like that. But it's
not blind loyalty, man. Not everybody is like that. Like I said, there's a limit to what somebody would have been able to ask me to do.
And that's good. That shows his character.
And
you have to have character.
Yep. And also, contrary to popular belief, there are avenues within the military which you can say outright that the thing you're being asked to do is morally objectionable to you. And even though it's frowned upon, because everybody wants you to be there to back everybody up to your job, it is possible to just... There are people, if you push the right buttons, people will say, okay, you're not comfortable with doing this, we'll find something else for you to do. Does that mean they're going to stick you somewhere and make you a cook for the rest of your contract? Maybe.
Yeah, no, most people go in, they test at a certain level on their entry, whatever exam, whatever it is that they do to see like what they're capable of, what jobs they can get. And they tell them all kinds of stuff like, yeah, in fact, I know a couple of kids who just took the fucking exam. And
you're talking about the ASVAB, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and they're saying I could be special ops. Like, I'm like, you're a fucking dork. You fucking,
yeah,
you're
they
special,
cast
right?
a wide net because they cast a wide net for stuff like SWIC because the failure rate is about 96%.
Yeah, if you get picked.
Yes.
If you get picked.
And okay, dude,
you get
those
selected.
guys
You can apply, but
those guys are fucking nuts. They are nuts. They are the craziest fucking human beings I've ever met in my entire life, dude. Specifically talking about SWIC and more specifically SEALs. Those guys are absolutely out of their minds. I got
hooked onto the whole with SOCOM, the video.
I'm good friends with a couple skills, motherfucker.
Going through buds and all that stuff. I learned all about through propaganda in a video game. I learned all about SEAL training, and yeah, like they sure made it look like those guys were nuts. But guess what? I guarantee you, like, I mean, dude. Yeah, they go through their hell week, and after that, it's the hell is gone. It's all like easy peasy.
Lou, I can tell you, you have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, when they go, if they really get deep in, like, yes, that's worse than Hell Week. Like, it's really your life and many others on the line. But I'm just saying, while you're in the military, like once you've passed Hell Week, if you're special ops, like, dude, life is good as long as you're alive. Like, they got you covered.
Sure, as long as you kill on demand.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's those guys. Yeah, there's a few. I think wires that have been crossed in those people's brains. Put to the right task, they could be, good people up the top.
I suppose it all sounds good. It all sounds good until they fucking blow up your chopper because you're the team that also claimed to kill Bin Laden. That's when it's no longer all good.
Deployed
We killed
by a nation
by the way.
claiming they weren't there. SEAL Team 6 went down without a fight.
Lou, we absolutely killed Bin Laden. Like,
We threw his body out at sea. And they said, as is their custom. These are fucking desert people. You think they bury their people at sea? Shut the fuck up.
No, we didn't bring him home because there's literally nothing we
Shut
could
up.
have done with him. There's nothing. What are we going to do? Bury him somewhere?
Come on, bro. You can't do this to me now.
We buried him at sea as is per their custom. Yeah, desert people go to the sea to bury their dead. Yep, that makes real sense.
All I can tell you is that it definitively it happened. That's the end of it. You can giggle if you want. That's fine.
Sure.
I understand that was probably going to happen.
What special unit were you in that gave you special knowledge to, or even access to this level of information?
Per my security clearance, all I can tell you is that my security clearance was actually higher than top secret. The caveats, the names of the caveats of my security clearance.
But that doesn't get you into everything.
No. Again, I'm going to call you out on it. I even if it's true what you're saying, we can't listen to it because it just sounds like Alex Jones talking about his fucking CIA sources. You know what I mean?
I don't have a reason to lie to you, Lou. What do I have? What do I, a random dude on?
What are you talking about? You have an entire persona that hold up in here. You could possibly be LARPing this entire fucking time. What would you possibly have to lose?
You ever want me to prove to you that my service? I'd be more than happy to do that privately with you.
I'm not saying you are. I said you could be. This is the internet. Just don't forget that.
There you go. You want to see what my face looks like? Because I can prove this to you with about 3 screenshots. The best that I can.
You didn't see me add him to the unicorn the other time that he proves himself. Yeah, I cut his face out and added it to a unicorn. It's pretty good.
And ribbons. You got your badges, awards, and ribbons all on something. Where's your stripes at? Still on your uniform?
They're called chevrons, first of all.
I know that.
It's a good car, the Chevron.
I thought they were a piece of shit, but hey.
That's why they give them out, bro. Yeah, have a Chevron.
So they give security clearances to people who don't know what angular momentum is? Holy shit.
Yeah, we give the navigator and the sub top secret clearance for all top secret shit. There's levels of that clearance too, you know that.
See, and Lou, okay.
Listen,
first of all, Lou.
He didn't say that shit. You
Hold
got
on.
other veterans in here, right?
Yeah, I went over that. You don't just get top secret clearance. You might have level 0.001 top secret clearance or level 0.002 top secret clearance.
Exactly.
You might have 50%. But you don't just get open to all information clearance and call that top secret. That just there's levels of everything in the military.
Exactly. You're trying to, that's some bullshit, man.
Yeah, it would have headings like severe or non-detrimental, national security, severe and detrimental. Yeah, it would have headings like that.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't access, and just because you're top secret security clearance, that doesn't mean shit. You're just trying to pull the wool over the eyes that people don't know what you're talking about. You got a few veterans in here. I call bullshit on your bullshit.
Yeah, well, I happen to know that on a special ops team, that only certain people are awarded the ability to look at your record. Period. Sometimes it won't even be the highest ranking motherfucker. He's got to ask your commander for access to your docket.
What, when you're out?
Babe, my service record
you-
that I have sitting over in my
record.
my service record that I walked out with is not anywhere near my complete service record.
Yeah, you won't get a full deployment history of all special forces unless you get a certain clearance level.
Oh, I looked it up, by the way. My TS clearance ran out 5 years after I separated. My secret clearance is the one that runs out in 2023. But it's a moot point because I can't do anything with it anymore.
We're part of his secret clearance here. Yeah. Platypus comes in because we are part of that secret clearance.
Yeah, I had a clearance too. It doesn't mean I could walk into some place and say, "Hey, let me see all your secret documents." Fucking laugh their asses off at me. So friggin'
Did I
stupid.
say you could do that, QE?
Yeah, more or
No,
less.
of course
you
I
did.
didn't.
Yeah.
No,
More or
but
less you did.
it does a good
but
job
there
at
are-
elucidating the point, Platypus. You're just trying to
Give me all that shit.
Fuck
Give me a
it,
second.
again, like I typed it out
I
already.
got a secret clearance. I walk
Secret
into G2. Let me see all your secret documents, G2. Fucking laugh their asses off at me.
Yep. Well, QE, walk in there with a ladder, and then they might tell you.
Yeah, it's job specific, like Mike
Specific,
was talking
exactly.
about.
It's departmentalized, exactly.
Well, it is. You could have top secret clearance and not be able to look at confidential.
Of course.
Yeah, well said. Private and confidential is something you can't have a clearance for.
Yep. There's varying levels of clearance.
I've got a Franco Clarence. Clarence has got clearance.
What's your vector? Victor? Roger.
Clarence Franco.
Yeah, and personally, you should have said a security clearance.
Come on, Clarence.
Clarence.
You like movies about gladiators?
I like the movie Gladiator. That's about the only one.
You ever been in a Turkish prison?
Nope.
Thai, but not Turk.
Hey, are you talking about that movie about that dude that escaped from the Turkish prison, but it took him forever, and then he wrote a book about his life?
No, airplane.
Oh yeah.
Wow, is he slurring his text?
Guys, what's that thing? Like your fingertips. What's that thing that like deaf people read?
Braille?
No, that's for blind people, Balmon. Case closed.
Are you calling me deaf and dumb?
No, you can't be deaf and dumb because you heard what I said. So yeah. I love catching people with that one.
Can we get back on topic? Do you got any freaking scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion?
No, I'm out of here.
Figured.
And this is why I'm pissed at Lou. Fuck you, Lou. Because I said
How is
I'm
it
out
my
of
fault?
here.
How is it my fault that
No,
he
no,
showed up
fuck
and
you.
you were
Mine
I
too.
said I was out of here for the night.
I kept
Lou
you
had
too.
to say something. And then, like 3 minutes later, sure enough, here comes.
You have been saying shit to you all night.
So now
It
when I
was
continue
perfect
to
timing.
leave, like I was
Oh, yeah.
already gonna do.
That wasn't Lou's fault.
All night, man. He just happened to show up. You're gonna blame me because I said spoke again, like before
No,
he showed up.
I
Well,
DM'd you.
well, somebody confirmed
I
to
did it.
me that
I
I was
would like
already
to thank
gonna
you for your
stop there before
service.
he
Thank
started
you very much. It was thank you very much for your service. Yeah, we need great people like you. You got real deep, bro.
Still here.
Please.
Sorry, bro.
again.
If you want someone to blame, it was me, alright?
Re-enlist again.
Don't let QE live rent free in your head, man. Charge him something.
So all there in your head, we are fighting.
The last thing I'll say though is if Lou, if you know that QE has never heard that song parody, definitely got to play that one more time, at least just for me.
No, dude, everybody here has heard it like 1,000 times. I don't know how you missed it.
I've never heard that ever. That was the funniest.
Wait, from Cheech and Chong?
Yeah, that one.
Never heard it on here before.
You really? They played that on live.
That's been out here for a while, bro.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you got to listen to it again because it's good.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Platypus.
put it on, Lou.
I'll post the link to it again, all right?
You already did.
It's really. I mean, that's them. I couldn't believe it either. But that's them.
I'm gonna go listen to this one more time as I walk out of here. Good night, everybody.
Did you hear Lou?
Fucking Americans.
In American.
Platypus, did
What are
you
you
hear
guys
Lou's
talking
song?
about?
Fucking
They had to be
Globers.
real slow for the Globers to keep
wait there,
up. Yeah.
No, I was
Flat
asking
earthers are
Platypus.
high and slow because the Globers can't keep up.
1 second, Justin, just before Platypus goes. Platypus, did you hear Lou's song?
Oh, I think he. Well, I don't know if he's heard it. Yeah, if he didn't hear this one, he might not have ever heard mine.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I thought. There were also other great parodies. That,
All right,
that
now I got to
happened
come
around
back
the same time.
again. Got just Lou, whatever this other song
No,
is. send me
have
a
you
link.
heard the? You know who the butthole surfers are with that song
Yes.
"Sugar"? Have you
Yes.
heard my parody of that?
No.
It's so good. It's better than the original.
I'm not. And dude, I haven't found another song that I think I could possibly do.
Princess.
All right, you can't go anywhere, Platypus. Stay there for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is better.
He said what?
Original,
Foxtrot.
so.
Umbrella Princess. Look, fuck you, Platypus. I reckon I like them there fuck yous.
Someone called
you
you a
guys know
goose
there's
the
black.
other day.
Yeah, I stuck up for you, man. They were saying you eat shit sandwiches. I said, no, I don't like bread. You ever seen the black flamingo?
Mm-hmm.
I thought all flamingos were white.
My gosh.
Suck it.
That worked.
Ballers are despairing in disease. They are sharing the same outlook on the topic of FB. Kiwi faded panda star, Miggy style this places. Hank Hill knows when they are lying, crypto throws it in their faces. Sonny plays them like a piano, leaving them in pain. Dave Hinkle shouting out the banner, driving them insane. They are all in love with lying, they are preaching and a shouting. As Flat Earth destroys their globe, ballers run away up pouting.
I don't mind the Baltar's lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cactus when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltars despise. Just one moment of silence for the Glober's demise.
Some will lie to soup, they'll neither fundy mutton asses. Some will lie to soup the guy that's preaching to the masses. Some will fall in love with truth, speaking loud and shouting. As Flat Earth destroys the globe, ballers run away a pouting. Battle Mod took the liars, throttling their asses. Roger from the Netherlands, but smacking as time passes. Then there is the omnipresent Lord above us saying they are all in love with lying. It's a game that he ain't playing. Joby taught a baller, Crit will lovingly explain. Lunatic knows their evil plot, got rockins on the plane. They are all in love with lying, they are preaching and a shouting. As Flat Earth destroys the globe, ballers run away a pouting.
I don't mind the Baltar's lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cactus when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltars despise. Just one moment of silence for the Glober's demise.
It was all right.
Hey,
Oh, shut up.
hey! I'll take all right because I'm a terrible singer. So like, I'll take all right.
No. It's not about the fact you're not supposed to be an amazing singer in that thing. It's what it is. It's a masterpiece in its own right. Okay. You're Your clearance, if you look into it, fucking says so. Go onto your clearance thing. It will say
I'd
lunatics parody.
classify
Or...
that, yeah, as yeah.
I'm sorry, but yeah, be better yourself first before you start chatting shit about our flat Earth music, because none of y'all got the creativity.
Platypus, have you heard mine and Lelucas?
No, that's skill.
I'm singing actually. You heard that one?
Is this going to be? Is this going to be? Why would they lie?
No,
no. I'm
No,
singing.
no. It's like some like sugar coated poppy sounding song. It's
brilliant.
Beautiful.
I gotta go to guys. I gotta go to bed. I got a busy
Well,
day.
you're listen, we're gonna ban you, server ban you permanently if you don't.
Hey, if you don't listen, you gotta fucking listen.
All right, right. Let's play it.
Last one for me, Platypus.
Last one. Last one. We promise.
I've got the
we promise.
ban button ready. Hold on. Okay.
Isn't that the Moonshine song?
You're the only Glober we care to just be honoured that we want to share this with you. Other Globers, we care less.
They're both good.
Just to be clear, Elijah, you were gonna cue it up, right? Or do I have to dig real quick?
You guys are...
Please, I'm playing Call of Duty.
Oh,
All right.
motherfucker!
All right. All right. So we would have been just sat there waiting if it wasn't for Lou's, understanding of your nature.
You're good. Isn't it right in the list somewhere up here? Just like scroll up.
We know how to scroll. Don't worry.
I'm not gonna lie. The most fucking Americans thing sets a really high standard of flat Earth
I'm not
music.
joking. That was them, and it was beautiful, and it was like out of the ordinary, and it was live, and it was just what the hell? That's awesome. You know.
It wasn't
Now-
actually live, you know that, right?
On the stage when they produced it.
Okay, that's what you meant.
No,
You thought
that's
it
what
was
I
live.
meant. When they actually did it live.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself. I'm looking for
They make sure to photograph you standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines.
high and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for someone evermore, sunshine evermore, someone evermore, sunshine evermore.
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow, and I
All right, platypus.
No, I've heard this. This one I've heard. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Guys, seriously, I gotta go check.
Put saying thinks he can rap about the earth, producing epic content like Jeronism and Death. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric to Bay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading, we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like Terraform on Mars. You can't.
dude, this fucking bot. I haven't looked at all at its
I know,
command.
right?
Like,
What the fuck was that?
well, that was Crypto,
terrible.
which is another good song. Honestly, it's kind of
No.
cool, but
Who put it out?
that was Crypto. What's he going by right now?
Cryptox, Cryptex, CryptoX, or some shit like that. Ronnie Swolman, that is. That's Ronnie Swolman. His actual name. Okay.
Crypto with a French spelling.
Ronnie Swolman is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the video.
No,
that's
yeah,
the song he.
Luke, that's funny.
And he's crypto.
No, his name's Ronnie Swolman. Ronnie Swolbra.
Yeah, he specifically says my name. In this
That's that's a pseudo name. It's not his real name.
Yeah, Swalbra is not his real last name. Like, it'd be cool, but it's not. His real first name is probably not Crypto. That's like my best guess. Like,
oh no,
it's probably Chad.
Yeah, it might be Chad, or it's Ronnie.
That's not. Yeah, I think he
Or
wants to
it's
stay. That's his name is Ronnie Swalbra. That's his real name. I've met him in real life. That's what it says on his passport. So okay.
No, he's also confusing freaking Crypto with Chad. Chad is like the name of
and me.
Yeah, I know what he did.
His name's Ronnie Swalbra. Honestly, I know my own name.
Chad
What do you think, then?
with no shit. Like Crypto, like Ronnie's funny. Chad, he ain't funny.
I agree. I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
who's Chad?
The bad guys.
Platypus, before you go to bed, what did you think of Elijah and Lulu's rendition? What did you think of that as a song?
It was way, no offense, it was way better than the song that Lou did. Like,
yeah, we understand that. We're not talking about
Platypus,
comparison. There's two different genres.
How deep do you want me to stick my dick down your throat before we let you go?
Well, if you've only got a 3-incher, like, just.
Oh! He said, I'll rock you like a boat, put my dick down your throat.
Well, but Lou strikes me as the kind of guy whose dick would literally fit between the gap of my front teeth.
Wow, you've got a 1.5-inch gap between your two front teeth. You really are, Will.
That tooth in your mouth so big, my dick got to fit. With my nuts on your tonsils.
But on a real though, Platypus, what did you think of Elijah? Not comparatively compared to some other songs.
It's all right. It was, dude. It was whoever called it bubblegummy. It absolutely was. It's not particularly my taste in music.
For real, I've played that song at least 100 times this summer. That's been my little summer anthem. You know, the little caveat, the cherry on top, right, of it being two people that I care for. I'm not going to go as far as to say I love, but yeah, that makes it even more special. For you, I imagine it's more of a sour taste in your mouth, the creativity coming from the Flat Earth community. So yeah, well done on the intellectual honesty there. That, you know, it's a good song.
We didn't even create a song using your name, like, to make fun of you. Like,
Yeah.
So many other Globers already have their fucking names thrown out there in songs. You don't even have that yet. So if you
No,
want to
that's
talk shit,
absolutely not true. Won't believe their lies. Crypto
Does that have
literally
you in
has
there?
a line in that song about me.
what is it? What's the line on that one?
Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain.
Oh,
it's literally a lyric in that
But-
song.
Wait,
That
no,
was-
no, no,
that
that's
was the song
no,
that
no, no. That's to do with the actual platypus. Sorry, not you. The actual like platypus that did used to apparently exist.
there's-
not
No,
you.
no. The
He's
bringing
probably
the
talking-
pain. No,
No,
the
he's
bringing the
talking
pain
about
line.
FE. He's talking about FE platypus.
Flat Earth platypus, not you, dude. Trust me. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
no.
bringing the pain. He's not talking about you.
Okay,
did
then without
You don't
telling me,
bring
hold
pain.
on. Then without telling me, Mike has been recycling all of his platypus memes and posts for the past 2 years and directing them at me.
No,
even
he
though
was
they were
talking about
directed at
FE platypus.
So I got to do with
All right, never
crypto.
mind. I've
I-
only ever
I-
seen that used when I come in here.
I've
So
never ever seen anyone so hurt. that they
Yeah,
weren't
you two are so full of shit.
I have a question. Platypus, I'm new here.
You'll do here.
Do you have any personal observations that you can show to me that proves your belief?
James, I don't think you're new here.
Someone new.
Mm,
I met you once
James
before.
is actually new. James is new. He really is.
I ain't never seen James before. Hi, James.
I've never seen him, so he must be.
No,
new.
I saw Platypus. He's got GE, so obviously Goldberg, Platypus. I mean, if you're gonna take that stance, I mean, I'm just
Oh
asking
no, that doesn't mean
personally.
Globe.
I've been taking that stance for the past 2.5 hours. Now almost 3 hours. I gotta go to fucking bed.
No,
Years.
you want to play devil's advocate a bunch, right? Like you never like there's always the openness that anyone could be wrong, right?
Wait, that means Globe Earth platypus.
We're all talking to him. We knew damn well he's a Glober, but we weren't drilling him. I wonder
wait,
why.
that doesn't matter about that. I'm just new here, so trying to take this.
Yeah,
what
I'm trying
okay,
to
so what
help you
are,
with
what are your
directions. No.
what are your personal?
All right, good night, platypus.
Hold on, to answer Crack's question, before I started showing up to the server, there was a guy that had been here for a long time, and his name is F.E. Platypus. So to avoid confusion, and yes, there were people that saw my name and were like, "Oh, hey, Platypus, what's been going on?" Nope, different Platypus. So
Yeah,
I've just always
your
put
great
G at the
erection.
beginning of my name.
Your great erection. He's flaccid erection. I get it.
So I just found out why they would lie.
Well, at least this one got the great erection, not the flaccid one. Like, damn.
I just wanted a personal like I was just a little Platypus.
I just found out why they would lie.
Money? It's contagious. Why? Why would they lie?
Well, it's not for the average. It's more of a take for flat earthers who have still questions. Damn, like what exactly? Like what is it exactly? So you know how a number of us say to hide the creator, right?
Yeah.
Well, So I was watching this this video series with Gregory and bruh, like it's basically about cults, right?
Yeah.
And so as I start I'm looking at the definition and the tenets and the how they get down, and it's part 3 goes into the CIA. So as soon as this is exactly what I was waiting for. Then I fell asleep.
You don't
on
need.
it, so
You don't need. All right. So all right.
you don't need to be audible while I'm talking.
He's new here, bro. We got to give him, gentle pushes in the proper direction.
So that was.
Yeah, it's very simple. Don't talk while I'm talking. Everyone already does it.
Me
If you're new,
neither.
I'm just gonna ban you. So, yeah. So here's what I'm getting at. I'm watching this series, and it's detailing what a cult is, and I'm able to pinpoint. Like if I'm, you know how we use the scientific method, and we know what's not that, and you know how when we know logical fallacies, we know when they're employed. Well, when it comes to the cult, I'm just like, yo,
there's so many things that aren't exempt. Too many things, like the government included. Like at the way it's insane. So I'm thinking, oh, wait a minute, wow, people are all always questioning scripture, right? But as I'm reading it so far, as far as I've gotten, like me reading it personally for myself, not watching someone else give you that commentary, like dudes, like dudes who sit on YouTube watching dudes play games. No, even worse, dudes watching dudes play games and giving commentary on their gameplay. Like, anyway, so what I get from the scripture is it is exactly the opposite of what a cult would want you to do. It literally frees you from any
And
tyranny, and I'm thinking, wow, well, this is why they would have to take it over and say, okay, well, what it really is it's just the various things that they use. They say this is, I'm doing this in whoever's name, and this is why it's just to do it or you're going to burn eternally, which is also bullshit, right? And I realized, wow, in order to accept a lot of the cult like practices that I would have never questioned as cults, the first thing you got to do is get the book out of there, or get the books out of there that promote freedom and tell you exactly how not to get into a cult.
but there's the argument of what is a cult is not. You said the Bible's not a cult, but a lot of the times, like I'm a big Christian. I will tell you right now, I'm a big Christian, but I have my
I
questions.
don't know, dude. I don't think you were listening at all.
I was listening fully to what you just said.
So why did you say not what I said when you were trying to summarize what I said?
Because I'm interpreting what you said as like what I heard, as any
That's
man
what's
will
wrong
do.
with people who interpret the Bible wrong for whatever reason. They read the
But
word
who
ice
are
cream.
you?
Eli.
Who are you to decide that they interpreted it incorrectly? Who are
Well,
you?
I'm just a person who's given
Well,
the
hey, let's
ability to
cover
think
that.
and the
Have you
ability to
studied
analyze.
Let's go
Hebrew?
into this.
Let's
You
cover
know,
that. Have you studied
I'm
Hebrew or Greek or Latin? Yes or no?
Me
I'm
not.
Someone that
Me, of
he's
course, not
someone
Yes,
yet.
that uses
yes or no?
I hold on, hold
Yes
on.
or
Yeah,
no?
no, not fully, but I am getting into it.
Then
I
you
you
shouldn't
gotta
even be talking about errors in translation. No offense.
why not? Why not? Because I've been looking
I,
into it.
Eli.
I,
This
these,
is
Hold on,
Eli
wait.
uses the
Before
tell
any
you
Ruach
why.
arguments,
Hakodesh.
hold on.
I'll
Any
tell you
arguments?
why.
No, hold on,
I,
hold on.
Why are
Before
we having an argument off of
I'm
a
not
there's,
trying.
faulty
I'm
yeah.
not
premise?
trying to have an emotional argument.
But
The
it's
problem
off of a
is, I
faulty
spent a
premise.
lifetime studying these languages, and there's multiple translations, so you can literally pick and choose from them. If you don't know that, you shouldn't be talking about who are you to take an authoritative view on the translation. The question is, who are they to say this is the only version you can accept or believe? Who are they to
Yes.
give you that?
That
That's the
that's
question.
it's okay. So that's
That's the
probably
question you need to ask. Your 66 book canon. Who are they to tell you it's the only authorized version?
Yeah,
The
the
you know.
king, who
canon.
has a
As far as
king,
I know, as far as
King James, who has
Yeah.
a copyright over the book. What?
If
What?
I could,
What?
if I could respond, maybe not to that, but here's the thing: in its shitty English translation and all of its shitty glory. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I
Yeah, you
apologize.
should. It's proper.
You can.
That being said, I still don't get the sense that as a matter of fact, the way people made me feel about scripture is exactly how globe earthers and Google makes other
Yes.
normal people feel about flat earthers, because you have to undo all of the preconceived notions that are whoa, no, that's not what it is. Who said that? Anyone said this? Nobody said that. God said this and this and like it's just crazy that on that level how it just parallels to me. But the point that I'm trying to make is, so far in my reading, nothing in it said. Everything that is saying is saying free yourself from what I've now been that I've been looking at this video and seeing the definition for a cult and the tenets of a cult and what they do. Literally everything I've read in there is to get you away from that.
Hello, bro.
That's all I know.
Where'd you find this one,
Hey,
man?
hey, are you done? Because I'd like to let him finish his heretical speech, and then we'll get off religion in our science lobby. Then after that, so go ahead, James. I'll give you the chance to rebuttal.
As far as a science perspective, as far as like ancient script gives us, I mean, most ancient script that we know of
See,
gives
he's
us.
not listening, bro. What is this?
No,
I know he's not.
he asked me to go on a more science based, not religion based. That's what he asked me to
Well,
do.
no. You're mixing science with religion. Just address what he said about the current English translations given to you by the NIV, the KJV. You know who has the copyright for the NIV? LGBT. You know who has the copyright for the
No, I already know this.
KJV?
I already know this. KJV
King
might
James.
be
They own the book.
King James version is probably most written by John Dee, Francis Bacon, Queen Elizabeth, and a few other occultists. But we're told this is like a lot of times I talk with other Christians and they're told me this is the word of God. Like this is infallible,
Yeah,
written
Well,
in biblical language.
it's not the original Holy Scriptures. It's not the Apocrypha.
No, and I'm not
It's
arguing
not
against
the
that.
Peshitta.
That's not what I'm arguing. I am just simply saying people will take King James version translations and tell me this is the word of God. And then I question that and I say, why? And people get upset. Like, that's all.
You're absolutely right. There's no reason people should get upset about that. To question,
and that's a valid point.
Should I get upset at how at no matter what I say it gets swerved? Like
Hey, let me say
that was if I was a big target sign and you had a bazooka, it was.
Hey, I gotta say it, bro.
I didn't even see it.
James, my bad. I thought you were on the other side of the coin.
No,
Welcome.
like I
got
question
him. Now he's good.
I question everything. Like that's
Yeah,
my
that's
main
good.
point. No matter what, I question it all.
That's not the
That's all.
question.
It is good.
No, I feel like I said what
It
I
is-
said for nothing.
No,
Because
because
it's like
there was
getting
assumptions. There
further
was
and further
no,
away
wait,
from.
no, there was assumptions going on. All I'm saying is I've heard what you said
Well,
before. Where it's like
No,
some people are.
that's not what we're saying.
Okay,
Hey, I think
so
Elijah's got a point. Hold on. Can anybody here remember what Elijah was talking about? Why? Why would they?
why would they
Hold on.
lie? Why would they lie? Like the same old question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you
It's a hard
remember his
part, and-
point though?
I don't think it's a hard-boiled point when you ask why they lie when it's simple to understand.
I
that
didn't
men lie.
ask what you felt about it.
That
What
wasn't
was
the
it?
point. That was the
Oh my
question.
God.
He
What was the
figured it
point?
out. No, it wasn't the question. He said he figured
Hey,
it out. Why?
line up for Kool-Aid, man. The spaceship's going to be here real quick, man. Line up. Get your Kool-Aid.
What Eli said was, I think he goes, I think I figured it out. Why?
I know.
the thing about
He didn't
why,
ask it.
again, it's not. I don't want to do the same kind of response, but like, it's just not important why. There's a million reasons why for you to try to speculate on all of them.
Yeah.
A waste of time. You know, like
Well, if I'm right, then it's of the utmost importance because we don't even realize
yeah.
how culty certain practices are. Like we
I
just
have
accept
my
it.
why too.
Exactly.
You know,
Right.
Just let me finish quick. I think
James, you can't be battling five moderators and talk.
It's a natural question to ask. It's a logical question to ask. Everybody
Yeah,
wants to know why, and because
But
if
no
you know,
one is
if
actually.
you know why,
No one's attempting to ask it and answer it.
No one's even addressing what I said. You're just addressing like the. I don't know what to, like. How is that addressing what I'm saying?
Can you
Or what I
reiterate?
said?
Elijah, can you reiterate your question?
Stop. No, because I actually want to address it. I listened to him with the cults and all that, and all knowledge being corrupt. So it kind of goes along with my why. Why would they lie and exist? Because of real-time property laws on Earth. Whoever made it, owns it, rules over it, right? So who made you? God? Are you a man? Did God make you? Or are you
Or
a
the laws of
property?
the state.
Excuse me, crack, I'm talking. Or are you a property, a citizen, a people's, a person of a legal fiction? So that my why is they're leading you away from God's law so they can claim ownership over you. Now, I've
That's where it's
told,
bringing me. Yep.
yeah, and I've left the breadcrumbs for people to follow. I give them videos, I give them links, send them to entire books on natural law and God's law that you have dominion. You were told to be fruitful and subdue this earth. But through man's law, you've been screwed. You don't even own yourself. You're a citizen, you're property of a legal fiction. In a legal fiction, what's a fiction? It's not real. You're a person. God made men, not persons. Show me in the Bible where God made persons.
He said, I hate persons. Says it. I hate
Yeah,
persons.
and it does. He says he despises them. They're detestable for the Lord. Even having two weights in your bag of silver and gold, one for buying, one for selling, that's detestable. Mammon, anything other than the Lord. So he's your owner. They led you away from natural law and you live by man's law. We think we got a word in this legal fiction we call a social agreement or contract, but we don't, because we're owned.
Yep.
They've titled us. They've registered us. They put it in a public record, and we've accepted it. Through free will, we've laid down our natural authority.
That's the covenant. People don't get it. The covenant means contract. It's the same thing. Same meaning. It's not some special box with magical powers. It's a contract.
That's exactly where it brought me, man. Excellent answer, Mike. I don't even know how to be free, bro. And
Exactly.
that's me just being honest.
Well, thank you for being honest, bro. I've tried to explain this so it's better. I try. It kills me. I don't know if people feel me when I'm speaking. But
9 times out of 10, we get called a heretic because they've been told they're not under the
been
law no
battling
more.
this for fucking ages. This is not like,
Eh, eh.
1 year or 2 years. It's 10 years.
Yeah, and it's true. They're not under the law. They're not under God's law. They don't have dominion on earth. They gave it away and they became a person instead of a man. And I can show you how to
Sorry,
take
bro.
this back.
Cutting out.
Take back control of your life. Take back control of who you are. I gave links to legally take back your ownership of your person, your securities, your belongings. You don't have any real property because you're belonging of legal fiction. All your belongings are their belongings.
Sorry. Rumpus, my connection was bad, bro.
Yeah, yes, cuddles, me cuddles, and eggs are all good on that. And eventually, I'm going to get a live stream up to where we can do nothing but pump this out all day long.
I'm gonna just make it quick. I don't like cuddles.
Me either. He's a yeah.
Oh, he is kind of full of himself, but it may
He's
be
an
that
agitator.
you see in him yourself, and you don't like that portion of him. Could be.
There's nothing in him that I see in myself at all. Nothing at all.
We will see what Freud has to say about this. On you are projecting. And it is a self-relative that you are not liking in him. A quality of your own.
No. Look.
No.
When it comes to his knowledge on this stuff, I'll respect that. But when he claims to be an expert and he has no credentials, and I know how that sounds, but like this dude is a fake fucking lawyer. Okay, that's what he is, and he won't admit
He's a liar.
He won't admit it.
Oh, yeah, I hear you on that, Lou. I've never once claimed to be an expert on this subject. I tell it like it is. I grew up listening to it over coffee and breakfast, lunch and dinner. I got books on it, but I'm in no means an expert. This rabbit hole is the deepest fucking rabbit hole on earth.
I've been trained in it in private and confidential
Yeah,
That's all I can say.
yeah, like when I was like, yo, flat Earth is the biggest one.
Nope. These are listen. These are the chains. These are the chains that bind you. What we're talking about, man's law. Those are the chains that bind you.
That's super.
Yeah, no. Look,
That's super
when it
deep.
comes to man's law, God's law, all this stuff, like when it comes to being what's a sovereign citizen, all that stuff.
I wouldn't claim sovereign.
I think it's good to know that stuff, but that doesn't help you to weasel your way through the current system, which is what a
No, it
lawyer
doesn't
does.
because listen. No, it doesn't because a sovereign citizen is still a citizen, and by that, a property of a real time fiction, the real property of a legal fiction.
It's an oxymoron.
Yeah, you can't be sovereign and a citizen.
Yeah, like, I mean, are we really in it for the truth for real? Like, because this is where it's leading me to, bro. Like, what? I
Well,
can't
that's
go. All right, this is where I get off the bus. You know what I mean? Like, the moment I'm looking for that video right now because I'm supposed to be asleep, but I'm looking for this video because the moment you watch it, then you got to go into okay, hold on, like, who this where's this information coming from? Okay, how do I know that what they're saying is a cult? Is a cult? Like what are the examples? How has it been defined in history? Okay, like once you do all that, if everything checks out, it's like, oh, you're basically telling me my entire I'm literally in a cult, but then I'm in cults within cults within cults. 'Cause the only thing that's not a cult is God's word. Him telling you not to be in one. That's literally the only thing I like. Is fucking insane. What? Like that's why they're
Yeah.
lying. That's why
Yeah.
they're fucking lying, bro.
We're in the cult of Mammon right now, right? The deceiver. Silver and gold. God, your money.
I guess to further my point about how it won't, all that sovereign citizen stuff, like you can be,
This isn't.
you can be educated, and that may be the way that it should be, but that's not what we have, and it's not going to get you to the end result. In fact, it's probably going to harm you because
Yeah,
as soon as you come
Lou.
out,
Listen, you're muddying the waters right now on what I'm talking about because I'm not talking about sovereign citizenship.
I know you're not. We're talking about Cuddles and all the stuff that he like preaches about, like I guess we shouldn't be talking about anyone specifically, so I shouldn't have even said his name. But when it comes to that type of rhetoric, I personally think that it's more likely to get you into trouble than help you out of trouble in the system that we live in currently.
In the legal
That is what
system,
a slave would
you
say.
can't. Yeah, listen. As long as you're a slave by title and deed and registered in public registry, it's useless to go into court and call yourself sovereign or a man. I'm trying to tell you how to reclaim your securities and write your own papers, have your own ownership deed, and be your own fucking master. Not a sovereign citizen. Be a man created by a creator.
You're right. Excuse me,
Yeah.
but you're right. But like it's good for ideals, something to strive for. That's not this. That's not the world that we live in now. We need to try to get there. How do we beat what we have now and get there?
Well, if you have the knowledge, then
Everyone
we can do it.
realizing
Sorry.
the more people realize I don't know. I get what you're saying. I would have I don't not get what you're saying. I've said things like that before, but I'm no longer there. I'm damn near at the point where I'm like, I'm ready to go out for this shit, bro. Like I'm damn near there. Because you know why? I've been saying that white lies, even white lies. White lies harm people, big enough lies kill people. We've seen it happen over the last year. I can't stand for this shit no more, bro. I can't and not feel like a hypocrite. What is the point then? Somebody's got to do something.
Well, that's what I've been saying. But you've heard me, and I hear this. I hear this.
And when I say doing
Somebody
something, I don't
saying.
mean like, I mean just speaking truth. Just giving people the opportunity to think about something.
Isn't that really all we
That's-
can do in the end? Honestly.
Well, and there's actions. You can put the thought or the idea into action. Yeah, and the other thing is, if you've got no knowledge of something, you can't do anything. So there has to be an action, otherwise there's no change. If you don't put any action into whatever, there's no change. It's the same thing spinning around. You've got to, if the tire's busted, you need to replace the tire. You can't just say, oh, wait, gravity's going to fix it or some mystical deity. You need to get up, change it, do it, pump it up, put it on. And this is a problem I have personally, is where, there's a plane. It's like hearing Trump supporters. The plane's there. Somebody's going to drop out of the sky and fix everything. We don't get up and do it, nobody's going to do it for us. And then it's the same rhetoric over and over and over and over and over and over. But that's just me, I don't know.
What is this, a philosophy server now?
You know us, QE, we're always trying to solve the world's
It's not
problems.
philosophy, it's law.
We're trying to solve the world's problems. We're trying to figure out what are good and just laws. Stick to them.
Well, me specifically, I wasn't even talking about any of that. I just thought I figured out the deeper answer to why they would lie.
I'm glad you agree, bro.
And it's because we're in a fucking cult, bro.
You'll notice that every time you talk about it, it gets muddied by people, or tainted, your argument does, by people who don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yep.
And care not to hear
because
what
it's
you're
scary.
talking about because you don't have credentials.
It's scary to think about.
No,
Like the
look,
moment
I know it is. I'm not talking about you, Lou. All kinds of people argue with me.
You're talking about what I care about. So
No, listen, because I'm talking. Not you just interrupted me. Like James arguing what a person's is in law. No, person's not anything in law. A human, a citizen, all these in law are defined persons. They're all defined. A human is defined as a person or a citizen or an entity or a legal fiction. So there is a person in law. So everybody thinks that they know it all. So this is the problem you have when you try to talk about the origins of law and how just to take back ownership of yourself and not be a citizen. People get lost in, I want to be the guy that knows the most about this. So they don't want to hear nothing about what you're saying. They never act. They won't even follow a link or watch a video. So
the second part of like my revelation was one, okay, after okay, let's keep it real. I saw one, it's a multi-part series about cults, okay, and it just kind of got real. Like I'm listening to what they're saying and I'm looking at how they're defining it, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to do some deeper research. But if this is the definition and these are the tenets of a cult, then it kind of sounds like on the grander scale, I'm in one, and I see it so vividly now because, and I was telling them, scripture is specifically telling me how not to be in one. Is how I see how I am in one, and I'm like, okay, that's why that's been so perverted, and that's why the lies probably started there. But I mean, I could be crazy. I don't know. I'm just saying, bro.
Definitely crazy.
Well, that's the thing. when you look at religion, it started off as a cult because it was all done in secret. It was a higher whatever knowledge of something, and then it gets disseminated in a proper manner, a proper fashion, and then it gets distorted. So then people are trapped in their idea, their doctrine, their whatever, their beliefs, whatnot, not in the actual facts, the fact of the matter. People get hung up on these things and just wait for somebody else to do something because that's what it's there for. It's for you not to act.
It's when bad things happen, isn't it? When good men
Yep.
fail to act.
Yep.
Hey Elijah, you know how you were saying how you discovered what you were saying? I agree with you because they have made everyone the profane by
Yeah.
teaching them lies so that they are not privy to the truth because they believe wholeheartedly false thing. I agree with you.
I'm trying to think of an aspect that I'm not in. I'm gonna stop talking about it because this is YouTube at the end of the day, and
No, it's all
I don't
around you,
even
bro.
know.
No, it's all
Did you
around you.
get
This is sorry,
did you get the boxing gloves?
No.
I'm working on that right now.
It's all around you.
What we
The sooner
can
you
do though
realize it,
is definitely not let like because we do have a responsibility. Okay, no, well, actually we do. You can choose to be cognizant of that responsibility here or not. I don't know, but and that's going to vary from person to person, obviously, because we're not all the same. But at the end of the day, spending 2 3 hours with anti-flat earthers without ever having asked them why they're here, what they want from us, or what we can do for them. You just want to. You may as well turn to the nearest wall and start talking to it.
correct.
Like, I didn't come here to talk to brick walls, bro. I'm not here to talk to brick wall. I'm actually here because I
Good for
enjoy
you,
you
bro.
guys' time, and people come in here sometimes to get the knowledge that we have. This is just a hub for information, and we're here because we enjoy each other more so than the other people out there. That's what I like to see this place as. I'm not an evangelist. I'm not trying to convince anybody of nothing that they don't want to be convinced of.
I'm right there with you on that. I feel the exact same way you do. That's why I like jumping on here once in a while. I like hearing from you guys and not just about flat Earth, but just life itself. Some of the best conversations I've had were on here were not about flat Earth at all. I'm right there with you, bro.
So I think that's the reason why we're here at the end of the day. If we do have a globie, we address it, but then we're not going to sit here tell each other something that we know and that is blatantly obvious. That should be above our pay grade and clearance level. Fuck, man. Like me asking Paul or Elijah or Battlemite, oh yeah, boys, where's the curve? It's just I feel like an idiot if I do so. And law is exact. It's a science. So is writing. It is an actual science. There is a way to write.
There is.
Been saying this for fucking a long time. I don't know if it gets through. I know Battlemite, you get me, but
Yeah, James seems to think there's no reference to persons in law.
Yeah.
James, you are so far from the point. You're over in the grassy knoll, bro. Get back on the hard top.
He left the chat.
Oh, I know he's in the live stream voice text. Yes, I understand. I understood what it is. A human is an entity. A person is an entity. A non-human entity can be treated as a person or a human can be treated as a person. For typical legal person can sue and be sued. Are you a legal person? Do you use court?
And human has got multiple meanings.
Yeah,
Either
your
means a
person
monster.
is your identity.
Yep, that's your persona, your character.
So the Constitution doesn't say you're secure in your person, policing things in your person. Understand that, because God gave you a face and you make for yourself too. So you have a right to be secure in your person. How can you own your person? Because it's your fucking legal identity. Christ. You can't. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
I just want to address the meaning of the word human, where it actually says that you're a monster. I mean, somebody born a man or woman, and then dying or turning black or something or other is the definition. And then you've got the other definition for human, which is hue, and then man. Hue meaning color, and then man. That's color of law.
Yeah, a man
thrown
is
out.
not a human.
Yep. You're just a man. That's it. There's no colors. That's coloring of the law. It's a legal axiom, natural law axiom. You cannot color a law. There's no hue. There's no color in it. Once people get that through their head, there is no. Oh, I get treated differently for being pink, purple, or fucking whatever you want to be. Because everybody's calling themselves a fucking certain hue. I'm this and I'm that and I'm.
Yeah.
Nobody can just be a man. You know what I mean, brother?
Yeah,
Nobody's
God
just a
made
man.
men. God made men and women. He didn't make
I mean-
humans. He didn't make Adamu. He
Yeah.
made man and woman.
And I don't know, bro. I might sound bad on here sometimes, bro. And I do get, my punishment or whatnot. But yeah,
Here's
might be my burden.
Here's what they miss, Eggs. The first law in the world was Genesis 1, trust. Right? The Genesis 1 trust, 1 through 6. It's a trust. Builds up ownership and law. And then you got Taradic law, Noahic law, Mosaic law. So all these laws, the Leviticus law, ecclesiastical law, all these laws are the basis for all law.
Yep.
All law stems from the law of the Torah and the Genesis 1 through 6 trust, legal trust. The ownership of man is defined in Genesis 1 and redefined in man's law. When you're made a person, a human, an entity is a legal fiction. It's not a living being. There's no Mr. or Mrs. Persons.
Like McDonald's, it doesn't exist. Only in your head and when you go into this fucking store. Not there.
And in the original Bible, it tells you this when it says these entities left their estate for our estate. These entities, these legal fictions, false dominions, false principalities, false rulers, false owners.
Yep. It's a legal axiom. If you can't just get the normal meaning of it for your everyday life, I love the people that extract the higher meaning from it, which is to me a bit. You can't.
It's a legal sermon, bro.
Yeah, bro, and that's what I'm trying to get at. If you can't get just the legal aspect of it, you can't go from step 1 to step 3 or from step 1 to step 7. You just it doesn't go.
Biblical instruction, basic law, earth.
Yep. I'd love to do this.
It's our codex.
Yep.
People get lost in this sovereign citizen movement. I'm not talking about that at all. I wouldn't even send you that way.
It's about reclaiming your birthright.
Do you think that
From
was
your
set up
image.
to steer people away from the real stuff?
I do.
Yes, 100%. I'll say that categorically. I've given some things to a few people on here, but I'm not is one of them. But when I say something, I've got proof of claim to give it, and because it's in a private and confidential, I can't just put it out there. So sometimes I may speak in a certain way or whatnot, but yeah, I'll have battle mod to say
Good night, guys.
if what I'm saying is bullshit or
Earth is
not by
flat.
the
Good night.
documentation that I've given.
Allegate an advocate through trust and agreement. It's not simple. No, it's not like they're just going to let you out of the system. The system is what binds you. But you can take back ownership of your real person, your real being, your real entity. Not entity, but being. You are a living being. You are not an entity. An entity is a fiction. You are a real bone, flesh, artery, blood. You're not a legal
Energy.
fiction.
Energy that cannot be confound. It's there forever. One thing I love is that you guys in America have the circuit courts.
Yeah, and this guy I posted the videos to, and the link I post you to. The funny thing about this is, in a matter of weeks, depending on how diligent of a person you are, if you go to these places and you do study, you can be right with me, right where I am, understanding what I'm saying every time I say it, in weeks.
Yep.
You got to know where you came from before you know where you're going.
Yeah.
To have a destination, you must first have an origin. Where did you originate?
Exactly.
Who
Where
made
will
you?
the death be? Is where the beginning is.
ACDC told you this shit when they say, "Who made who? Who made you? Ain't nobody told you." All the video games they play,
But this is the thing, and I've said it the whole time. These people, they put it out there, and they'll call them, these guys are bad, whatnot, but they'll still tell you. They have an obligation to tell you.
Yeah, it's called truth drops.
I don't level, but it takes you every time on a 1-and-1. Feeling running down your spine.
For some reason, it's going down your spine.
Yeah, nothing gonna save your last time, 'cause it owned you through and through. The data bank know my number. Say I gotta pay 'cause I made the grade last year. Feel it when I turn the screw. Kicks you round the world. There ain't a thing that it can do to you. Who made who? Who made you? Ain't nobody told you.
Better what, it's funny. I watched the fucking only a bit of it. The movie Hoover with what's his name, DiCaprio, and when Hoover was making the library, and then he goes, "If we can just assign these numbers to people, then we have a record of everybody." I'm like,
Yeah.
Hoover, mate, you're a bit late. You're a bit fucking late.
Yeah,
Doing
all his Lord of Division, all his recorded record known to him.
Yeah. I was like yelling at it. I'm yelling at the movie. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, come on, man. People aren't getting it. They're not getting it.
No, well, listen, they get it when they're at the very root. They say they do this to hide the creator. No, they do this to hide the fact that they stole you from the creator and you, through free will, allowed them to. He owned you. He made you. He created you, and he gave you. He made you sovereign with dominion over earth. He said, "Subdue earth and have dominion over it, and the fowl of the air, the beasts of the field, and the fish of the water. It's all yours. Herbs, seed-bearing plants. I give it all unto you." Ownership is a lie. Can't own nothing. It's all ours. They got us to enter into social contracts, and then they created legal fictions. And through free will, unwillingly, unknowingly, you gave away your rightful dominion, your power, your authority.
Critical thinking.
That's why we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but principalities. Those are rulers, dominions, kings, queens, lords, landlords. Jesus even told you this. You'll pay your landlord because he rules over you and the land. And you've let him. Why do you think he said, "Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's"? By natural law, by birthright, nothing on earth is owned by or owed to any man. It's the law of first seizure. You got to go out there and get it for yourself. And then when you've seized it, it's yours for your lifetime, for your period you're here on earth. Given to you by your creator. You have dominion over it. So you owe nothing to any other man. But you didn't understand it, and that's why he said, if you don't understand earthly things, how then could I tell you about heavenly things?
Yep. I asked him, "Are you this dude called Jesus?" He goes, "Is that what they say? Are you the king?" He goes, "Is that what they said?" He didn't claim a name because he didn't make up the name.
Right. He didn't own. He didn't listen. If you make citizen, you own citizen. You rule over it. If you make king, you own king. You rule over it. Whoever makes it, whoever creates it, owns it and rules over it and sets the rules for it. So he didn't accept no titles. Why? Because they were all man-made.
Yep. That's why, whoever authored it is the author and has ownership, authority over it. It's simple.
Yeah, so he wouldn't accept no titles. He said, "I am. We all are. I think, therefore I am. I am a man made by my God. Put here on earth to live this life." It's really that simple. Getting out of it isn't, though. That's why these guys here that I'm sending links for in IGS, they've studied for lifetimes. And IGS studied in, Law of London, right?
Yep.
You can write your own papers. You don't need their papers. You don't need citizenship papers. You don't need social
It even says
security
it
card.
in your own constitution. You can make your own papers.
Yeah,
it says it in
that's
every
part
country's
of.
constitution, from what I've read.
Yeah, that's part of reclaiming your security.
It actually specifically says not to use theirs. Yep. Specifically says don't use our shit because it's not yours to use. It's our stuff.
Yeah, what's the story about the maid wife, the bond servant, the son of the bond
everybody will
servant?
be bonded. Yeah, everybody will be bonded from birth.
The son of the bond mother is not free because the mother was bonded, so the son is bonded. The mother was owned by a legal fiction, a corporation, a city, a state, a kingdom. She was owned by a kingdom, therefore her sons belong to the kingdom. But the free maiden, her sons are free.
That's correct.
If anybody tells you that you're free in the United States, they are your fucking enemy.
Well, you're not free. Ignorance and freedom can't coexist.
Only the enemy tells you you're free. That's the greatest delusion. The great delusion.
The great delusion is the law. And the new law. There is no new law. You're either owned by God and you follow His law, or you don't. And you know that. Let the heretic. let the heretics cast stones because I have faith. And through faith, I'll move the mountain of fucking doctrinal followers out of my way. He even warned you to be weary of doctrines. God didn't own doctrines. He didn't create doctrines. He doesn't own doctrines.
He said,
He owns
know yourself.
He owns the word.
Yep.
The word
said,
is
know yourself.
God's. Yeah, know yourself. You don't know yourself, you know your person. Your person has a history and a record, and a credit rating, an address, and a plot, and a lot.
I remember. I'll tell you something funny, but you'll get this. When I was being harassed by a few cops on the street, they go, "Where do you live?" I just started for the fun of it. I just started speaking in different languages, whatever picked out, German, Russian, whatever. And then they're like, "We know you can speak English." And they go, "Where do you live?" I go, "In my body." And there was only one cop. He shut up. There was like four of them. One of them shut up, and the other guy started getting cranky. "Where do you live?" I go, "In my body, man." I go, "Where else can I live?" And one of them actually told the dude to shut up, and he goes, like leave him alone. And he goes, "Oh, I want to, do this and that." And I said to him, "Hey, wait a second. I go, I'm feeling a bit. I don't feel too good." And they're like, "What's wrong?" I go, I need to sit down." They're like, "What's wrong?" I go, I'm not feeling too good." I go, "Before, anything happens, I go, give me your badge numbers and everything." I go, "Give me a pen. I'll write it down on my hand just in case something happens. I've got a record of this." And they're like, "What can we do?" I go, "Can you get me a sandwich and a Coke?" And they're like, "What do you have, are you diabetic, whatever?" I go, "I just need to eat." The dude went and got me food. Came back, I ate it. And he goes, "Are you diabetic?" I go, "No." I go, "I was really hungry." And one of the cops pissed himself. He was fucking laughing his head off. He loved
Ricky
it.
gets stuck. Don't come running towards me.
Yeah, no, one of the guys was actually laughing. He had a fucking great time. Well, I had a great time too. I had free food from cops, so I have to do it.
Are you saying we can't put life into a house?
You can.
I know.
Master of the vessel, master. But yeah, that was to me that was hilarious. When I had the other cop laughing, he goes, "Boys, you guys okay?" He was laughing. He go, as I was walking off, he goes, "What did he say to me?" I can't remember his exact words, but it was something like, "Hey mate, you're a bit too smart." And I turned around and I go, Who is you?" And he goes, "I'm speaking to you." I go, "I don't know. Maybe not." I walked away and he just kept on laughing. So they do get it. He's just speaking up. The term, "Oh, the guy's homeless." No, he's not homeless. He's houseless. Doesn't have a house. He's got a home. His body's his home. He's not homeless. He's houseless. Fucking hell.
The physical body is an important part of what makes up the subjective self.
Mm-hmm.
Merleau Ponty. And the perceptions of the mind and the physical body, the actions of the body are all interconnected. People think we're dualistic. Mind and body live separate, really. So you just walk around without thinking then, huh? You just put food down your neck and never once consider the fact that you're hungry.
Isn't that how it works?
I wonder how sex works for those people. I really do. I mean,
They
can the
don't have
mind
sex.
exist? Can the mind exist without the body? Well, they do have sex. They just don't make love. There's a difference.
Yep, that's a big difference.
Um,
The
try
energy
and
up is shocking.
try being raised by an Occidental and don't not clearly know the difference between sex and love. It's impossible.
Yeah, it cannot exist. Coexist. It can't. Nah.
Sex is another fiction.
Yep.
Love is eternal.
Yep. Yeah, it's the closest thing I can have to explaining anything being sort of godly or whatever you want to call it.
Divine. Yeah, it's
Yep,
the
exactly.
closest thing. Yeah, the closest thing we can experience to the divine is eternal love, true love.
Yep. And it doesn't. And you don't. I don't think you don't perceive that through your brain. It happens through another process. Your brain can't love. You can think. You can want, lust, whatever.
Yeah. A lot of people don't make that connection. Love comes from your soul, my father said. Your inner light, because we're all light beings, right? Our greeting, our original greeting is Anim. And Anim means I see you. I recognize you as a light being.
I mean,
or just I recognize your light. We never-
Interesting. DNA will emit light. Faintly,
Yeah.
but it emits light.
We never say goodbye either. Till we meet again, till the next time, later.
Same here, yeah. Till the next time we meet.
After a while.
Yeah, well, we believe that words can curse people. You say goodbye at the end, and if you tell a person goodbye, you could be cursing them to death.
Yep.
Hell, just
Almost
with
like-
your rhetoric, you could pass your demons along to me.
Kind of like when people say they don't care, they don't give a shit. Yeah, you're not going to care about anything, and you're going to be constipated. You just cursed yourself when you said that. You
Yep.
know? That's where that affirmation is so powerful. And that's exactly what they are. The curses and the blessings, they are affirmations.
Yep.
It's like the one thing that'll destroy civilization and a culture faster than anything else is gossip. Because people talk out of the side of their neck about everyone and everything, and then when it comes to it, the person that hears like, oh, so and so is talking mad shit about you. Well, fuck them person. I don't want nothing to do with them. So when their house is burning down, fuck it, good. You know, it's like, yeah, that's one of the reasons why we have to treat each other equally the same way we would want them to treat us.
Exactly, brother. Because if you say fuck it to the guy that's next to you that his house is burning, then God forbid the day it happens to you, you know what I mean? So, yeah.
You guys think that's something you have to inherit? You have to learn and be instilled at you in a young age in order to have that feeling amongst your fellow man?
No.
Or do you think that some people, that everybody has it from the start of life, but because obviously some people don't have that or live like that. Some people just don't care about anyone. So I wonder, is that somehow
Negation of it.
nurtured in us at a young age? Or I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I was going to say negation of the fact doesn't prove that it's not there, and it can be sort of beaten out of you. Not beaten out of you, but other things can be instilled in you. It's just it's up to the person. They're gonna take the time to look inside and see what's really there, because you have people that have been through the worst things, they become great people. Some of them become terrible people, but you know,
Mhm.
the majority of them know not to do the thing that has been done to them, or take the lesson on and you know make it the opposite of what they've experienced because it's bad. There's other ones that will say, "Oh, if it's happened to me, so if this and if that," and then it
Yeah,
becomes
that's where
a
the
great.
perversion of, treat everyone how you would want them to treat you instead of treat them before they treat you, or do unto them before they do unto you. And that's the
Yeah.
greed thing. That's about, I want everything in the world and cannot have everything in the world.
Society and culture can strip that from you as well. Just look at the nonsense that's on television about gossip and the way that people are treated. It
Oh,
can corrupt the mind.
What is television? Do you know?
A
It's a
weapon.
picture.
Hypnosis.
It's a talking image.
But I'm saying society and culture as well. I mean, modern schools can do it. The way that children
do,
act.
Yeah.
Like Media and the Generations. It's a book.
Me and my girlfriend were just talking about something similar earlier tonight. We were discussing the idea that how some people grow up with just horrible parents, and yet they grow up themselves to be wonderful parents. But then you have some people that grow up with horrible parents and they end up being horrible parents themselves. So we're kind of, kicking around the idea like, I wonder what separates the two when they grow up with similar experiences, but some turn out to be wonderful parents and don't want to put their child through what they went through, and others just don't care and figure, well, I went through it, so my kids will be fine. They can go, just be terrible. We're kind of seems like the same concept of what we're talking about.
Yeah, ultimately we all and everybody has the choice, the free will to walk their own path.
Yeah, it's written in all ancient texts, whatever, religions, philosophies, everything. Everybody has to carry their own cross. And if you can bear your own, help somebody carry their other one, somebody else's. That's the whole point of it. Because you're not going to take anything with you after here. The only thing you're going to take with you, if you can take anything, is the love. Maybe some good deeds that you've done. That's about it.
I always try to look at it as more of like what you leave behind, more as a what you take. It's more about what you leave behind and whatever memory you leave in somebody else after you're gone that could maybe pass it along or say good things about you and say this about you and hopefully spark that goodness in someone else too.
Yeah.
You've had.
Well, if you think about it, truly the only things you can carry with you are memories, and those things aren't even tangible.
Yeah. That's what I said. If you're going to think.
And morals.
Yep.
Memories and morals.
Yeah.
Ethics. I would say morals above ethics any day.
Yep. Morals are a higher function.
I often wonder about that. We do move on. Do we take our memories with us? Do they come with us? Because I always had this weird thought or feeling that I was somewhere else before I was here in this body.
You
I
are.
always felt like
You are your
there was
memories.
something, I was somewhere else, but I can't remember, and I can't. So I'm wondering when I do finally leave here and I move on, am I gonna remember being here?
Before you go on to that crazy shit, when it comes to morals, I wanted to say, so when it comes to secrets, like morally, where do secrets stand? Like some secrets you're allowed to have and are protected, right? But other secrets like could be doing harm. You know, where morally, how does secrets stand?
I think morals have to do with the preservation of our lives and others' lives. Secrets are sometimes kept to keep people from harm.
Okay, well that makes things very complicated on like you know, on a
Well,
higher level.
well, not really. You teach a man to kill that doesn't know how to maintain his feelings, and then he just
How do
goes
you
out there
know?
and
Okay,
kills somebody because he
keeping
gets pissed
secrets,
off.
keeping secrets to keep other people safe means that automatically you have a subclass of people.
Well, here's the thing. Morally, you owe no man every bit of information that you know in this world. So morally, you don't owe anybody anything. So there's no moral limit to a secret. I don't owe you anything that I preserve your life. I preserve mine. If I know something you don't know, then that's mine. Whether or not I give it to you is grace, not morals.
Yeah, out of love, you do something.
Yeah, so morally, I owe you nothing. We're all individuals. I know you nothing other than to not be destructive of the means of the preservation of your life. That's all I owe you. Not destroy my life, your life, or the environment we share.
No, but what if you use the guise of keeping me safe, and taking away rights that I valued at one time? You know, like
Yeah, if you read that I just posted, the second law of nature, so I can't take away any right from you that you don't freely give away.
yeah, but no, we keep doing that, but they keep etching them away just a little bit at a time under this idea of security, right? So like, they constantly tell you that you're
It's
under
a corrupt social
some type of
contract.
threat, and so in the name of security, you give up your liberty, which was it Ben Franklin, I think, that said, any man who gives up liberty for security deserves neither.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but that's what they keep doing a little bit at a time. It's that slow boiled frog. And so morally, you are arguing that what they're doing is okay.
No, I'm not arguing for what they do. Listen, the second law of nature covers that. The mutual transfer of right is called a contract, and wherein each party would expect some benefit for laying aside the right they laid aside. So if it's not mutually beneficial, then by natural law, it's an unjust contract, and you have a free will to leave that contract. You don't owe it any allegiance. So it's not about morals, it's about free will. Nobody exercises their free will and leaves the social contract that formed the city-state government.
Yep. It's an axiom. You can't move away from it. Like when they say for for security reasons.
It's called Commonwealth. Tell them.
Yeah, who's security? It's not for my fucking security. It's not for yours. It's not for Battle
Well, the way
I'd
that
ask
I
if
just described it, though, doesn't that sound more like what they're actually doing in the way that they're...
That is what they do.
That's their understanding of the way that this works.
Yep. But I'm telling you.
Listen, this is why they conned you into a contract in the first place. This is what we're trying to teach people about the forming of city-states, commonwealths, countries, lands, what it's based on. So in nature, we're all free, and we freely give up certain rights. So in the interest of peace, that all men might share an equal share of what Earth has to offer for us, right? So it has to be beneficial for everybody in there. But they've led you so far away from this law, these rights, that you don't know you have the right to say, fuck this social contract. I'm not a party to it. Nobody can take your rights. You can die on your rights. They can kill you because you refuse to give up your natural rights. You can only give them away freely.
You're
under duress.
You're saying that, like, as an individual, you hold all of your rights on your own. No, all of the people around you can sacrifice your rights, and you no longer have them. That's the way it works.
Under man's law, yes. Let's be specific. I do hold all the right to my law and the preservation of my life and what's good for my life. Yeah, I hold the free will to choose what's best for that.
I've got something that might help Lou with that. So put it this way: can you give away something that is not yours to give? That's what I say to everybody. So you
No, but all of these are ideals. Again, like we talk about freedoms and liberties and stuff like they're real, but obviously we all know they are just a construct. Like, where do they really come from and all of that stuff? And it's a great debate to have. But the way it works and how to beat that system is the important conversation.
Well, yeah, they got you beat already. You believe that liberty isn't a natural thing. Liberty is your right to life, happiness, and the pursuit of whatever is good for the preservation of your life. That's liberty. It's not a concept. It's what
Right,
your
well,
creator gave you.
Tell that to the guy who fucking believes in space time, man.
I try to. I try to tell
So do
this to
I.
everybody if they'll listen.
Isn't that where the term "give me liberty" or "give me death" comes from, though? I mean, if you
It is.
you have a choice. You can either play along or you can die, and that's your free will. That's your choice. It is as horrible as it sounds. Am I wrong, or no?
No,
You don't
you're
have to play
spot
by
on.
their rules.
No,
We
that's
have a choice.
exactly what I'm saying. You owe
Yeah.
no allegiance to dead men. You don't owe any allegiance to contracts made by your mothers and fathers and grandfathers and grandmothers. Legal fictions. They're not. Where's Mr. and Mrs. Michigan, the state of Michigan? Where's Mr. State of Michigan? Where's the Mrs. State of Michigan? What do I owe? What do I owe Michigan? Is Michigan's a legal entity? That means
the
it's a
people
fiction.
versus blah blah blah. People versus. There's one dude saying the people versus.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. The reason why it's so hard to get out of this. If you try to take the legal course, there's too much red tape. If you try to unite with other people and enlighten them, there's too much doubt. They don't have faith in their ability to say, like, they can't just stand up as men, arm themselves, throw off the shackles of other people's opinions, and do what the fuck they want to do to make life better here on Earth. You act like you can't do that. Is it not within you?
Oh, but
Do you not hold?
but that's the ultimate question. Let's say you are a person in a place of power, and you are in an opportunity to make real change, and you have a certain idea of change that you think could do better, but to a lot of people, it's going to do harm. So, like, that, what is the
Anyway,
greater good, and like what is better? And it's all
If you want to make an omelet, you got to break some eggs.
Yeah, if you're worried about harming other people and freeing yourself from a system that you owe no allegiance to, then you'll never be free, man. You might as well just go back to work and pay your taxes.
I want it to be the way that you guys are saying, but that's just. I mean, at some point you're if you're going to give anybody the power to lead, you're giving all of your rights away, and to think that you have to think anything otherwise, that you are a slave.
What rights? The rights that man gave you through their law, their contract.
That we assume that we have, but only under this is.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Lou. You assume your rights came from the country. I assume my rights came from God, and I've assumed that since birth.
See, I don't know where my rights come from. I don't know if I don't know if God gave me any.
What makes one person on this earth better than me, or better to choose what's best for my life? Who died made them God.
Oh,
No, I understand.
Lou, I think I can help you understand this a little bit better.
It's just the people in the society that we live in, when it's all capitalistic and money rules all. person with the people with the money, they make the rules. They make the rules in favor of themselves.
That's because we allow it.
Yep. That's a private contract that's not a part of us and that we're trying to get into. They
Even
tell
if you
you,
wanna-
you know, the bank
Hey,
is a
Battle
private
Mod.
is a private entity. Not even the government can look into it. Whatever. Blah 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 blah. Why are people using this dude's fucking printing press? It tells you if you want to be a constitutionalist. It tells you use gold and fucking silver. But you can't. People can't even do that right. I don't. So to me, it's fairly straightforward. You can.
I'm hoping they can in the future. though.
You can use sticks if you want to.
You even go
but wait.
before the Constitution and just read the Declaration of Independence. We are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights.
Well, see,
From the
Creator.
Creator.
I think that's where it's false.
Inalienable.
No. Here's my thing. Just like where you say, like when it comes to, oh geez, what's the name of it?
The Constitution is an articulation of rights that cannot be stripped from you.
That's the Declaration of Independence you're talking about.
You know how we talk. You know how we talk about like land that you occupy, it like that you can defend is the only land that you really own. Like, and your property.
That's natural law.
That's it. Okay, right. You talk about that. Well, in the same way, your rights are defended. Okay, so like,
yeah.
Yeah, I know you just made it so plain that it like made me like not even have a point. But, like,
well,
no, you're right. My rights are only the rights that I can defend, so I can look death in the face, laugh, and tell them "fuck you." I still don't adhere to your laws, and they can kill me.
Lou IG said it perfectly earlier when he asked you the question if you can give away something that you don't have.
Thanks, bro. Thank you for
no,
understanding.
you only have what you can occupy, right? Like that's
So-
what is tangible to you at that moment is
So-
all you really have.
So can we, the people, give rights
No.
that we do not have to others?
No, because rights are not tangible. Period.
Well,
give them an example. Like one.
Okay.
Here's an example.
Hold up. Let me make a right analogous to a choice. You have the right to choose.
There we go.
I guess you always have the right to choose, but your choice could always be a "fuck me if I do, fuck me if I don't" situation.
Here's one. Here's one.
It can, but it's your right to choose which path you take. And
Lou,
that
here's
tells you, hold on, that tells you that a right is an absolutely tangible thing. I can choose liberty or I can choose death.
Right, regardless of the outcome, it's still your choice. It's still
No, some. I mean, you can choose to stand for liberty. But standing for liberty.
Let me explain it one way.
I will feel liberated, dying on the war front, fighting for liberty, real liberty.
Here's the thing, Lou. No one has the right to kill. No one has the right to kill ever. But we think that we can give away the right to the government to tell people to go kill people. And that should not be allowed because we're not allowed to kill people. Therefore, no one else should be given the right to be allowed to do that.
Thank you.
That's my
delegation. Thank you. The so-called delegation of authority. If it's amoral to kill people, how can you delegate that power to a fucking piece of paper and some dude sitting saying he is that piece of paper to go do the killing for you?
I think the
Well,
disconnect
at least
with how
do
we
it with
got
a
into this.
declaration of war, for God's sakes, right?
I think the disconnect with how we got into this is because it's not that I disagree with any of you about it. Like these are the
I get you.
ideals that we should have in society. It's just that that's not how the judicial system of America works. I know for a fact. So how do we get it to work according to common law?
Listen, it's
invoke
listen,
feathers.
Here's the problem. Most people fear death. And it's the fear of death that brings up all these questions. Fear. Fear is the only thing that separates you from your natural rights. But why do you think he said, well, you give away rights out of fear for security? You deserve neither security nor right.
He is the regulating and governing thing of every single man and woman.
Yeah, here's the thing. The only thing that we're promised when we're born, every man in this world fears, even though he knows it'll come to him one day. Why fear that which you owned from birth? Death. I don't.
You were born to die. If you don't get that, then
I fear leaving this corrupt up, fucked up world to my children, but do I fear death?
Yeah, no, that's the ultimate goal, right? Is to try to make the world better for your kids. That's the ultimate goal.
Yep.
Hey,
Battlemod, a little bit ago, you said something like secrets are for protecting people, right?
I said they can be, but in truth, there's no such thing as a secret because morally, I owe you nothing on earth. Other than I'm not, then my means of preservation of my life are not destructive of the means of the preservation of your life. That's the only thing I owe you. Secret, the word secret is an oxymoron. If I own something that's mine, I make the rules over it. What's it for you to say you keep secrets from me? You keep from me what you own.
Yeah, secret is from the word sacred. So what is sacred to you is sacred to you, and to you only, to nobody else.
Well, I was just wondering how that plays in with the the fact that we're trying to keep the fact that the Earth is flat a secret. Who's that protecting?
The
I
ones
wouldn't say that counts. It might not count.
The ones that benefit from us believing it's a sphere.
It protects the people who have taken you away from ownership. Your creator owned you, and he gave you a law, and he gave you dominion, and they got you into this social contract and in this web and matrix of fucking laws that when you get out of one, you got to get out of the next, you got to get out of the next, you got to get out of the next. It protects them from allowing you to figure out, well, I'm property of the creator. I really don't have to do anything but say fuck all this shit. And then I need a righteous mob, because who delivers sin is the transgression of the law. The wage of sin is death. Who delivers that wage when God doesn't interfere or mingle with the lives of men? Righteous men do. So you need a righteous mob. That's why divided we fall and united we stand. They gave you the ultimate truth in the motto. Problem is fear, willingness. All these things keep men from uniting. We fear each other.
Yeah. Oh goodness. Yeah. We're going to take $10 from you.
Yeah, we're unwilling to break that line. We're unwilling to trust, to put ultimate trust in other men. That I'll preserve this man's life the same way he'd preserve mine. We're unwilling to have faith in that if some people die, well, they're the people who are destructive to the means of me living by the laws my creator gave to me. And it's a good thing. It's not outside the law of God, so therefore it's not murder. Murder is a legal term. There are reasons for taking life that are lawful, and it doesn't become murder. And nowhere, the Bible shouldn't say thou shalt not kill. That's a transliteration of a word. They obliterated the word there. It's thou shalt not murder. The Bible says that, if people do this, if they commit crimes against nature, well, when you kill them, their blood should be considered to be on their own hands. They stoned people in the past for doing what these people do, for conning people in contracts. They stoned them to death. They want you to think now that your creator said don't even kill nobody. Yeah, the fuck he did. He gave you specific reasons why you could. When, why, how, even how to do it.
And it's still there. It's still there.
Yeah, you think he left the kids out? You think he left the kids out of that? No. in old time, by the law of God, Levitican law, my kid will be right next to me, handing me stones. Here, Dad, get him again. He's still moving. He's going to pollute our community.
Yep. That's why there are a group of people. There are groups of people who go above others because they keep the law. They don't want other people perverting or polluting their proper way of living.
Yeah,
Call it whatever you want.
everything they do is to maintain their way of life, and it has no fucking consideration about the preservation of your life. When you learn that, then you'll stop fearing for your life, because you know your life's up on the table anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You're expendable to them. You're just a debt note. You're an expenditure. I can spend 1,000 of you to get what I want. It's cool. Hell, 1 million. What's fuck? We got 1 million more. Infinite. We'll just let you guys have sex again for a little bit longer, and I'll have that back.
Yep.
Hell, maybe I'll bring up that nocturnus law, and I'll come in and bed your wife for you.
Oh, thank you for bringing that up. Well, I spoke about this ages ago. Thank God, listen. Before, people didn't get this. The so-called lords and whatnot. When you got married, he got to bang your wife before you got to, and she was a virgin.
Yeah.
Just so you know. Just by the way, for everybody.
So you went into the holiest of holies before I, the son of my creator, did.
Exactly.
What was given to me was enjoyed by you.
That whole disrupt and whatever it was thing in Australia, like that they just passed, like they might as well make that the next one, is where the government has the right to bang your wife and impregnate her without your knowledge. And
What they want is probably that 7-year war, 9-year war, where everybody kills off everybody and they come back and they beg for a new law. So they can keep you under their contract and they'll just give you a new law. And then the hole get deeper.
dude, what they're doing in Australia is like literally, it's amazing that, I mean, it's even hit the mainstream a little bit, but clearly they're just probing to see how much they got us, because, or how good their media coverage of it is, because they are strangling the shit out of, well, New Zealand and Australia for absolutely no reason at all.
They're not doing that shit in Michigan.
I'll tell you something. If there's somebody having a laugh and saying it's not happening to me, don't worry, it will be coming to a country near you if you keep on smiling and laughing about it. So,
and it's going on pretty bad in Canada, just to our north here too, Battlemod. You know, like it's going on pretty bad there too, like almost to the extent of Australian bullshit.
Coming soon to a theater near you.
yeah. Well, they're enforcing the new contracts, which have been issued by a so-called queen or king or whatnot, and all this dumb shit. They're enforcing it. People are not doing anything about it. So, it is.
You know what's scary about this whole situation is this is all just a test. This is a test run. Imagine if they release a real biological weapon and people really start dying. Imagine how crazy it's going to get then, and how crazy it's going to get with your neighbor. How you're just the individual, experiences that we have with our neighbors, how drastically that's going to change. The people that you think you can trust the most when things really get bad, I hate to even think about it, honestly. It's
The idea
a
of
nightmare.
The test run, I'll just take that as dramatization. Like they already did their tests for the last 20, 40, 50, 60 years, right? Like they did lots of tests. This is the actual like live action. We're doing this shit. But at this moment, we're just in initiation. We're being oriented into the new bullshit. So like these are just what you have now. If you think this is bad, wherever you live, this is only the beginning.
Well, right. That's what I
Well,
say. I think it's more of a training exercise to train the youth that are experiencing this that can't comprehend and don't understand. It's more of a psyop to train them for the real thing to come in another 20 years when they really unleash some hell.
Yeah.
And they're gonna the youth now that went through this, the little kids in grade school and middle school and high school, they're gonna fold.
Well, in the esoteric schools, it's called revelation of the method. But the whole point of it is these people know, and they've got, as you said, they've got the weapons to do whatever they want. They will not do it. They will let you and me do it to each other. I'm just saying it. I don't care what anybody thinks. It's just the way that it is. They will let you and me have it out, and my country against your country, my thoughts against your thoughts, my fucking book against your book, whatever dumb shit is in your head. Me against you.
I mean, dude, at some point, like anybody who's listening who is talking shit and laughing at us, like, dude, a lot of us have been telling you that there was going to be a new world order takeover coming, and for 20 years, I've got at least 20 years telling people, warning people about it, not necessarily about a certain virus or anything like that, just about a takeover in this with details that, well, have been laid out for us and warned about, like, in advance. Like, if you think this is all coincidence and that we're still crazy, like, dude, you need to fucking have a long look in the mirror.
What's sad is my grandfather railed about it since the late 50s. He that's all he talked about. World government, new world order, takeover. That's all he talked about since the late 50s. He's gone now, but everything that man ever said came true.
It's right there. If you want to know where it is, it's in New York. That's where the headquarters is. So have a look, people.
Or like Israel.
No, it's in New York, man. Israel is just another fiction, another bullshit. It's the people from Palestine that renting out their land to so-called Israel, whatever that means to anybody. They didn't give up their land. The chieftains there, on behalf of the people, gave their land up to whoever, to the crown or whoever had the contract, the Rothschilds, whatever.
No, they didn't give it up. They took it.
No, I don't think that.
No, they gave it up.
They didn't give it up. No,
They
the Balfour
gave it up.
Declaration,
It's a contract.
You know what the Balfour Declaration is?
It's a 70-year contract. Okay, you're going to argue with me on a point of fact. You cannot argue on a point of fact, bro.
I don't think it was given. I think it was taken, stolen.
It was taken, bro. They forced it.
All right, I'm just going to leave it. You believe whatever you want.
I find that hard to believe. But
well, you can believe whatever you want. The fact of the matter is, that's what it is.
So then, what's all the violence for, and what's all the antagonism?
Stupid people thinking whatever they're thinking, bro. That's what the violence is. Dumbness, ignorance. How much more times can I say it?
Dude,
these
take a look
people,
at the
those
World
people,
Economic
these
Forum
people.
video where they say,
out.
Take a look at the World Economic Forum video where they say that everybody has a role to play in creating this. They're talking about like Agenda 2030, right? Like, everybody has a role. You don't know you're being fucking puppeted around. You don't know you got somebody's hand jabbed way up your fucking ass, moving your mouth, but you do, even if you're in here.
Everything's there on public record, bro. That's all I've got to say. You can go fucking look it up. Public record. Fucking use your brain and fucking look at it.
I mean, honestly, that is true. It is all laid out there. It's just people are lazy and don't do the research. They don't look into these things. They can't be bothered. They're too comfortable in the lives that they live, no matter how unhappy they are. I remember when I first, was woken up with the whole 9/11 thing, and I railed against it and tried to, talk to every family member I knew. And one of the main things that a lot of my families told me was, well, what you're saying makes a lot of sense, and I believe a lot of it to be true, but it doesn't really affect me. They didn't understand how it affected them, so they would do nothing. Even if they believed every word I said, it didn't matter to them because they felt like they're powerless and could do nothing, and they didn't think or understand how it directly affected them. I think this is it's the same situation. People don't realize how it directly affects them, and they think they're powerless, so they don't do the work.
Yep, I'll agree, because people scratch the surface and they think they know what something is, when you can actually dig into it and find out the truth. You can actually ask these pricks directly. I want to yell a bit now because it fucking pisses me off. You can ask them directly and they will fucking answer honestly, for fuck's sake. How hard is it to fucking ask a question? People just throw these accusations, these fucking stupid shit out there. They don't even ask. If you ask them, they'll tell you, yeah, we're doing this and this. Yes, this and this has been done.
I wonder too about like all the leaks that come out, all the supposed like the Edward Snowdens, all that stuff that was leaked out, all the Hillary emails. Were those really leaked, or did they put those out there on purpose? Because they don't care. You know what I mean? They don't care. Who's going to stop them? Whatever came about it, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing came about any of that.
There's no such thing as a leak, bro.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah,
it leaks because they wanted it out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Because it's time. Even the blind have to see it, and then when those rejected, then it's like fuck. What else?
And it's a show of power too. It's a show of power. Like, yeah, look, this is what we're doing. What are you gonna do about it?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And they get off on that. I truly believe they get off on
that. Well put, and I like the way that you put it.
And what do most people do with that information when it comes to a leak? Something like Snowden or something like that, where it comes out that everything's being recorded, all your conversations, all your emails, all that stuff. People automatically say, oh, well, they've already been doing that for 20 years anyways. Why does it matter?
Yeah, or they just cuck. They just cuck and think, well, I'm not doing anything wrong, so why does it matter? I'm not a terrorist. I'm not. They can look at what I'm doing. They don't understand the big picture of why it's wrong. They don't grasp the concept of how it's wrong and how they would use it in a nefarious purpose, because they think that these elected officials are good and they wouldn't do anything to harm us, right? They're just like you and me.
I think there's a leak. I think there's a leak on the International Space Station.
I was going to say they told you guys that.
Yeah, I believe
when
that
you
too.
voted, it did not count to your face. And besides the fact that the United States of America has got nothing to do with the Washington D.C. I don't know why people are voting for them, but they told you to your face, your vote does not matter, and people are still arguing about voting.
Lining up to vote.
Yeah, a vote.
The same thing with I agree with the ISS stuff too. There's no way with their budget and everything, how controlled everything they put out is, that they would put out silly videos where you can clearly see wires and that they're dangling from wires and all that. Because there's no way they're that incompetent. No way.
Thank you. I've been saying
it comes out on purpose. They do that on purpose.
Yep. Some of the people up the top are actually okay people.
How quickly people forgot that their vote didn't matter back when, remember, W stole the election?
Yep.
Remember?
Exactly,
it just repeats over and over again.
Yep. And that's what I've been saying. It's a cycle that you can actually pick up. And it's there on public record. I've been through fucking 90% of the archives that have been in America, right? Before I got tapped on the shoulder to study in London. Like, it's there for you guys. You guys have probably got the best, cleanest records. I don't know why you just don't fucking now. Even on the internet, you can type in a keyword and pull up whatever the fuck you want.
Well, and that's why too it's so obvious when you do wake up to the lies and you start to see them every day on the TV. You can't go back to sleep. You can't forget them. You realize everything they're saying is a lie, and you recognize it immediately. And it's so blatantly obvious. It makes you frustrated and mad that your best friend or neighbor doesn't see it. Like, how can you
100%.
not? You know what I mean? And it's extremely frustrating, but it's the nature of things. It's oh man, I don't know.
So if 10 friends go out to eat together and they have a vote on whether or not they go to a Korean restaurant or a Mexican restaurant, does your vote count then?
It does, because it's a private fucking thing, and they can't.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is your vote counts when it's counted, and it doesn't count when it's not counted. But to say that your vote never counts, that's kind of silly.
Well, who's counting the votes though?
Not really. They own you. They own this. They made it. They make the rules over it. They don't even have to. The rules can say, I ain't got to tell you the real rules.
Exactly.
I made it. I created it. What? The fuck you want?
Why is
Well, yeah, exactly. So that would be
you're a citizen.
of when,
You're a citizen. I made that word. I created that. I own you. I rule over you.
Exactly. So
yeah, so that would be a perfect example of when your vote doesn't count. But that's not to say that your vote doesn't always count.
Hey, and I want to say,
But if you have voting machines too that are controlled by certain companies or certain people that are running for office have stock in those companies or gave that company money,
that's a smoke and pony show, dude. That's bullshit. And eggs.
Why is it?
Every time you're absent for a week, I worry about you, bro. I'm glad you're back.
Thank you, brother. God bless you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I always wonder with 2 days, I'm like, man, where the fuck's my boy Iggy at?
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I truly do. It gets a bit much for me, to be honest.
Oh, Iggs is here. I have a question for you when you're done.
Well, what's in the heart is always on the mind, brother.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Excuse me, tracking up a bit. It really does mean a lot when nice words are being said. Because I really just try to put out what is, not what is my thought. What is. I don't give any subterfuge. Every time I give something, it's with love and with something backing it up. I always speak out of the side of my neck. If I do, I'll say it's a joke and whatnot, and we'll have a laugh. But when we're having these kind of serious discussions, I won't do it. I was just going to say before, with the voting, you're going to an election. Why are you electing somebody, but you're putting a vote? Like, just the change in the word should make people realize. You have an electoral college. The people who run the so-called country or the so-called nation is the electoral colleges, which is connected to the actual colleges, Yale, all of it. That's who runs the show. Nobody has, unless you're plugged in and you've paid into the Constitution, you've paid your way. You have an electoral vote. That's what's called an electoral vote, because you're having an election. Voting is for in a company. Who's going to be CEO? So I know most of you people here are smart enough to realize just simple things like that in words, and I try to keep it as simple as possible. I hope that helps.
It's their built-in fail-safe for if a candidate that they don't, that isn't with them, succeeds and rises to the top, they can oust them. Is that what you're trying to say, basically?
Yeah, well, when was it? I said last time, when people, when that girl came out and said, oh, look, everybody is connected to the Queen. And look, everybody is related to the Queen. And I said, America's never been free. This is not an insult to Americans, because America is a continent. It's not It's the people on the continent. But nothing. I've got nothing against any being whatsoever. So the contract was done by the Queen. So she's going to put her, it says, for posterity for our progeny. Posterity for our progeny. So for her progeny, not for yours, not for mine, not for anybody else's.
I just
For our
told
posterity.
somebody messaged me in DM about getting closer to the topic. So I'm just, being really subtle about this and just saying, can we go back closer to flat Earth?
Why? Well, I think this absolutely applies to flat Earth and dominion on flat Earth and why they lie. And you say all roads lead to Rome. Well, Rome is the biggest. Rome is the biggest example of living under man's law instead of God's law. Hey, is there Globers in here?
Was it a Glober that wanted us to talk about it? Because he should get his ass in here instead of sitting in YouTube like a fucking loser.
No, he's been banned.
Sorry, my bad.
I'll let
I
you know
didn't
who it
mean
is. It's the it's the Reckonor. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he messaged me too. But if he doesn't want to hear about natural law and law, then I don't know what to tell him. These are the laws that bind you. Ignorance is no excuse.
All roads lead to flat Earth.
No, well, that's true. So, I mean, if you really want to make a stretch, you could always say that every topic is about flat Earth.
Well, no, I believe this directly relates to flat Earth. It's the why would they lie?
Yep.
Plain and simple.
Yeah, it also has to do with how the hell we get the globe out of the classroom.
Yeah. Okay. I spoke up for him. Maybe I shouldn't. He's been banned. But the thing is that talking about the Queen and what she owns, yeah, that might be important because she does the Queen. Everybody knows who the Queen is because unless you're, in the United States, like almost every first world country is under control of the Queen, and even the United States is still under the thumb of the Queen.
I've sent documents to BattleMod. I've sent documents to BattleMod, signed, sealed, stamped, thumbprinted by them. If I'm lying, please.
Her and her two rulers, the three crowns, if they own the land we're on through treaty, through trust with the natives. They're our landlords.
If I'm speaking out of turn, BattleMod, you let me know. Like, I've sent you proof of everything.
I knew that before whoever sent me that document. That was just seeing it right there in legal court for them. I know who owns the treaties to my people's lands. It's not the American government.
Nope. Yeah, it's the same for me, Eggs.
They're just a rental agency.
Were you here when there was this English dude that started wigging out before? And I said Britain doesn't like this, not Britain, the UK is what?
I thought we were doing good. Hasn't nobody jumped up and said, the law, what God? What God? What God? Tell me his name. Tell me. Tell me. But we're not under the law. We're not under the law. There's a new law, a new covenant. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, for I'm a jealous God.
Well, I don't know how anyone twists the New Testament to say anything different than what it says about that anyway. Like, it makes no sense. You have to have read the New Testament. It's pretty obvious.
They go back to the Old Testament and try to say this was talking about that.
Yeah, but if you read them both in tandem, it's pretty easy.
There is a book called the Book of the Law.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why not? I've read them all. I read all their crap because their crap influences me. This is what I tell people. If somebody's shit influences me, I have to know who I'm speaking to, what they're about.
Eggs, can I talk a little bit personally?
Yeah. Otherwise, we're going to speak past each other.
Well,
Alright, so just to speak a little bit personally on this, like the reason why Eggs knows maybe a little bit about this stuff, and the reason maybe I do, and why it would be accelerated in our timeline, chronologically speaking, like our ages and stuff like that. Like I was bedridden for a good 2 years, right? I know someone else that is in the room, yeah. And that changes shit when you're bedridden for a
Greg,
couple
your
of years.
mic is
Right there. How about now?
I can't understand half
How
of
about
it.
now?
Your
Better.
mic is living up to your name.
Yeah.
It's cracking.
How about now?
Good
How about
morning,
now?
everyone. Good morning.
How about now?
You're good.
Better a little bit, but it's not as bad.
Right, so wait there.
Hey, I just want to clarify. We were talking about Alex Shirkawi, right? The Book of the Law.
Yeah.
No,
We're
from what I
talking
was
about
saying,
Torah.
yeah, sure.
Well, the Torah is the Torah, which
Yeah, it's a book
translates
of laws.
to law, not the books of law, but the law. The Book of the Law is by Alex Crowley. The Torah is the law.
Come on.
So yeah, all I was really trying to say was effectively that when you do end up with like a lot of time to yourself effectively, and then you feel like you're being oppressed by different parties and things like that, you end up starting to think, whoa, I might as well look into this stuff, right? You look into it, and then that's why it was edifying for myself to meet Iggs personally, because obviously me and him have gone down a similar rabbit hole, but like not just the rabbit hole itself, but like the construction of the rabbit hole. Because you got to remember, the rabbit hole sometimes is something in which people want you to go down. So that means that there's an actual construction to the actual, the underpinning and undergirdling of the actual rabbit hole itself.
Right.
So they
Hey,
want us.
when do you think this the perpetuation away from God's law started? When do you think this rabbit hole was open? Was it when Lucifer said, "Well, he doesn't want you to eat this, for surely he knows your eyes will be open, knowing good and evil, as do the gods"? Or was it when they left the estate, came down and took wives, and got us to?
Is that a question or?
Yeah, I'm asking you, where do you think it starts? Is it either one of these places, in the garden with the apple, or when they got Enoch? They got Enoch to pray for them when the watchers were supposed to watch over us and pray for us.
Well, I would say it became the point that effectively man, again, for lack of knowledge, men will perish. And then I feel like, again, where we gain the knowledge from switched. People wanted to start to change where the information came from, the informer itself. So
That's
when
what I mean. When we were taken away from God's law and converted to the law of man, or turned our backs to the covenant, the Torah, and the Holy Word, because that's what's happened. We don't live by their law. We live by the law of nature. The natives lived by the law of nature, and they told all these what were civilized people, they're savages. Why? Because they live by the law of nature. You try to take my land, and I'll kill you and your entire generation. It's not yours to take. It's not yours to take. That's not savage. That's natural. They had a way of life, a nation. It was their land given to them by their creator. They had a right to defend it with everything God gave them to defend it with.
Yep. So-called barbarians.
Yeah, I just mean, when was the building of the wall law constructed? Once man considered the Holy Scriptures were used for the foundational law. The first covenants and establishment of ownership were in the Bible. In Genesis, for God owns all things. He built all things, therefore he owns all things. The earth is the Lord's and all it contains. The world and those who dwell in it. For every house is built by someone, but the builder of all things is God. The land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine. For ye are strangers and sovereigns with me.
Yep. So, I would translate that as in, without the body there is no matter, and without matter there is nothing. There is no body. So it's, I don't know, to me it's simple. I agree with it. That's how I was taught, by passing down of information. As we will call it, word of mouth from one elder to the other. But
Right, and I believe it started when they transgressed the law. That's when their mind was open to they could make their own choice and create their own laws.
Yep.
And then it was given back to them, the law, the path of redemption, the law. And then they turned away from it again.
Yep. Is you turn away from God. You want a king, you want, a government, you want a so-called whatever chosen people, all this idiotic stuff. But you don't choose the one thing that it says in the, you don't extract the most important thing in the whole book is, you only need me. I am whatever you want to call the creator. It's just passing the buck. I don't know. They know. They told me this. I heard this. It's hearsay. It's like even in man's court, it's not allowed. Hearsay.
Yeah, it's as if we've all abandoned our real birthright for an abstract birthright that required no labor.
Yep.
In nature, you'd have to labor and toil for your own.
Yep.
Servant king, that's your birthright. Servant of the Most High and a king of your own reality. Lord over your own temple. Master own vessel.
100%. Yeah. This biggest thing that's doing my head in is this so-called fear. I don't know what it's like, why it's so bad.